caused goosebumps to rise. After the time for half an incense stick to burn, the roars gradually stopped. A monk in green walked out of the forest. There were 9 scars on his shiny bald head. The green-robed monk looked to be in his 20s. The scar on his head was very conspicuous. He looked elegant and easygoing. If anyone saw him at any time, they would mistake him for a kind little monk, but at this moment if someone was here they would not think so. This was because there was a huge tiger in each of the little monk's hands. Although it was called a tiger, it was actually more like a monster. It had a tiger's head, but its body was human. The tiger demon was covered in injuries and blood was flowing out of its fur. It looked like it would not survive. In this world not only were there strange things, but there were also demons. Demons were not unfamiliar to the people of Jianghu. The monsters in this world were not like those in the TV shows in Su Bale's previous life. The 9-tailed fox beauty and the cat-eared girl did not exist in this world. Repay? It was impossible. It was already merciful of him not to bite off both of your heads. In this world demons were demons. They were born to oppose humans. As for whether there were any good demons, at least so far they had not found one. Therefore Great Chu had always advocated eliminating these demons by the roots. It's your misfortune to meet this little monk today, the green-robed monk said slowly. His kind face coupled with the 2 terrifyingly shaped demons created a strong contrast, making people shudder. After saying this, the monk in green exerted strength in his hands. The 2 tiger demons were lifted into the air by him and collided in mid-air with a loud bang. A huge force pierced through the tiger demon. The tiger demon did not even have the chance to scream before it turned into a rain of blood that filled the sky. A ray of green light shot out from the monk's body and the rain of blood did not touch his white robe at all. In the dark night, the green light was filled with a solemn and sacred feeling. After killing the 2 tiger demons, the green-robed monk did not stop. He walked towards the location of the county upgrade. There was a wooden plaque hanging on his waist, and on it were written the words Titanium Monastery. As the night grew darker, the green-robed monk's figure gradually faded into the darkness. The next day, Subai woke up early. When he came to the front yard, he saw the bodyguards training. "Good morning, brother Su." When the escorts saw Subai, they greeted him one after another. As usual, Subai replied and went out to eat breakfast alone. The matter at the Lin Manor was still brewing. The commoners on the streets would discuss it from time to time, and their words were filled with joy. He casually found a stall and ordered a bowl of noodles. He started eating. As he ate, he looked around. If there was no new progress bar, he would have to look for it again. He planned to finish visiting the parts of the county that he had not visited after eating to see if there were any new discoveries. Not long after he finished a bowl of noodles, the feeling of fullness made him very satisfied. After paying the bill, Subai began to stroll around Sheng County again. Most of the places he was shopping at now were places he had never visited before. The streets were noisy. Subai stopped and walked along the way. When he reached a place, he suddenly stopped. Not far away was a slightly luxurious house. There were 2 stone lions standing at the entrance. Lanterns were hung on both sides of the door. Due to the daytime, they were not lit up. There were 2 words written on the plaque at the top of the door: Lu residence, that woman's house. Subai looked at the plaque and pondered. Unknowingly, they had already arrived at the Lu residence. Subai thought of the masked woman that night and decided to leave. After last night, they didn't have much interaction. Subai didn't plan to cause trouble here. However, sometimes the more he didn't want to do something, the more he wanted to do something for him. Subai's gaze followed the street. There were light footsteps. Accompanied by the footsteps was a young monk in green. He was dressed in an ethereal green robe. The green monk robe matched the young monks and the noisy streets, making him look particularly outstanding. The green-robed monk walked along the street. He seemed to have sensed Subai's gaze and looked in Subai's direction. The place where Subai was standing just now was empty. No one? The green-robed monk frowned. He clearly felt someone staring at him just now. Why was there no one there all of a sudden? With that thought in mind, the green-robed monk looked around. After searching for a long time, he could not find the owner of the gaze. Only then did he temporarily give up the idea of searching. Arriving at the Lu residence, he knocked on the door gently. After a while, the servants of the Lu family opened the door. The 2 of them seemed to have talked for a while before bringing the monk in green in. After the door closed, Subai stood in the alley at the corner of the street and rubbed his chin. That bald head was really not bad, a good head. Chapter 46. The plan unfolds. Subai had been staring at the monk's head since he appeared. There were 9 scars on the shiny bald head. Of course, Subai didn't mean anything else. He just thought that this head was really a good one. It was for nothing but the golden progress bar above his head. When the monk appeared, he was prepared to leave. However, when he glanced at the monk, he noticed a golden progress bar above the monk's head. "I've worn out my iron shoes and searched everywhere, but it didn't take me much effort to find it." Subai was very excited. He finally saw a new progress bar. However, he was also thinking about how he could get his hands on the progress bar. First of all, the identity of this monk was unknown. Secondly, the situation here was different from Yun Xiang's. Yun Xiang ran an inn and could go over at any time, but the Lu residence could not be entered at any time. Something's wrong. Subai thought for a moment and suddenly slapped his head. He realized that he was getting more and more fond of the progress bar. Today he happened to encounter a new progress bar and couldn't help but stand there and think about it for a while. Go back and think about it slowly. After Subai understood, he turned around and left. While he was thinking about how to get the head, the monk in green had already entered the Lu residence. Under the butler's lead, they arrived at the reception area. Lu Su was sitting on a chair with a veil over her face. "Miss, I've brought him here." The butler bowed. Lu Su nodded and let the butler leave first. The butler did not ask for the reason and turned around to leave. The living room was quiet, leaving only Lu Su and the green-robed monk. "Greetings, almsgiver Lu. I have heard of your great name. It is my honor to meet you today." The monk in green put his hands together and bowed. Lu Su did not answer but pointed to the chair on the right. The green-robed monk did not hold back. He bent down, tidied his monk robe and slowly walked to his seat. "May I know your name?" Lu Su's voice was calm. Even though she was covered with a white veil, one could tell that she had an inexplicable sense of alienation. "My Buddhist name is Wu Hua." The monk in green replied hurriedly. In terms of attitude there was no neglect or fault. "I came here for one thing. I heard that almsgiver Lu has been in Shang County recently, so I came to ask." No Flower put his palms together, his face kind. Lu Su raised her eyebrows. "After the official was killed, I returned to Shang County from the Qingyun Academy. However, I did hear about the official. He seems to have pocketed the money and colluded with the Extreme Life sect." Speaking of this, Lu Su thought of what that mysterious person had said that night and repeated it word for word. In her opinion, if it was really a chivalrous act, she would definitely help. It just so happened that No Flower had revealed the news to the crowd. "Almsgiver Lu, you've misunderstood. We already know that Tai Xuanxin pocketed the money. The person who killed him didn't do anything evil, so we won't pursue the matter." No Flower laughed. When Lu Su heard this, she was slightly taken aback. "You guys haven't even arrived yet. How did you investigate?" Ever since this incident, the people in the department quickly searched for clues and figured out the cause and effect. No Flower explained. "Then why are you here this time?" Lu Su was puzzled. Since it wasn't about the officials, then it must be something else. However, she couldn't figure out what she needed to ask. Of course, she was also relieved. This proved that the mysterious man was right. It was indeed the official who had pocketed the money. "Almsgiver Lu, can you help me find that expert?" No Flower asked. Lu Su shook her head, indicating that she wasn't sure. Then she seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Didn't the department already investigate? Can't they find out?" "If everything can be investigated as I wish, there will be no evil people in this world." No Flower smiled bitterly. Lu Su placed her elbow on the table and carefully recalled what had happened that night. She shook her head again, indicating that she could not find that person. Sigh. No Flower sighed. This action made Lu Su pay attention. "Why are you looking for him?" Lu Su asked. "This is what I need to do. I need help." "All right, almsgiver Lu, take a look at this letter. It's from your teacher." No Flower patted his bald head. As if he had thought of something, he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it over. Lu Su took the letter and opened it. After she finished reading the letter, she placed it on the table. The content of the letter was very simple. He asked Lu Su to continue staying in Shang County and not return to the Qingyun Academy. As for the reason why she stayed here, it was to help No Flower. "What's so important that you want to find that person?" Lu Su asked doubtfully. "Almsgiver Lu, it's very important, so I need your help. I can't tell you yet because I'm not sure." No Flower apologized. Since No Flower didn't say anything, Lu Su couldn't be bothered to ask. It was hard to disobey his master's orders, so it was fine to stay here. Coincidentally, she really wanted to find a chance to find out the identity of that mysterious person. That night Lu Su understood that she had suffered a great loss. He had revealed all his secrets, but in the end he knew nothing about that mysterious person. How could he bear to suffer losses? With Lu Su's personality, she naturally couldn't endure it. At the very least, she had to figure out the other party's identity. He could use this opportunity to find an excuse. "All right, almsgiver Lu, I'll be staying in the Lu residence during this period of time to avoid attracting attention." No Flower added. This was a small matter, so Lu Su agreed. After the two of them exchanged a few more words, Lu Su asked the butler to take No Flower away. On the other side, Subai had finished strolling around the remaining spots and returned to the bodyguard agency. He was speechless at the fact that he still found nothing. It was like he was used to eating big fish and meat before. Now that he was suddenly a vegetarian, who could stand it? That bald head, I have to find a way. Subai thought as he walked. In his eyes the bald head was too eye-catching, especially the golden progress bar. He was even more envious. "No, I can't give up. If there's a chance, I'll fill up the progress bar." With this thought in mind, Subai had already walked to the entrance of the bodyguard agency. The sun was about to set. At this time the escorts had already left. When he got home, Subai didn't rest. Instead, he waited until the sun had set. He took out the clothes he had worn that night from the cupboard and covered his face with a cloth. When it was late at night, Subai changed into an ordinary long saber and went out alone. Lin Manor. The Lin family's master Lin Fu had been in a bad mood. Recently, everyone knew that no one in the Lin residence dared to approach that courtyard. Even the maidservants who were usually favored had become cautious. There was no other reason. The only child of the Lin family had died and Lin Fu was no longer able to give birth. Therefore, in the current situation, the Lin family could be said to have no successor, a huge family fortune. Lin Fu, who did not inherit the title, was so worried that his hair was turning white. In the luxurious room, Lin Fu slammed the table with anger. Chapter 47, Sweet Tongue. 1. He hated it. The Lin family had already lost their heir, but the person who had caused it was not punished. Lin Fu felt depressed. If that courtesan Belle had been severely punished, he wouldn't have felt so bad. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, County Magistrate Zhang cowered. Not only did he cower, but he also cowered completely. He even drew a clear line with him. This situation made his heart turn ashen. When he remembered that his family was already dead, his heart became even more complicated. I give you money every month, but you treat me like this. Other people take money to do things, but you forget about it after taking money. Lin Fu gritted his teeth. His eyes were red and his old face was filled with endless anger. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. It was as if the fire was about to rush out of his body and he could not control it at all. He was old and his body was not in good condition. Lin Fu was angry and felt weak all over. At this moment there was a knock on the door. Don't come in. Do you treat my words as farts? Lin Fu shouted. No one dared to approach his courtyard, but at this moment the door was pushed open and a masked man walked in. Who are you? No matter how angry he was, Lin Fu felt that something was wrong. Why would a masked stranger come in? He returned to normal, his eyes filled with caution. Old Master Lin is very angry. Other than his hands, only his eyes could be seen. He lowered his voice and pretended to be hoarse. What do you mean? This is the Lin Manor. Lin Fu was experienced in the business world. He had encountered this situation before, so he managed to maintain his composure. I came to see if you have any thoughts of avenging your son, Subai said indifferently. Revenge? Lin Fu stood up instantly. Did he want revenge? Yes. Even in his dreams he thought hearing this word. No matter how well he pretended, he could not help but react. If you have something to say, just say it. What do you mean? What revenge? Lin Fu forced himself to remain calm, but he still couldn't hide his emotions. Your only son is dead, but you can't avenge him. Do you feel aggrieved? Subai said slowly. Lin Fu did not say anything. He looked straight at Subai. No one knew what he was thinking. In the end, the problem lies with County Magistrate Zhang. If he had helped you, how could you have ended up like this? Subai said. Lin Fu still didn't say anything, but from Subai's perspective, Lin Fu's hands were clenched tightly. There is no heir in the family. So what if you have a huge family fortune? His son was dead, and as a father he couldn't avenge him. What kind of father was this? Subai continued. At this moment Lin Fu finally reacted. Do you think I don't want revenge? Shang County was the county town of County Magistrate Zhang alone. The mountains were high and the emperor was far away. No one could deal with him. Of course he wanted to take revenge, but he was held back by County Magistrate Zhang. How could he take revenge? People think of ways. As long as you want to do it, there will be a way. Subai said with a smile. What is it? Lin Fu asked. At this point he had already fallen into Subai's trap. As long as you can take down Zhang with your Lin family's power, it's easy to kill a prostitute before the next county magistrate arrives, Subai said slowly. Lin Fu was stunned for a moment and then his heart was in turmoil. If County Magistrate Zhang heard this, he would be finished. He had never even thought of this method because in his inherent thinking the people would not fight with the officials. However, after Subai's reminder, it was like a seed planted in the soil that gradually sprouted after being watered by rain. It can't go away and it can't be scattered. Lin Fu swallowed hard and asked subconsciously, how can I take him down? The moment he asked, he immediately shut up. You must know the amount of money you've bribed better than anyone else. If this amount is made public, then no matter how capable he is, he won't be able to reverse the situation. Subai placed his hand on the long saber and said slowly, you're harming the Lin family. If something happens to the person who took the bribe, the person who bribed won't have a good time either, Lin Fu said. Although he said that the feasibility of this plan had already appeared in his mind. Shang County was located in a remote area. It was a small county town. In Shang County, County Magistrate Zhang could indeed cover the sky with one hand, this plan was indeed good. Once the matter of County Magistrate Zhang taking bribes was exposed, the Great Chu state would definitely punish him severely. A small county magistrate was gone. Great Chu just developed. If this thing is exposed, will lead to the people's hearts not stable as to the emperor will never be soft. Even without this small county magistrate, the emperor could still have the effect of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, but there was an important premise to this, and that was that the person who bribed him would also be severely punished. Otherwise, why was County Magistrate Zhang so fearless? Because everyone was tied to the same rope. If something happened, everyone would get into trouble together. Lin Fu had to worry about the Lin family. If he really did this, it would definitely affect him. Do you still not understand what I mean? Everything has a reason. If you use your son's death as an excuse to do this, you will definitely be finished. Subai shook his head. Change the method? Lin Fu felt that his brain wasn't enough. No matter what method he used, he was bribing them. Could he escape? Think about it carefully. If a person who has been bullied and forced to bribe really can't take it anymore and then sue County Magistrate Zhang, you will instead become a person who doesn't fear power, Subai said straightforwardly. As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Lin Fu seemed to be thinking about the feasibility of the matter. After a while he asked, "Who are you?" Now he finally brought up the most important question. "I have a grudge with County Magistrate Zhang. As for what it is, you don't have to ask. If I wanted to deal with you, I would have done it long ago." Subai said. He gave himself a reason, otherwise he would not be able to persuade this old fellow. Good. Lin Fu finally made a decision. "I have an account book at home, I remember it clearly. When the time comes, I'll bring it to the capital and make him suffer." He had already made up his mind. When he thought about how he could not even take revenge after his son died and how he had no descendants, he could not help but feel angry. In this day and age, those who were arrogant were afraid of death, Lin Fu thought. Subai thought that Lin Fu could only write it down, but he didn't expect there to be a ledger, a debt. Even better. Just say that your son's death stirred up your thoughts of resistance, so you decided to announce this matter. That way you'll be fine. Of course, there's still a process in between. Subai extended his index finger. What process? Lin Fu asked. Chapter 48, Heading to the Lu family. And what was the process? The plan had already come to this point, so Lin Fu let the other party continue. You can't make a move and you can't leave Shang County. Shang County only has such a small area. If you go out, Magistrate Zhang will be suspicious. Subai paced back and forth and said, "I can't make a move and I have to send the news out." "You mean you want me to send someone to send the news?" Lin Fu pondered. "Isn't there a Dragon Conqueror bodyguard agency in Shang County? You can ask them to deliver the goods and let your butler deliver the goods. Even if something happens, you will only blame the Dragon Conqueror bodyguard agency and your butler, right?" Subai said. The Dragon Conqueror bodyguard agency was now his property. The most important thing now was to make Lin Fu feel safe, so escorting was one way. At the same time, if he wanted to scheme against the Lin family and County Magistrate Zhang, he had to first clean himself up. Such a sentence was equivalent to listing the Dragon Conqueror bodyguard agency as not involved in this matter and only as a transportation tool. It could dispel Lin Fu's suspicions about the Dragon Conqueror bodyguard agency and pave the way for his subsequent plans. This is a good idea. Then I'll go and prepare it now. Yes. Subai didn't say anything more and turned to leave. After Subai left, the Lin family's old master sat back down on the chair and looked at the oil lamp on the table with a gloomy expression. "County Magistrate Zhang, since you were unkind, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. There is no successor, so what use do I have for this money?" After Subai left the Lin mansion, he did not return to the bodyguard agency. Instead, he went to the Lu mansion. At this time, the red lanterns outside the Lu residence had been hung up, illuminating the two stone lions at the door red. After arriving at the corner, Subai climbed over the wall with ease. Since the matter over there had already been settled, he needed to settle the matter here. Only by combining both sides could he achieve perfection. The courtyard of the Lu residence was quiet. But at this time there was still a room that was brightly lit. Subai had come to look for Lu Su, but he did not know where Lu Su's room was. Seeing a brightly lit room, he subconsciously walked over. From time to time there would be servants walking around in the courtyard doing patrol work. After the servants left, Subai finally approached the brightly lit room. The window was tightly shut, so she couldn't see what was inside, but she could hear the sound. Duo duo duo. The rhythmic sound of the wooden fish rang out, making it seem a little lively in the cold night. Wooden fish? Subai was stunned for a moment, then he remembered the young monk. Could it be that this monk lives in the Lu residence? He couldn't see the situation inside from the window, but if it was Lu Su's room, there would definitely not be the sound of the wooden fish. Subai thought of the progress bar he saw during the day. He resisted the urge to stay here and left. Now it was more important to get down to business. As for the progress bar, he would figure it out later. Anyway, this monk had no intention of leaving the Lu residence. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Thinking of this, Subai started searching the other rooms again. That night he smelled the scent of sandalwood on Lu Su. It was definitely not a body fragrance but a genuine sandalwood fragrance. The sandalwood that could make people smell it was definitely used a lot, so there must be a residual smell in the room. Subai walked along the courtyard while hiding from the servants. Not long after, he stopped in front of a room in the backyard. A refreshing fragrance wafted out of the room and even the windows could not be blocked. Yes, this is the place. Subai wanted to raise his hand and knock on the door gently, then hid to the side. Not long after, a female voice came from inside. Who is it? The sound was crisp like the chirping of an oriole. This was Lu Su's voice. It's me, Subai said through the crack in the door. His voice was hoarse just like that night. The room fell into silence, followed by a puzzled voice. Who are you? Why did you come to my house in the middle of the night? Although Subai had his face covered, he couldn't help but want to complain. At that time I already guessed your identity. Do you think I can't find you in person? Open the door quickly, I have something to discuss. After a while the door was opened. Lu Su was dressed in white and her face was covered with a white veil. Although her expression could not be seen, it was obvious from her eyes that she was very angry at this moment, really angry. The other party had already figured out all his background, but he knew nothing about him. Other than knowing that he had killed those people from the Extreme Life cult, he knew nothing else. He was very angry, especially in this situation. This was directly sticking to his face. What do you want? Lu Su had no intention of letting Subai enter. Subai looked around and said, let's go in first. Lu Su thought for a moment and said, wait a moment. As she spoke, she bent down and touched the ground. From Subai's angle, he saw Lu Su pulling out a row of iron nails from the ground. The iron nails were tied in a row with a thumb-long iron chain. They were carried by her and they were still shining with a cold light. If anyone stepped in, their feet would be pierced through. In the martial world there are some things that we have to be careful about. Lu Su didn't seem embarrassed at all. Wait for me for a while, I'll remove some of the common mechanisms. Wait. Let's talk outside. Subai raised his hand to stop him. It was a very common mechanism, which meant that there were also uncommon ones. Wasn't Lu Su a scholar? Why are you doing all these fancy things? Forget it, I'm not going in. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that it wasn't necessary. Alright, there's a small pavilion in the backyard. Let's talk there. Lu Su walked out of the house and closed the door behind her. The two of them went to the small pavilion in the backyard. When they arrived at the pavilion, Subai did not hide anything and told them his thoughts. You mean you want me to handle these matters? Lu Su was slightly surprised. Subai nodded. You know that my identity can't be exposed, so I'll leave it to you. Will you do it? Lu Su fell silent. After a while she nodded. As long as you believe me, I can do it. I'm also taking revenge for Xiaoyu. I still have a question. How should we deal with the Lin family? Lu Su asked. Don't worry about this matter. Leave the rest to me. I definitely won't let them live an easy life. Subai said. Seeing this situation, Lu Su didn't ask any further. Alright, then I'll leave first. I'll give you the things when the time comes. Subai stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment Lu Su thought of something and hurriedly asked Subai to stay. What's wrong? Subai frowned. Today a guest came to the Lu family. He is a disciple of the Titanium Temple. The matter of you killing the official has been investigated. Lu Su repeated Wu Hua's words. Subai nodded. It would be best if it could be solved. He was not surprised. There's one more thing. Lu Su organized her words. Chapter 49, Successful. 1. Subai didn't leave. Since he was already here, he should make everything clear. He didn't have a new progress bar to work on, so he had a lot of time. Of course, Subai still couldn't forget that bald head, Jin Gang Temple. It sounded like a temple of monks. He guessed that it was related to the monk in green. Sure enough, Lu Su first told him about No Flower's identity. Have an inspectorate. Subai touched his chin. You said there was something else just now. It's related to this, right? Something like that. He already knew about the matter of iron calculation immortal. This time he came for another matter. He wants to find help. Lu Su said, help her. Subai looked at Lu Su with a strange expression and said, don't tell me there's still you? Lu Su stretched out her fair fingers and rubbed the space between her eyebrows. Her tone was filled with helplessness. I didn't want to either, but he had my teacher's letter. I had no choice but to stay here. In Great Chu, other than those from the evil path, most of the people in the martial world were unwilling to become enemies with the Heaven Inspectorate. After all, from the perspective of the Great Chu's level, the Heaven Inspectorate was in charge of managing the people in the martial world and the strange monsters. Many people in the martial world even had the goal of joining the Sky Supervision Department. After all, joining the Sky Supervision Department was equivalent to being an official. This was different from the TV series that Subai had watched in his previous life. In the TV series of his previous life, this kind of person should be called the Imperial Court's Eaglehound. However, thinking about it carefully, being able to rely on Great Chu was something that many people in the martial world dreamed of. The Titanium Temple has a powerful background. It's one of the top 10 temples in Great Chu. This monk called Wu Hua can be considered a favored disciple in the Titanium Temple. Lu Su was someone who had received much attention in the Qingyun Academy. She knew more about the ways of Jianghu than Subai. I'll go back and think about it. Let's settle the matter with County Magistrate Zhang first. Subai thought for a moment and replied. According to his thoughts, he did not want to get involved in this matter at all. However, not long ago he found a progress bar on the flowerless bald head. Who could endure this? What he lacked now was a progress bar for the legitimate liver. This reason tempted him. However, he had to prioritize everything. He had to solve the matter of County Magistrate Zhang first. After all, the plan had gone so far. If he didn't solve it, he would feel that there was something he hadn't done. Do you need me to talk to him? Lu Su asked. Not for now, we'll talk about it later. Subai said. He looked at the sky. It was getting late, so he didn't plan to stay any longer and left the Lu residence. Lu Su tightened her white clothes and looked at the small lake in the backyard. A gust of wind blew in the night and it was slightly cold. The small lake was clear and few people came. The way the academy teaches scholars is not necessarily correct. This time I will accompany you to go crazy. As she thought about it, Lu Su turned her head and strode back to her room. The next day, ever since that night, Subai hadn't made any big moves. He had been waiting. Lin Feng was death, left the Lin family without a successor. If it were him, he would not be able to swallow this humiliation no matter what. When she talked to Lin Fu last night, she could see him gnashing his teeth. Lin Fu was just worried that this matter would get him into trouble. However, after the full exchange last night, Subai said that this fire would not burn Lin Fu, and he guessed that Lin Fu had also thought about it. What he needed to do now was to wait. If Lin Fu still gave up, he would have to use a new method. The day passed by in a daze. In the afternoon, the front yard suddenly became bustling with excitement. You're here? Subai stood up from the stool and went to the front yard. At this moment, the escorts were making a ruckus. They surrounded someone in the middle, but because there were too many people, they could not see clearly. Why aren't you guys training? Subai felt that he had to pretend that he was at the right time. Subai's voice had long been engraved in the hearts of the escorts in the Dragon Conqueror Bodyguard Agency. Therefore, when they suddenly heard him, the escorts shuddered and made way for him. Subai stepped into the front yard. The escorts stood on both sides with their chests puffed out and their heads held high. What happened? Subai frowned. Luer reacted the fastest. He walked forward and lowered his voice. But even if he lowered his voice, it could not change his excitement. Luer spat out a sentence. Brother Su, there's a dart. Luer's words were filled with excitement. The bodyguards were also standing guard at the side waiting for Subai's orders. Only then did Subai realize that there was an old man in his 50s standing in the courtyard. The old man was dressed in silk clothes. The edges of his clothes were very smooth and there were no wrinkles at all. His hands were behind his back and his head was held high, looking very arrogant. What dart? Subai asked, pretending not to know. According to the rules of the Dragon Conqueror Bodyguard Agency, when the escort master was not around, no matter how small the escort was, they could not accept it. Everything had to wait for the escort master to return before they could make a decision. Therefore, when Subai wasn't in the front yard, Luer and the others didn't dare to break this rule and had been waiting. They didn't dare to call Subai. If he still hadn't woken up, no one knew what would happen if he got angry. This is the old butler of the Lin mansion. He came to ask us to send him to the capital. Luer came closer and whispered, Oh? The butler of the Lin manor? Subai suddenly understood, as if he had just realized it. You are the manager of the Dragon Conqueror Bodyguard Agency? This is what our Lin family's old master asked me to bring over. He wants you to send it to the Wu family in the capital as soon as possible. The old butler held a wooden box in his hand, his face full of arrogance. The capital was the capital of Great Chu. Subai rubbed his chin and looked at the wooden box in front of him, thinking about the situation inside. The Wu family in Beijing? What's the origin of this? When they were chatting that night, they did not say that they were going to report it to the Wu family. Instead, they were going to report it directly to the capital. It seemed like Lin Fu still had something up his sleeve. Fortunately, he had held back at that time. In order to clear his name, he deliberately said that he wanted to transport it through the bodyguard agency. The goal was simple. Firstly, it was to convey to Lin Fu that the bodyguard agency had nothing to do with this matter. After all, no one would set themselves up. If it was really related, the bodyguard agency would not be involved in this matter. Secondly, he wanted to be closely connected to the whole thing to prevent Lin Fu from playing any tricks. Now it seemed that there was indeed a problem. Yes. Subai said without hesitation, this is your reward. The old butler threw over a bag of broken silver. Subai opened it and took a look. There was a lot of money inside. He threw it to Lu'er and reached out to the old butler. The old butler handed the exquisite wooden box to Subai without hesitation. Subai tried it out and found that it was quite heavy. He thought to himself, this dishonest thing. Chapter 50, very busy tonight. Remember, safety is the top priority. We don't need to rush. The old butler handed the wooden box to Subai and said arrogantly. Subai didn't even bother to look back. He turned around and entered the backyard. Ew. The old butler was stunned and was about to flare up. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, when he saw the bodyguards around him and thought about how he was alone here, it would not be good if he angered them. Humph. Don't delay this important matter. The old butler snorted coldly and left with a wave of his sleeves. A few bodyguards escorted the old butler to the door. Brother Su, when are we leaving? Lu'er quickly followed and asked. This escort mission looked quite easy. It was just a small gift. They had not forgotten the purpose of opening this bodyguard agency. It was to wash away the money in their hands. Now that they had this opportunity, they would not let it go. I'll inform you when the time comes. We'll talk about it in 2 days. Subai walked into the backyard and said without turning his head, all right. Lu'er and the others were not in a hurry. They watched Subai enter the house. Everyone hurry up and practice. Don't cause any trouble. The escorts dispersed and returned to the front yard to practice their skills. Inside the room, Subai placed the wooden box on the table. There was a lock on the wooden box. It looked very delicate and complicated. It would be difficult to open it without a key. Gotcha. Subai pulled out his ghost head blade and gave it a light flick. The lock broke in the middle. Then he eagerly opened the wooden box and found a letter inside. Underneath the letter was a thick book. Just like what I said at the time, this letter should be the thing that cleared him of bribery. The Wu family had appeared out of nowhere, so the problem must be with this letter. Subai placed ghost head blade on the table and picked up the envelope. After opening it, he took out the letter inside and began to read it. Not long after he finished reading the letter, I knew it. I wouldn't send a letter to the Wu family for no reason, so it's to deal with me. This letter was sent to the Wu family in the capital. The letter was filled with the complaints and grievances of the Lin family's old master. The general content was that his son had died and the cause of death was also explained. Lin Fu couldn't take it lying down if Magistrate Zhang didn't help his family, therefore he sent the accounts to the Wu family in the capital hoping that the Wu family would help them. As for what the Wu family did, the letter said that they were also a prestigious family in the capital. The reason why the Lin family had a relationship with the Wu family was because the Lin family had a small business that was related to the Wu family. This business was small, but Lin Fu still made use of it. According to Lin Fu's letter, he was willing to use half of the Lin family's assets in exchange for protection. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was another sentence added at the end. There was a mysterious person who threatened me as well. He had a long saber hanging from his waist. He was probably with County Magistrate Zhang. It was obvious that this sentence was directed at Subai. After all, this was Subai's idea, and Lin Fu was worried that he might have something to use against him. Some people really think too highly of themselves. Subai tore the letter into pieces and burned it in the brazier beside him. Then he took out the account book. Why would a prestigious family in the capital be interested in a wealthy businessman in a remote county? It was impossible, not to mention half of his assets. He might not even sell all of his assets. The reason was very simple. When you had 100 million yuan, no one would be willing to pay 1,000 yuan to deal with a small county official. As for the Wu family mentioned in the letter, he was not interested. This was because they would not be sending it out at all. The next part of the plan was the most exciting part. The account book recorded the amount of bribes the Lin family had bribed County Magistrate Zhang. Every account was recorded in detail. In this day and age, everyone had to leave a backup plan for themselves. There was a possibility that the accounts were falsified, but once it was exposed, they had to investigate. If they found out anything, County Magistrate Zhang would not be able to survive. Even though County Magistrate Zhang was able to cover the sky with one hand in Shang County, if these things were really exposed, the Emperor of Great Chu would not forgive him. Even if County Magistrate Zhang had all kinds of talents, the Emperor would not be lenient. After all, this was a good opportunity to make an example of others. Most of the accounts book was about normal transactions, but there were a few pages in the middle that contained the amount of bribes to County Magistrate Zhang. Moreover, the letter emphasized that County Magistrate Zhang had forced him to do all this. However, if he really wanted to investigate, would he be able to find out if he was forced? He couldn't find out. Once this account was handed over to the capital, the Lin family would have the upper hand. Coupled with the Wu family, it might really be possible to wash away the suspicion of bribery. You really remember it in detail. However, the more detailed you remember, the faster you will die. Subai put down the account book and tapped his fingers on the table. County Magistrate Zhang Lin Fenghua and the Lin residents were all involved in Xiaoyu's death, especially the Lin mansion. Subai would not believe that the Lin mansion had not participated in this matter. Now Subai had already come up with a comprehensive plan. You have planted a seed and you have to return the fruit. Karma karma, you have to taste the bitter fruit. He took out a few pieces of paper from the cabinet and wrote down the contents of the bribe. When he was done, Subai put the notes into his clothes. He closed the account book again and placed the account book and the lock in a secret place in the house. Then he wrote another letter and took out the few pieces of paper from his clothes. He stuffed the notes into the letter and sealed the envelope. After doing all this, Subai changed into the clothes he was wearing before. He covered his face and went out to the front yard. At this time the sky was already dark and the escorts had already left. After leaving the bodyguard agency, Subai walked toward the county office. The gate of the county office was already closed and no one was guarding outside. Subai came to the corner of the yamen and easily climbed in. The design of the county office was very ingenious. The front yard was used to do all kinds of things that the county office should do, and the backyard was where the county magistrate lived. Although it was late, the oil lamp was still lit in the main room. Other than that, the other rooms were silent. Subai quietly walked to the front of the main house and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" County Magistrate Zhang's surprised voice came from the room. "It's him." After Subai confirmed County Magistrate Zhang's identity, he threw the envelope in his hand on the ground and used the force and body movements. His figure was like a ghost as he disappeared into the corner. The door opened and County Magistrate Zhang poked his head out with a puzzled expression. He held a brush in his right hand and a faint white light appeared on the brush. It was quiet outside the house. There was no one there. The envelope on the ground caught his attention. County Magistrate Zhang frowned, picked up the envelope, closed the door and walked into the house. Not long after, the sound of a teacup shattering came from the room. Chapter 51. The fishes baited. The sound of the teacup shattering was especially clear in the night and it traveled even further. After hearing the sound of the teacup shattering, Subai stood in the corner and left with satisfaction. Magistrate Zhang held the letter in the brightly lit room with trembling hands. The contents of the letter were written on the paper. When he finished reading all the contents, his hands trembled and his eyes were filled with anger. The content was very simple. It was to tell him that the Lin family planned to submit the bribery records to the capital and wanted to drag him down from his current position. Moreover, the Lin family had used other reasons to deliver the goods through the Dragon Conqueror bodyguard agency in order to be cautious. In addition to this letter, there were also a few pieces of paper with the records of bribery. From County Magistrate Zhang's point of view, the contents were exactly the same. It was recorded from beginning to end. He didn't know who sent the letter, but if that was the case, then his official position was over. Who sent it? County Magistrate Zhang thought. After thinking for a long time, he temporarily gave up thinking about the source of the letter. Is it important who sent this letter? Of course it was important, but there was something more important right now. That was to quickly block the transmission of the account book. There were priorities and County Magistrate Zhang did not intend to wait any longer. He couldn't care less. He stepped out of the door and shouted in the courtyard, "Men!" The county government of Great Chu also had bailiffs on duty at night and they lived in the backyard. Following Magistrate Zhang's shout, a sound came from the backyard. Then several bailiffs ran out. A few of the bailiffs were in a hurry and didn't even put on their clothes properly. They put them on as they ran. "Go to the Dragon Conqueror bodyguard agency and secretly bring the escort master here." County Magistrate Zhang said, "We must take advantage of the night and not alarm anyone. We must keep this matter a secret." The bailiffs looked at each other, not knowing what was going on, but hearing that the county magistrate was so serious, they knew it was a big deal and quickly left. After the bailiffs left, County Magistrate Zhang returned to the house and burned all the papers. Looking at the paper that had turned into ashes, County Magistrate Zhang fell into deep thought and thought about other things. Who sent him the letter? What was the purpose of this person? After this crisis was resolved, he would investigate this person. At this time, Subai had already returned to the bodyguard agency. He changed into ordinary clothes, took off his coat and lay on the bed. He carefully recalled the contents of the letter. After confirming that there were no loopholes, he smiled with relief. In the letter he mentioned the Dragon Conqueror bodyguard agency once again, but he did not mention it at all. He only said that the Dragon Conqueror bodyguard agency had accepted a set of escorts. He should be coming soon. Subai closed his eyes and thought that it was almost time. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, someone knocked on the door of the bodyguard agency. Who is it knocking on the door in the middle of the night? Subai put on his coat and walked out of the door. He opened the door and pretended to be surprised. As soon as the door was opened, the bailiffs rushed in and surrounded Subai. "Darren has secretly summoned you. Bring the escort and follow us to the county government," one of the bailiffs said. Because it was a secret, they didn't even bring torches. It was pitch black outside. "What? Ah!
All right, wait for me. Subai walked into the room and took the empty wooden box with him. Let's go.
The bailiff said and led the way. A moment later, in the backyard of the county government, when Subai arrived at the county office, he bumped into Magistrate Zhang. County Magistrate Zhang asked the others to leave, leaving Subai alone. Give it to me.
County Magistrate Zhang was straightforward as he stretched out his hand. Subai pretended to be at a loss. Sir, this is an escort. The biggest taboo in our line of work is, there's a big problem with this thing. Are you trying to disobey my orders?
County Magistrate Zhang interrupted impatiently. He couldn't care less now. Destroying things was the most important thing. Subai shrunk his neck and pretended to be afraid. He carefully handed the wooden box over. County Magistrate Zhang opened the wooden box and found that it was empty. What happened?
What about the things inside?
His expression was filled with anger. Subai was stunned. Then he said, Sir, I don't know either. I've never touched this thing before. No, there was a lock hanging on it. How could it disappear?
Don't you know that there's no lock on it? County Magistrate Zhang's expression turned from anger to gloominess. The account book was gone. What was that person thinking?
He could not figure it out. It was still here last night. You guys were so anxious just now that I didn't pay attention to it. It's over. It's gone before we even started. The escort agency is hopeless. Subai took 2 steps back. His face was very pale and his shoulders could not help but tremble. Subai had vividly portrayed the look of fear and despair on her face. Actually, he could have done it even simpler. However, if he wanted to get rid of the bodyguard agency, he had to do that. Opposite, County Magistrate Zhang slowly calmed down after his anger subsided. He looked at Subai, who had a frightened expression on his face, and tried his best to keep his tone calm.
All right, it's none of your business. Go back quickly. You can't tell anyone about this. Do you understand? Pretend that it never happened.
Too many things had happened tonight, especially the fact that the box was empty. County Magistrate Zhang had a guess in his heart. The mysterious person who had informed him might have taken the account book away quietly. As for why she took it away, she probably wanted to catch him. He couldn't think too much now. He had to settle the matter first. As for the bodyguard in front of him, he definitely could not let him expose the matter. He had to stabilize it first. He wanted to deal with the Lin family first. He would first remove this thing that harbored evil intentions and then think of a way to deal with that mysterious person. The Lin family wanted to use the bodyguard agency to get the things out, so the situation in the bodyguard agency had to be stabilized. But my lord, my escort, Subai whispered again, let me tell you what's important now is not your thing. This thing is very likely to be stolen goods. I have to slowly verify it. County Magistrate Zhang started to threaten him. Subai quickly shrunk his neck and agreed, indicating that he would never expose himself. You can go first. County Magistrate Zhang waved his hand. Subai nodded. It was as if this place was the crater of a volcano. He didn't dare to stay and quickly left. After Subai left, County Magistrate Zhang's face was still gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking and no one knew what he was planning. The night wind was very cold. Apart from the gloomy look in County Magistrate Zhang's eyes, there was also a hint of ruthlessness. Subai walked out of the yamen until he reached the bodyguard agency. His expression did not change until he closed the door behind him. Finally, he could not help but smile. The fish had taken the bait. Chapter 52, Almsgiver devoted to Buddha. 1. People who were fishing might be careless, but the moment the fish took the bait, they would always be as happy as a child. After expending so much effort, the net was already open, waiting for the fish to fall into it. It was a sleepless night and he was very busy. After Subai returned to the escort agency, he changed into the clothes he rarely wore and covered his face with a cloth. He found the account book he had left in a secret place and changed it into an ordinary long saber before rushing to the Liu residence. The road is dark, the streets are deserted. Subai arrives at Liu mansion. The familiar door is familiar. The familiar road climbs over the wall and enters. At this moment he felt like he was a little like the TV series from his previous life, and it was very aggressive. Wasn't that how it was in TV dramas? Great heroes liked to go high and mighty and never took the ordinary path. For example, when they were drinking on the second floor of the tavern, they could have taken the stairs down, but they had to jump out of the window. After a series of twists and turns, they fell to the ground pretentiously. Oh right, if there was a beautiful woman who fell from the sky and was caught by the hero steadily, they would look at each other affectionately after spinning in the air a few times. Know the sense of deja vu was too strong. Subai shook his head, trying to get rid of the thoughts in his head. The Liu residence was still as usual. Other than a few servants on duty patrolling back and forth, everything was quiet as usual. After jumping off the wall, he looked left and right. Just as he was about to run to Lu Su's room, he did not expect a voice to come from the side. Patron, you're here again. This voice was gentle and amiable, sounding like a spring breeze, like the warm sun in the cold winter. Subai was shocked. When he turned his head to look, he found something extremely shiny in the dark night. That was a bald head. Under the moonlight, the bald head reflected a strange light, especially above the bald head. The golden progress bar was eye-catching. Monk Wu Hua? Subai cursed in his heart. Ever since you entered the wrong room for the first time, I have already noticed it. However, I felt that it was a little abrupt to meet you for the first time, so I didn't show up. No Flower put his palms together and bowed slightly. I guess almsgiver Lu must have told almsgiver about me. It shouldn't be rude now. The night was dark and the courtyard was quiet. Subai grabbed the long saber at his waist and stared at No Flower, his true core strength flowing slightly. This monk was not a kind person. Just this steadiness was far from what ion calculation immortal could compare to. Benefactor, I'm not here to fight. I just want to ask for help. No Flower's expression was calm. He still held his palms together. As for the matter between you and almsgiver Lu, I didn't see anything. When he said this, No Flower acted very normal. Didn't they say that monks don't lie? Why do you have to lie? Subai said in a low voice. Lying, using a lie to cover up a lie, what you get will always be a lie. Didn't monks not use the word truth? My master once said that the Buddhist Dharma of the Titanium Temple enters the mortal world and experiences all kinds of things in the mortal world. Lying is one of them, No Flower said seriously. Subai was speechless. This answer was unexpected. Were all members of the Titanium Temple this tough? My master also said that if you want someone to believe your point of view, it is most important to have a strong fist. Of course, this is only the first thing. The second thing is to defeat them in the field they are good at. No Flower said seriously. Seeing the monk's serious expression and listening to his words, Subai felt that it was funny. These words were very right and there was nothing wrong with them. However, these words came from a monk, so it was a little different. However, what no? Flower said made Subai really want to meet his master. What are they teaching? One of the 10 great temples in Great Chu. Was it so extravagant? What bet? Subai's interest was piqued. He rubbed his chin. I see that you have a long saber on your waist, so you must be a martial artist. Our Titanium Temple uses divine essence to cast Buddha's light. The higher the level of Buddhism, the stronger the ability. The masters in the temple are even more indestructible. No Flower bowed slightly, appearing very humble. Invincible Vajra? Eat my blade? I've never heard of such a strange request before. Subai pulled out the long saber from his waist. Then what's your bet? Because I wanted you to help me with something, but I didn't know how to say it, so I chose the simplest method. If I could take your blade, you would agree to help me. If not, I would help you with something. No Flower lowered his eyes, enchanted. After thinking about it, he decided to meet Subai. However, at this moment it seemed that it would be pointless to say more, so it was better to get straight to the point. Of the two situations that his master had mentioned, he chose the latter because it was not suitable for him to fight in the Lu residence. Defeating others in their field of expertise and shattering their beliefs would allow him to smoothly infuse his own requirements. This was what his master had taught him. Blade? No way. Although the Titanium Temple did not cultivate the physical body, it used divine essence to cast Buddhist light, which could be said to be superb in both attack and defense. He could tell that the other party's strength was only at rank 8. The reason was his special ability, which was also the reason why he had received so much attention in Titanium Temple. Wisdom Eye was his special ability. He had obtained one of the 5 Buddhist eyes: the naked eye, the heavenly eye, the discerning eye, the Dharma eye, and the Buddha eye. The so-called wisdom eye is the Arhat's attainments. He can see the signs of the 12 karma and the circulation of life and death. Therefore he can leave the cycle of life and death, not be bound by the physical and mental world, leave the 5 khanas and leave the 3 realms. The so-called wisdom eye was the wisdom of the world. It still had the concept of eye, but it was more profound, sharp and agile. The wisdom of the Arhat is self-free and unattached. Of course it looked so powerful, but No Flower only had the ability to see through cultivation, and it couldn't go too far. No Flower believed that no one had been able to break through his defense as an 8th grade martial artist. Of course some geniuses might be able to do it, but they were all famous, so No Flower was extremely confident. He should be able to withstand it. It should be able to catch it. Is that true? Subai's eyes lit up. As long as what you say doesn't go against my heart and doesn't hurt ordinary people in the world, I'll agree. No Flower felt the need to add something. Since this was a bet, he had to be honest. If he was not honest, the other party would look down on him. I want you to teach me Buddhism for at least 5 days. Subai extended his hand and said. After this request was made, No Flower was stunned. He had thought of many situations, but this was the only one he had not thought of. Teaching Buddhism? What kind of weird request was this? Could it be, was this a benefactor who was devoted to Buddhism? It must be. If it were anyone else, they would definitely have made other requests, but this person only wanted him to talk about Buddhism. No Flower sighed. It seemed that his previous thoughts were wrong. although the person in front of him was a Jianghu person, he was a Jianghu person with wisdom. Good, almsgiver, you are devoted to Buddhism and I have agreed. There was a misunderstanding before and I was too superficial. No Flower said seriously. Subai was speechless, he felt that the other party had misunderstood something.
Chapter 53, The Gathering of the Three. He really didn't mean that. It was a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. When he heard No Flower say that he had a request, he thought of the golden progress bar. Wouldn't this make it perfectly justifiable for him to secretly take advantage of her? But unexpectedly No Flower misunderstood. Although it was a misunderstanding, it was a wonderful misunderstanding. Since you've said so, it doesn't seem right for me not to cooperate. Then he would reluctantly cooperate. I've long heard that the Buddhist Dharma is profound and can save others and oneself. I've long wanted to hear about the wonders of the Titanium Temple, Subai said with a smile. Benefactor, I feel ashamed that you can make such a request, but I have something to say first. I can't tell you the secret techniques of the Titanium Temple, I can only tell you ordinary Buddhist scriptures and my views. No Flower said regretfully. He had never taught Buddhism to anyone before, so he was still a little curious about it. It's fine. Subai said indifferently. Dharma? No, he only needed the progress bar, nothing else mattered. Then, let's begin. No matter if I succeed or not, even if you lose, as long as you lend me a hand, I will still tell you about the Dharma, Wulwa said slowly. That's good. Here? Subai smiled and pulled out the long saber at his waist. Although he said that he only needed to wave a knife, this was the Lu residence after all. After making a big commotion, it was easy to attract others. Don't worry, benefactor, this place is very far from where people live. Even if we make a noise, it'll be very difficult to wake us up. No Flower said with a nilp. Then I'm coming. Subai raised the long saber in his hand. Come on. No Flower put his palms together. A green light suddenly bloomed from his glabella and flowed through his entire body. A moment later it enveloped his entire body. Who said that the Buddha's light was golden? Don't look bad, the green light could still be dignified. Coupled with his green monk robes, the current No Flower had a sacred and solemn feeling. Patron, let's begin. Wulwa chanted. Subai didn't waste any words. He spun the long saber in his hand and slashed at No Flower's right arm with his true core strength. In the green light, No Flower laughed happily. He was right, this slash should be fine. Just by looking at this blade, he felt that its power was very weak, so weak that it was full of flaws. It would definitely not be able to break through his defense. Absolutely. The saber was getting closer and closer, full of flaws. Wait. No Flower was still smiling, but when he saw Subai's calm face, his heart was in turmoil. Something was wrong, something was very wrong. When he thought of Lu Su, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Who was Lu Su? To be able to be recruited by the Green Cloud Academy even when she was past the age of reading, she was a genius that received much attention even in the Green Cloud Academy. How could such a mysterious man who had interacted with him be so weak? This slash was ridiculously weak. Moreover, the other party was full of weaknesses, which was even more ridiculous. There's a problem. No Flower thought. However, the blade had already come close and collided with the green light on Wulwa's hand. A crisp sound rang out like a hammer hitting a branding iron, making a ding sound. No Flower felt a huge force coming at him. It actually passed through the green light and slashed towards his arm. If this strike was successful, it would definitely not end well. At this critical moment, No Flower took a step back and gathered all the green light on his arm to block this knife. A small wound appeared on his arm and blood oozed out, dyeing his green monk robe red. You can see through my Buddhist light. No Flower was stunned, his face full of shock. I didn't say I couldn't. Subai said with a smile as he sheathed his long saber at his waist. The attack just now seemed simple, but it was actually very complicated. It was not as ordinary as it looked on the surface. The reason why No Flower felt that his entire body was full of weaknesses was because he had used the reversal of the 4 directions mental cultivation method, which played a decisive role. Under the guidance of true core strength, the so-called weakness was precisely the move that confused the enemy, and the weakness was actually the strongest. It's all about the truth, and the truth. True and false are endless. As for that blade, it came from the breaking style and had the power to break through armor, defense? Sorry, I can break armor. If it weren't for the broken move, Subai wouldn't have agreed so easily. You lost. Subai gripped the hilt of the long saber and said. No Flower wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't admit defeat. He nodded decisively and said, I'll definitely do what I promised. Patron, when are you free? Wait until I'm done with my recent matters. Subai thought for a moment. He still had County Magistrate Zhang's life to take. He had to settle this matter first. No Flower nodded again.
he put his palms together and said, "Actually, I still want to say something. Since you are a person with Buddha nature, I hope you can help me. What I am doing is to maintain the peace of this area. We'll see when the time comes.
I'm going to look for Lu Su now. Do you want to come with me?"
Subai didn't agree, nor did he refuse. This time he had come to the Lu residence for other matters. This was just an interlude and Subai did not intend to stay too long. No Flower shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to follow. Subai turned around and prepared to leave. However, before Subai could take 2 steps, a voice sounded, "You two are fighting at home. Do you really not take me seriously?" Lu Su walked out of the darkness with a brush and a book in her hand. Her eyes were filled with anger. Ordinary people might not be able to hear that voice, but Lu Su was not an ordinary person. She heard it clearly. When she rushed over, she saw the scene in front of her. These 2 men actually fought in her house. It was too much. "Doterly, you've misunderstood. We're just talking about Buddhism." No Flower opened his mouth and lied without blushing or jumping. "I know very well that the so-called purpose of your titanium temple is to enter the mortal world. Don't use your tricks to deceive me." Lu Su glared at him, her anger still rising. The cold and beautiful appearance of the past was gone. She was just short of directly picking up a pen and calling him. "It's about what I said before. I want this benefactor to help
me."
No Flower was helpless. He was very puzzled. The purpose of the titanium temple was very good. Why did it sound like they were very scoundrels?
They were one of the top 10 temples in Great Chu. They were very stylish. Entering the mortal world, didn't it sound nice? No Flower couldn't understand. "I see, you agree?"
Lu Su didn't care what No Flower was thinking. She turned to Subai and asked. Subai shook his head. "Not yet, let's talk about it later. Right now let's settle the matter at hand first." As he spoke, Subai looked at No Flower, meaning that they were going to talk about serious matters now. It didn't seem convenient for a monk to be here. No Flower put his palms together and bowed slightly. "Since you two have something to do, I'll take my leave first."
"You can't leave, since you know you can't leave,"
Lu Su suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, No Flower was stunned. Yubai was also stunned. Chapter 54, Do You Know Your Sin? 1. Although they were all stunned, Subai reacted quickly. He understood what Lu Su meant. Since No Flower had already seen it, he had to drag No Flower down with him, otherwise who could guarantee the consequences? When it came to dragging people into the water, Subai realized that Lu Su was quite capable. "If you don't get involved, I won't help you with your matters. At most you can disobey my teacher's orders. It's not the first time anyway." Lu Su said calmly. From what she said, she was a rebellious girl. "You have to tell me what it is. I can't kill or set fire to it." No Flower didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was really just here to test the waters and get a helper. Why was he treated as a helper instead? It was very uncomfortable. It felt like he had stolen a chicken and ended up losing rice. "I've heard about you. You're a person with discerning eyes. You're in an important position in the Titanium Temple. Moreover, there are rumors in the martial arts world that you're upright and upright." Lu Su slowly explained the reason. Subai rubbed his chin. This didn't affect him much. After all, no one knew his identity. The next step of this plan was to get Lu Su to submit the account book to the relevant institutions and completely topple County Magistrate Zhang. Due to Su Bale's current identity, he couldn't go personally. Coincidentally, Lu Su was helping him. "Benefactor Lu, I don't even know what's going on. How can I help?" No Flower said in a particularly helpless tone. Lu Su didn't continue. Her eyes turned in Subai's direction, meaning to ask for his opinion. "If it were me plus Wulwa, who has the backing of the Qingyun Academy and the Titanium Temple, no matter how much he protects each other, he would give up on County Magistrate Zhang in order to protect himself." Subai did not know much about the officialdom of Great Chu. After all, he had never come into contact with it. However, Lu Su was very clear about this, so she added a layer of insurance. "What are you guys talking about? I really don't understand." No Flower scratched his bald head in confusion. However, he could tell that there was something fishy going on. These two people were probably up to something big. Subai shook his head. "Tell me," he said. "I don't have any objections." After receiving Su Bale's reply, Lu Su no longer tried to hide anything and told him everything that had happened. After saying that, the corner fell into a long silence so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No Flower's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Even though the sky was dark, I could still see anger in Wu Hua's eyes. In addition to anger, there was also sadness. Everyone says that the world is suffering. The Buddha sat in the temple with a smile on his face. He didn't know that the world was suffering, but he made people put down their knives. My master was right. The people from the Titanium Temple who walk the world need to deal with injustice. I am the Buddha of this world. No Flower put his palms together and a faint green light appeared on his body. I did. Just these two simple words. No Flower's tone was filled with determination. He didn't expect that there would be a new hidden story in the small town. What's the difference between a heartless person and a monster? In the Titanium Temple everyone could turn into the demon vanquisher, and He Wu Hua was no exception. A person who has lost his heart is a demon and should surrender. No Flower didn't say anything else after saying this, but he had already made his intentions clear. I'll give you an answer in 3 days, Lu Su said to Su Bai. Su Bai touched the hilt of his long saber. This is just right, it will give County Magistrate Zhang some time. Lu Su was speechless. She didn't understand what he meant because she didn't know what the plan was. She was just following Su Bai's plan. Sin is a chain, there is more than one bloodstained saber. If I don't throw all of them into the boiling furnace I won't be able to sleep. Su Bai said meaningfully, don't cause any trouble, if you can't keep it. Lu Su was slightly worried. She realized that she couldn't understand Su Bai. This man was very strange. You thought that you had seen through him but you didn't. His thoughts were always unpredictable. Don't worry, it's getting late now, I'll go back first. Su Bai turned around and left over the wall. He didn't even give Lu Su a chance to say anything. After Su Bai left, Lu Su seemed to have remembered something and clapped her hands vigorously, revealing a regretful expression. I forgot to trick him into taking off his mask. He had miscalculated. Just now he had forgotten about this matter. Now he had run away again. He can only wait for the next opportunity. Donor Lu, you're being ugly. Why do you want to investigate other people's appearances? When we work together we don't need to judge things based on looks. No Flower used a teaching tone. Do you want to know what he looks like? Lu Su didn't refute but instead asked. As soon as he said this, No Flower took a few steps forward. Does Almsgiver Lu know? I don't know, it's already late at night, hurry up and go back to rest. Lu Su turned around and raised her white-robed arm. She waved goodbye and left. Only then did No Flower realize that she had been tricked by Lu Su. What a headache. I don't know how to get him to help me later. No Flower hit his head looking annoyed. There was nothing else to do after that. He turned around and returned to his room. After closing the door, the sound of the wooden fish came from inside again. This time the sound of the wooden fish was a little chaotic. The next day, the county office was very lively today. Usually there was no one around. Other than some cases, this place was mostly deserted. However, today's county office was much livelier than usual. Almost all the bailiffs had come out of their nest. They walked noisily through the noisy streets and rushed into the Lin Manor under the surprised gazes of the surrounding people. There was a melon, and it was a big melon. Regardless of the era, it was human nature to like to join in the fun, especially when it came to such a big event. It was impossible to refuse. Not long after a large number of people had gathered at the county government, Su Bai woke up early today and squeezed into the crowd, but his position was not very good. He was in the back row, so he could barely see the situation inside. After about half an hour, the fat Lin Fu was escorted out by the bailiffs. He was tied with a hemp rope the size of a thumb, and even his mouth was stuffed with a rag. Lin Fu kept struggling, but it was useless. He could only be taken away by the bailiffs. The citizens followed behind the government runners and didn't chase them away, so they continued to watch the show. After walking for a while, Lin Fu was escorted into the county office by the bailiffs. In the county office, County Magistrate Zhang was already dressed neatly. He wore a black gauze hat and sat in the hall. There were bailiffs on both sides of the road, each holding a killing stick in their hands, while Lin Fu was pressed to the ground and kneeling. Whoa! Lin Fu's eyes widened when he saw Magistrate Zhang. He kept struggling, but it was useless. County Magistrate Zhang slammed the table hard and his tone became stern. How dare you, Lin Fu? Do you know your crimes? He shouted angrily. Chapter 55, Lin Fuzu. Thanks to the reward of Casanova of the Mortal World 001 without morality compromise Bean Sprout, in the lobby Lin Fu was tied up and kneeling on the ground with a rag in his mouth. He couldn't speak or break free. When he heard County Magistrate Zhang's question, his expression was agitated. His eyes were filled with anger and a trace of fear. Why did it end up like this? He had indeed done as the mysterious man had said without the slightest error. The only difference was that he had added a letter inside, hoping to find this mysterious person. He believed that there was no help in this world for no reason, so he wanted to beat him at his own game and get rid of that mysterious person. But the basis of all this was that you know who had indeed helped him. Lin Fu really didn't expect that Su Bai would deal with him as well. Now that his life was threatened, Lin Fu felt fear. He thought about what he had done before and felt very regretful. At that time he was hot-headed. If he had known earlier, he would have thought twice before acting. Lin Fu struggled trying to pull the rag out of his mouth, but his hands were tied up, so it was useless. Outside the county office were the onlookers, while inside the office was Lin Fu kneeling on the ground. At this moment Lin Fu's heart was filled with despair. County Magistrate Zhang looked at Lin Fu, who was struggling, and his eyes revealed a hint of success, but he quickly covered it up. Last night he had been thinking about how to deal with the Lin family. After thinking for a night, he came up with this countermeasure. He was a rank 8 scholar. with his strength he could kill everyone in the Lin mansion after disguising himself. If he had found the account book himself he could have done it himself, however the situation was different now. The biggest problem was that mysterious person, if he really attacked rashly, if there was a trap waiting for him and the Lin family, he would be walking into it. However, the Lin family was something he urgently needed to deal with. After thinking about it, he used this method. The best way to deal with the Lin family was to use official business. As for what crime he would be charged with, that was not important. If you want to add a crime, you don't have to worry about having no words.
County Magistrate Zhang had no intention of pulling the rag out of Lin Fu's mouth.
He took out a piece of paper and began to recite Lin Fu's various crimes. Subai stood outside the county office and raised his eyebrows as he listened to Magistrate Zhang's groundless accusations. He did not expect this. It seemed that Magistrate Zhang was determined not to let Lin Fu go out. The above crimes are all convicted. I will now sentence you to prison for 3 years. County Magistrate Zhang said. Lin Fu was screaming, but he couldn't make a sound. The rag was stuffed into his mouth and he couldn't speak at all. Men, take him away. County Magistrate Zhang waved his hand. 4 bailiffs walked out and escorted Lin Fu to the prison. Subai rubbed his chin and thought to himself, brilliant. Most of the crimes listed just now were trivial matters, but they were all related to bullying the people. Magistrate Zhang's combined crimes and imprisonment for 3 years was already considered extremely high. Furthermore, these crimes were related to the people. After the surrounding people heard it, it didn't matter whether Lin Fu said anything or not because the surrounding people had experienced it before. This move silenced both Lin Fu and the citizens. As for why they did not tear off the rag in Lin Fu's mouth, the commoners did not care about that. They were here for fun and they could also see Lin Fu, who had once bullied them, go to jail. Why would they care about such a small matter? As for the so-called 3 years in prison, Subai sneered in his heart. 3 years might not be long, however he had to walk out alive. Based on Magistrate Zhang's current situation, the possibility of Lin Fu coming out alive was 0. The Yaman's interrogation was over. Subai turned around and left the county office. The Lin family's matter was already over. Next, the catkins and the flowers. This kind of dog-eat-dog situation was more comfortable than him personally seeing it. After Subai left, the surrounding commoners saw that there was no more excitement and left the Yaman one after another. The door closed and the officers returned to their respective positions. County Magistrate Zhang was the only one left sitting in the main hall with his eyes closed, deep in thought. Now that the problem with the Lin mansion has been solved, the mysterious man is left. Since he stole the account book, he must be trying to threaten me. I just have to wait and see. Thinking of this, County Magistrate Zhang heaved a sigh of relief. We'll deal with Lin Fu tonight. Outside the county government office, the sunlight shone in and happened to shine on the plaque in the lobby. On it were the words "bright mirror" hanging high, which looked rather ironic. The next day, Brother Su, something big has happened again. Early in the morning, Lu Er ran over to report. I heard that Lin Fu died in prison. It seems that he committed suicide and slammed his head into the wall. Lu Er explained excitedly. It had been a long time since such a major event had occurred in the county promotion. A famous wealthy businessman had died in prison. Now the news had spread to the streets and alleys. Some of them had been bullied by Lin Fu before and some of them were just talking about it after a meal. Yes, I know. Subai was not surprised at all. If Lin Fu could come out alive, then County Magistrate Zhang would have eaten his rice for nothing. I won't be sending the escort anymore. The county government has issued a secret order that it's not allowed to send it. Subai thought for a moment and added. Lu Er was originally happy, but when he heard this he was stunned. That money, there's no need to return it. Subai waved his hand and asked Lu Er to quickly split the money. What money? Lin Fu was already dead, so there was no need to return the money. No one knew if he had delivered it or not. All right. Lu Er agreed and left happily. He didn't ask why. Brother Su was here so the sky wouldn't fall. After Lu Er left, Subai resumed his daily routine. At this moment the busiest ones were Lu Su and No Flower. According to Subai's idea, they had already begun to set up the array. The Qingyun Academy and the Titanium Temple also had concrete evidence, stable. Both of them had a strong sense of justice, especially No Flower. If you told No Flower not to get involved in this matter, No Flower would not agree. Things began to progress step by step, but County Magistrate Zhang felt like a year had passed. Time slowly passed and in the blink of an eye it was late at night. In the study of the county government, County Magistrate Zhang lit an oil lamp and looked at the flickering flames. His heart was uneasy like a bucket of water. It was already night time. And everyone else in the Yamen was asleep. However, nothing happened here as usual. Why? Why didn't that mysterious person come? The tea placed beside him had turned cold. County Magistrate Zhang himself was a tea lover, but at this moment the tea had no appeal. His mind was elsewhere. Lin Fu was dead. He died in the prison cell. He was the one who did it. The Lin family had lost their support and was already powerless. Only that mysterious person still had no clues at all. it was like a stone that had sunk into the sea. They could not find him at all.
County Magistrate Zhang panicked, and the bad feeling in his heart was gradually magnified.
Chapter 56. County Magistrate Zhang is panicking. Not only was he panicking, but he was also feeling fear. He should be looking for me. Why didn't he come looking for me? The oil lamp flickered in the room. County Magistrate Zhang's voice was filled with confusion and confusion. He could not understand. Lin Fu was dead, but he still knew nothing about the account book. The box of the bodyguard agency was empty. Someone had stolen the account book before this, so it must be the mysterious person who had sent him the news. Not only did this person get the account book, but he also wanted to send him a message to prevent himself from being tricked by Lin Fu. The result was obvious. This person probably had a favor to ask of him, or wanted to grab hold of his weakness so that he could use his power to make things convenient. At the very least, he could use his own hands to kill Lin Fu. Other than these, County Magistrate Zhang really couldn't figure out what else was possible. However, it was already nighttime and the surroundings were still silent. No one came to look for him.
Does he not know what happened today? No, it's absolutely impossible.
Since this mysterious person has set his sights on me, he must be closely observing the changes around him.
But why didn't he come to me?
Staring at the oil lamp in front of him, County Magistrate Zhang felt his head spinning as if he had fallen into a dead end. The night was very long, but if one's heart was thinking the night would be very short. County Magistrate Zhang did not sleep for the entire night. He could not sleep. As long as the matter was not resolved, he could not sleep peacefully. The mysterious person had become a sore spot in his heart. Now every time he thought about it, he felt a splitting headache. Lord Zhang,
did you not sleep the whole night?
The advisor woke up early and arrived at the county office. He saw Magistrate Zhang sitting on the chair weakly with a haggard face. Usually this lord was glowing with glory, but why did he seem to have aged a few years today? County Magistrate Zhang did not answer. He leaned back on the chair and rested his head weakly on it, his eyes lifeless. Seeing this, the advisor did not ask any more questions. He thought to himself that everyone had a difficult problem to solve, so he should hurry up and do his own thing. Why didn't he come?
Could it be that he was still harboring some schemes? The enemy is in the dark while I am in the light.
I don't even know his identity.
If this person doesn't give himself away, how can I find him?
Many thoughts ran through County Magistrate Zhang's mind. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. In the end, he came to a conclusion. There was no other way. Anything could leave a trace, but if this person didn't come looking for him and didn't do anything, he really wouldn't be able to find him. Let's wait a little longer. County Magistrate Zhang thought. Time waited for no one. No matter what changes happened in the world, time would always move forward. It would not retreat or stop. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Over the past few days, County Magistrate Zhang had been tortured by the distracting thoughts in his heart. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong on weekdays, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night. Once a person with a guilty conscience felt that their matter had been exposed, it would be the greatest torture.
I'm going crazy. Are you coming or not?
In the study, County Magistrate Zhang threw all the ink, paper and inkstone on the table to the ground and overturned the table. He punched the ground with both fists. His eyes were red, his hair was disheveled, and a crazy aura flowed around his body. 5 days. 5 whole days. It was as if nothing had happened during these 5 days. It was as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. County Magistrate Zhang knew very well that this was just the calm before the storm. The calmer it was, the bigger the storm would be. Country Magistrate Zhang didn't know how big the storm was, but he felt like he was a dangerous building that could be destroyed at any time. The torture was like a bone-corroding wind, making him increasingly haggard and constantly ravaging him. A knife hanging over one's head was the most terrifying thing because one did not know when it would fall. Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, I'll make you suffer all kinds of punishments in prison. County Magistrate Zhang sat on the ground looking at the mess in the house. The torment in his heart did not lessen but instead deepened. At this moment there was a knock on the door. Who is it? County Magistrate Zhang was shocked. He got up from the ground and questioned sternly, Sir, there's someone is coming to find you outside the door. The advisor's voice trembled slightly. Someone is looking for me? County Magistrate Zhang was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. After such a long time, the mysterious man finally couldn't take it anymore. I knew it. This guy was torturing me and now he has lost his patience. I won. It's finally my turn. County Magistrate Zhang looked at his disheveled clothes and tried his best to calm himself down. He took a deep breath and said, let him wait. I'll go and find him after I pack up. Ha, you made me wait for so long in vain. Now it's my turn. With this thought in mind, County Magistrate Zhang decided to clean up. However, before he could do anything, he heard another voice coming from outside the door. Sir, you should hurry up. Yes. The Dao token is here.
The advisor's voice was trembling. He was obviously very afraid. Dao token?
County Magistrate Zhang sat on the ground, his face blank. The Great Chu country had a total of 4 major categories of places: Jingzhou Prefecture Road, and below the road is the county. The so-called Dao order was in charge of a Dao domain and there were countless counties under it. Rusheng County was one of the counties under the jurisdiction of Jingyun Dao. At this moment Li Daoling was sitting in the hall with an account book in his hand. There was no need to flip through it because he had already flipped through it countless times on the way. This account book was jointly submitted by the competent disciples of the Qingyun Academy and the Titanium Temple. Even Li Daoling could not be rash. On one side was the Green Cloud Academy, which continuously provided scholars to Great Chu. On the other side, the Titanium Temple was one of the 10 great temples in Great Chu. With the combined efforts of these two parties and the conclusive evidence, Li Daoling had already sentenced County Magistrate Zhang to death in his heart. When he came to Shang County, he had already learned about the history of each sum of money from the bank. When it came to money, County Magistrate Zhang was very careful. He thought that every sum of money was done flawlessly. Of course, that was what he thought. If he hadn't found out about any serious bribery in his jurisdiction, he would have been fine. Now that he had found out, he would definitely be punished, as a Daoist order, if there was a similar situation involving the beheading of an official of the imperial court. He could send a pigeon straight to the capital. Before he came, he first sent a message. The capital replied that if the matter was true, he would be executed immediately. Li Daoling felt that County Magistrate Zhang's days were over. With this thought in mind, the unkempt County Magistrate Zhang was pushed in. 2 rank 8 martial artists were holding County Magistrate Zhang. Zhang Yi, you are guilty. In the hall, Li Daoling slammed the table. County Magistrate Zhang tried hard to raise his head. This scene seemed familiar. He already understood why that mysterious person did not appear. It was because the other party wanted to kill them all. Chapter 57. Chapter 57, Asking for Execution. Thanks to book friend 20191012201114965 for the tip. At this moment everything was clear. That mysterious person didn't ask for his help, nor did he want to threaten him. He wanted to take his life directly. I see. You used me to kill Lin Fu, then turned around and handed the account book to the Daoling, putting me in such a situation. Hi, really? Hi. County Magistrate Zhang finally straightened everything. He felt bitter in his heart, but at the same time he felt his hair stand on end. The mysterious man's plan had directly killed him and Lin Fu. This scheme was terrifying, but why did he do that? From the beginning to the end, County Magistrate Zhang did not think that he had offended this person. Ever since he came to Shang County and became the county magistrate, other than receiving a lot of money, he had been trying to smooth things over and not offend anyone. Other than Lin Fu, there was no one else in Shang County who hated him. Lin Fu was already dead, so it was impossible for him to do it himself. Otherwise, why would he entrust the bodyguard agency? County Magistrate Zhang really couldn't figure it out, especially when he thought of the current situation. He looked at Li Daoling, who was sitting in the hall, and gritted his teeth. Since there's no way out, I might as well drag you down with me. At this point, County Magistrate Zhang knew very well that he had no chance of making a comeback. If he couldn't turn things around, he would drag another person down with him. Lord, I know I'm guilty, but this wasn't done by one person. There was a mysterious person who should have handed the account book to you. County Magistrate Zhang said hurriedly. In his opinion, since the account book was in Li Daoling's hands, it must have been given by the mysterious person. After all, the mysterious person had taken the account book from the bodyguard agency. Didn't you want to hide your identity? I won't give you this chance. I don't believe that Jingyan Dao's Dao order can't find out your background. I'll give you a random identity now. You're going to die anyway, so I can't care so much. The closer he was to death, the crazier County Magistrate Zhang became. However, what he did not expect was that Li Daoling, who was sitting in the chair, became very angry as soon as he said this. Li Daoling slammed the table with a loud bang. The things on the table shook and a few of them rolled along the table to the ground and spun far away. Li Daoling looked angrily at County Magistrate Zhang in front of him. His face was red and his tone became stern. You're already on the verge of death and you still want to drag others down with you? Let me tell you, this account was directly handed over by the Lin family to the Qingyun Academy and the Titanium Temple. Directly? County Magistrate Zhang was stunned when he heard this. He then shook his head crazily. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This thing should have been sent through the escort agency. Let me think. That's right, it's the Dragon Conqueror Escort Agency. Magistrate Zhang became incoherent as he began to speak. Impossible. How could this matter have anything to do with the Qingyun Academy and the Titanium Temple? It was completely impossible. Wait a minute. Qingyun Academy. That woman. Sir, it must be that woman called Lu Su. County Magistrate Zhang still wanted to say something, but before he could finish he was interrupted by Li Daoling.
with conclusive evidence. What else do you have to quibble about? Take him to prison and choose a day to be executed. Li Daoling didn't want to say anything else. The emperor had already made this matter clear. Once it was confirmed they could choose a day to execute him, Li Daoling was much clearer than County Magistrate Zhang about the ways of officialdom. His Majesty had already made it clear, so what else was there to say? After investigating clearly, this was a happy occasion to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. If he were to hold a funeral for himself, his career would come to an end. Sir, I know that I brought this upon myself, but you can't let that mysterious person off easily. You must capture him, sir. Before County Magistrate Zhang could finish his sentence, a miserable cry was heard. A few rank 8 martial artists beside him walked forward with a silver needle in their hands and inserted it between County Magistrate Zhang's eyebrows. County Magistrate Zhang's scholarly abilities were gone. He sat weakly on the ground and was dragged into prison by a few martial artists. A moment later, the few martial artists returned to the hall and stood respectfully at the side. Send someone to put up notices everywhere in the county. Tomorrow is the best time to execute Magistrate Zhang. Li Daoling waved his hand. Yes, sir. The few warriors agreed. In this day and age, not all martial artists could enter the Celestial Bureau. Some Ot Tnem would also seek a position beside Tien Isknolers or become generals. After everything was arranged properly, Li Daoling picked up the account book again and flipped through it carefully. Young people these days are really serious. However, this is also good. I can use this opportunity to make my future career smoother. In the spacious hall, Li Daoling watched as he thought. For a remote county like Shang County, many things had happened recently. When they attacked one after another, the commoners were overwhelmed. Other than Lin Ful's death in prison, they received another piece of news today. The father and mother of Shang County would be executed tomorrow. The reason for the beheading was very simple. He was corrupt and bribed, and he had also received a lot of money. To the people of Shangxian County, this news was earth-shattering. However, they had no opinion on Magistrate Zhang's opinion. Indeed, he had no opinion. Do you remember? Yes, but he didn't have a deep impression. Ever since County Magistrate Zhang came to Shang County, he had done almost nothing. He had been trying to mediate the situation every day. Now that they heard this news, many people were even secretly happy because this county magistrate was indeed not very popular. After the beheading, the people of Shang County would have another topic to talk about. At this moment in the bodyguard agency, Subai couldn't help but laugh after he dismissed Lu Er. This matter could finally come to a satisfactory end. Once County Magistrate Zhang died, the matter would be considered over. Tomorrow he will be beheaded. I have to go take a look and celebrate with him. Subai tapped the table lightly and thought to himself, he had to see County Magistrate Zhang die with his own eyes before he could put down the stone in his heart. The end of this matter was just a small interlude. After settling this matter, there were still other things to do. The bet he made with monk Wu Hua and the Lu residence had to be fulfilled as soon as possible. When the time came, he would have to teach Buddhism and make the progress bar live. He had been coveting that bald head for a long time. The more progress bars he had, the better. I seem to be busy recently. Subai thought to himself, anyways, I'll get that bald head after he's beheaded. Thinking of this, Subai picked up the teacup on the table and drank it in one gulp. While he was leisurely setting up, Lu Su and No Flower were discussing something in the Lu residence. Is this really okay? Isn't it rude? Lu Su's face was covered with a white veil as she stared at the items on the table. On the table there was a green lotus throne. The lotus throne was made of an unknown metal. It was only the size of a thumb and looked small and exquisite. Chapter 58. Finding Ghost Head Blade. Lu Su's words were directed at the green lotus platform. Almsgiver Lu, this is the only way to know the identity of that benefactor. Wu Hua put his palms together and looked serious. I know what Almsgiver Lu means. It's not appropriate to rashly investigate other people's identities, but sometimes my identity can't influence these things. No Flower was very clear about his other identity. He also knew what he should do and what he could do. Other than being a disciple of the Jingang Temple, he was also a supervisor of the Heavenly Supervision Department. What he needed to do now was the responsibility of the supervisor. From their meeting that night, No Flower believed that Subai was a martial artist with Buddhist nature. With his status as a favored disciple of the Diamond Temple, if it were anyone else, their request would definitely not be as simple as just talking about Buddhism. Moreover, he had also explained that he was only teaching ordinary Buddhist scriptures, but the other party had agreed without any excessive requests. What did this mean? It meant that this mysterious person was fated with him. However, all of this did not change his mind. His master had once said that he was now an official in the Heaven Inspectorate and that he had to make the Heaven Inspectorate his master, not Jingang Temple. Some things had to be clear. The Titanium Temple was different from other temples. It had a lot of things that were clear to him, such as the teachings of his master. The Titanium Temple was established under the Great Chu. As long as
Everything was fine in the Great Chu. The Titanium Temple would always be one of the top 10 temples in the Great Chu, therefore as long as he entered the Heaven Overseeing Bureau some of his views would change. The identity of the mysterious person was unknown, it was his duty to find out. This was also the Heaven Inspectorate's responsibility, so they couldn't relax. You still don't understand what I mean.
What I mean is that he has a strange personality and he definitely won't attack without
water. The price you have to pay to check on him like this might be quite high, Lu Su corrected. No Flower was stunned. No way.
Who was the one who agreed excitedly just now? Why did it become him who made it himself now? This was too wrong. Almsgiver Lu, do you mean that I will be the one to take the blame?
No Flower wasn't sure, so he asked again. Lu Su shook her head. I'm not letting you take the blame alone. What I mean is that you should think twice before you act. She remembered the knife light from that night. If she hadn't reacted quickly, the other party might not have just been testing her but would have cut off her head. Wouldn't it be bad to investigate such a person rashly?
Almsgiver Lu, I've made up my mind.
No Flower thought about it again and again, but he still made up his mind. He picked up the green lotus throne on the table and placed his middle finger in the center of the lotus throne. At the same time he rotated the base of his finger was cut by a sharp edge and blood gradually flowed into it. This is a replica of the Karma Lotus platform. It can only be used once. The Karma Lotus platform was the most precious treasure of the Karma Temple, the top of the 10 great temples in Great Chu. According to legend, it was the lotus platform that one of the Karma abbots sat on when he passed away. Because it was contaminated with the nature of Buddha, it could predict the cause and effect. However, the price was extremely high. Using it once would consume a large amount of divine essence, and it could even cause irreversible damage. As for the replica, it was made by a blacksmith master. The blacksmith master had joined the Karma Temple to comprehend the creation of the Karma Lotus throne. Every year a thumb-sized replica could be made. This was the price the blacksmith paid. There were many Karma Lotus thrones in the Titanium Temple. As for the reason, it was because of the good relationship between the Titanium Temple and the Karma Temple. He had brought a total of 3 replica lotus thrones with him this time. These replica lotus thrones were not expensive, but they would turn into ashes after being used once. It didn't have the powerful effects of the authentic product, but it was enough for now. After the blood was injected into the replica lotus throne, the green lotus leaf gradually turned into ashes and hovered in the air. Almsgiver Lu, please tell me in your impression of him, what is the most profound thing about him? No Flower turned around and asked, the deepest impression? When Lu Su heard this, she fell into deep thought. She couldn't help but think of that cold knife that night. The night was very cold, the knife was equally cold, and the person holding the knife was even colder. Saber. Lu Su raised her head and said without hesitation, so it's a saber? No Flower was slightly dazed. It was indeed a saber, and it was a saber that could break his Buddhist light. Good saber technique. Then, let's use the knife to find out the cause and effect between us. No Flower closed his eyes. As No Flower closed his eyes, the ashes in the air gradually condensed. In less than half an incense's time they condensed into the shape of a knife in the air. The blade was malevolent and there was a faint trace of blood on the blade. There was a terrifying ghost head carved on the hilt. Ghost head blade? No Flower was stunned. This indicated that it was related to that mysterious person, but there were many ghost head blades in the world, so how could they investigate? In the end, I'm still too shallow. No Flower sighed. If it was Master He, even if this lotus platform was a fake, he could find a lot of things, but he only found a knife. It was very difficult to find the real person with a ghost head blade. Every time that mysterious person came, he would only bring an ordinary long saber because he was afraid of exposing his identity. Now there seems to be no clues for the central party. No Flower was slightly annoyed, but at this moment Lu Su let out a surprise sound as if this knife had brought her quite a few surprises. When No Flower heard the voice, he turned his head and saw that although Lu Su was covered by a veil, she was still covering her mouth. Even though he couldn't see her face clearly, he could see the surprise in her eyes. Almsgiver Lu, have you seen this saber?
Yes, I might know who he is.
Lu Su said with certainty. When she thought of that small stall, she understood the reason. No wonder he wanted to help Xiaoyu. Lu Su muttered to herself, Almsgiver Lu, let's go find him now and tell him our purpose. No Flower asked. No. Lu Su shook her head. Wait until County Magistrate Zhang is beheaded. Perhaps he'll be in a better mood then and it'll be easier to communicate with him.
All right then.
Seeing this, No Flower could only agree. Since he had found out what he wanted to do, No Flower didn't stay and returned to his room. The next day, today's Shang County was particularly lively because County Magistrate Zhang was about to be beheaded. In this day and age, if it was an ordinary criminal, the people would also watch, but not as many as this time. It was normal for the commoners to have such thoughts.
Behead the county magistrate, Sai, aren't you going to take a look? If he didn't join in the fun, how could he brag in the future? No, he had to watch.
Therefore, a large number of commoners had already gathered at the execution ground. There was a high platform on the execution ground. County Magistrate Zhang was wearing a prisoner's uniform and kneeling on the ground. Beside him was a burly executioner. Li Daoling sat on the stage in front of him waiting for the right time. At this moment, County Magistrate Zhang was kneeling on the ground with a face full of despair. He subconsciously looked at the people around him and suddenly saw a person. Ghost Head Blade was smiling at him. Chapter 59. Chapter 59 exposed. Although County Magistrate Zhang's scholar's divine essence was crippled at this distance, he could see it clearly. The surroundings were very lively. People came and went. From time to time there would be commoners pointing at them. Because there were too many people, it was noisy. Everyone said a sentence, and when they were put together it seemed noisy and disorderly. However, County Magistrate Zhang did not see anyone else. He even automatically filtered out the surrounding sounds and only saw Subai. That face, of course he knew him. He had called this person to the yamen the night before and threatened him. He knew this person's identity better than anyone else. At this moment this man was smiling at him. It was a strange smile. He felt that the smile was creepy. Just looking at it made his whole body go numb. Moreover, there was a trace of bafflement in the smile. It was as if, taunt. Or perhaps, playing with him. County Magistrate Zhang kept thinking about how scared this man was when he called him to the county office that night. But now he was actually smiling at her, smiling so happily. Why? This shouldn't be. County Magistrate Zhang's mind was in turmoil. Then he pieced all the fragments together and came to a conclusion. It's him. He was pretending that night. All of this was his doing. The escort master of the Dragon Conqueror Escort Agency was that mysterious person. County Magistrate Zhang stared at Subai. He had already gotten the message from Subai's smile. No wonder that wooden box was empty. It wasn't stolen by anyone, but he took it himself. After understanding this point, all the clues were connected and finally strung into a straight line. From beginning to end it was clear. Woo-woo. County Magistrate Zhang whimpered, but he couldn't speak at all because he was blocked by a rag. The needle between his eyebrows was still inserted, making him weak all over. He struggled very little. He wanted revenge. He wanted to let Li Daoling know the mysterious person's true identity. He was about to die. He could not let this man live well. Woo-woo. County Magistrate Zhang turned his head and looked in Li Daoling's direction, only to be met with a cold face. Looking at this cold face, his expression froze as if he had thought of something. Li Daoling held the wooden token in his hand. He did not look at County Magistrate Zhang's expression. Seeing that the time was up, he waved his sleeve and threw it on the ground. Slash. Woo-woo. County Magistrate Zhang was furious and continued to whimper, but Li Daoling didn't listen to him. He was already a dying man. Blocking his mouth was to stop him from talking nonsense on the execution ground. From Li Daoling's point of view, everything was going smoothly and he didn't want to cause any trouble. After killing County Magistrate Zhang and reporting to the person in the capital, he had completed a mission. At least he had killed the chicken to warn the monkeys. Li Daoling managed. Jing Yindaoan had beheaded many people before. For someone like this to still want to talk before going to the execution ground, it definitely wasn't anything good. Some cursed before they died, some cried out in despair, and some even spoke nonsense. What time was it now? The surrounding commoners were still watching. How could they let him speak? If he said something related to him or made up a story, it would be very troublesome. Rumors are terrible. The sooner he finished, the better he could return to Jingyun. Woo-woo. County Magistrate Zhang was still struggling. The despair in his heart was growing and he was unwilling to give up. How muddle-headed. Quickly remove the cloth from my mouth, I want to speak. County Magistrate Zhang wailed. Despair enveloped his heart. No one could save him. Behind him the executioner drank a bowl of wine and sprayed it on his knife. County Magistrate Zhang heard the voice and turned his head. He saw the saber that was flickering with a cold light. And oh! He shouted in his heart. However, the executioner did not give him the chance. He raised his hand and slashed down. County Magistrate Zhang felt a pain in his neck and then his vision began to turn around. The knife was very fast, so County Magistrate Zhang was able to retain his consciousness for a moment. In his rotating vision he saw Subai. Subai's mouth moved slightly and he uttered a soundless sentence. County Magistrate Zhang recognized the meaning of this sentence through the shape of his mouth. Shaoyu. It was just these two words, but he felt like he had just woken up from a dream. He finally understood why he had offended Subai. So, LT was for that girl. This was his last thought and his consciousness completely disappeared. County Magistrate Zhang died with his eyes wide open. The scene of the beheading was very exciting. Many people covered their eyes and peeked through their fingers from time to time. In Great Chu, the commoners would go to watch the execution. In order to effectively intimidate the people and reduce crime, the emperor often allowed or organized the people to watch the execution.
when the people who watched the show returned, they would tell their relatives and friends what mistakes the person had made and what his family had been implicated in. At the same time, they would also tell them the tragic situation of the criminal. Such publicity was much better than the government's advertisement. It really had the effect of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, thus warning more people not to take the risk. Now that everyone had seen it, they would definitely talk about this experience after dinner, disperse, leave a few people behind to clean up the execution ground. After the beheading, Li Dowling stood up and left after saying a few words. The remaining bailiffs were cleaning up the execution ground and the commoners gradually dispersed when they saw that the fun was over. Subai did not intend to stay either. He turned around and prepared to leave the execution ground and return to the bodyguard agency. Now that he was done here, he should go back and prepare. When the time came, he would look for No Flower and comprehend his head. No, that's not right. It's not that strict. It's not the head that I'm comprehending but the progress bar. Subai thought. For him the most important thing was the progress bar, everything else could be placed second. This world was not as peaceful and prosperous as he had imagined, everything depended on strength. The more tricks he had, the stronger his ability to survive. It was almost a month away and the bookstore was going to be replaced with new books. He had informed the bookstore owner last time, so he happened to go over and see if he could find any books with progress bars. Let's set it up like this first. As he thought about it, Subai prepared to go to the bodyguard agency to pack up. When he was done, he would go to the Lu residence at night. At this moment the streets were filled with people who were going home. After passing through many streets and a remote alley, Subai was about to return to the escort agency. However, at this moment two people appeared in front of him and blocked his path. When he saw the two of them, Subai was slightly stunned and then his face darkened. There was a woman in white with a veil over her face and a bald monk in green. The two of them stood opposite him and blocked his path. Subai stopped in his tracks and placed his hand on Ghost Head Blade's hilt. His gaze was fixed on Lu Su and No Flower. Chapter 60. There are ways of the world. In Jianghu the alley was quiet and deserted. Compared to the hustle and bustle outside the street, it was as quiet as a paradise. It's this saber. Lu Su nodded. Looks like we found the right person. No Flower nodded. Subai lowered his head and looked at Ghost Head Blade at his waist. True essence energy flowed through his body and his eyes narrowed slightly. At this point he also knew that these two people had figured out his identity. See, I told you, this time we're in big trouble. Lu Su rubbed her forehead. What she meant was to find a suitable opportunity to say it, but No Flower insisted on coming today. Based on her understanding of Subai, she thought about the knife that night and guessed that there would probably be a fight today. Benefactor, don't make a move first, I'll finish what I want to say. No Flower touched his forehead. There was sweat there. At this moment he could clearly feel the killing intent from Subai. There were only the three of them on the entire street now. He knew very well who this killing intent was aimed at. Subai stared at No Flower's head. He didn't loosen his grip on Ghost Head Blade, for the sake of his head? No Flower didn't understand what this meant, but it didn't affect his next words. Benefactor, what do you think of Benefactor Lu and I? No Flower asked. Subai frowned for a while, then said simply, not bad. Although he had never interacted too deeply with them, judging from Xiaoyu's incident, these two people's character was still alright. Lu Su and Wu Hua were able to stand up for Xiaoyu. In the current Great Chu it was very difficult to find someone like them. Nowadays most of the scholars studied hard in the academy. When they encountered such a thing they would at most stop it. It was almost impossible for them to be as crazy as him. As for the Heaven Inspectorate, the Heaven Inspectorate was in charge of monsters, oddities and people of the martial world. Even if the Heaven Inspectorate encountered this matter, most of them would not care. Therefore Subai approved of the fact that the two of them could manage this matter together. However, recognition was one thing and the current situation was another. He had been exposed and these two people knew about it. He was thinking if he should just cut the grass and get rid of the roots. No Flower put his palms together and said, I have a reason to make you put down your killing intent. Hearing this, Subai raised his eyebrows slightly. He still held the long saber in his hand, but he raised his other hand slightly, indicating for No Flower to continue. Lu Su had not spoken since the beginning. She was also waiting for Wu Hua to finish. At the same time her starry eyes were fixed on Subai. She had never heard of such a man before. He had actually overturned the situation of upgrading the county with his own strength, although she and No Flower also contributed to this. The reason was that this man had come up with the plan. At this moment Lu Su finally remembered what her teacher had said, there's always someone better. There was no lack of extraordinary people in this world. Never be a frog at the bottom of a well in your own small circle. When you try your best to jump out of the well you will realize the vastness of the sky and the vastness of the earth. Wasn't this a living example? Fortunately I've always held on to this concept and have never thought of underestimating the young people of the world.
Lu Su thought to herself, most people in the Qingyun Academy thought highly of themselves because the Qingyun Academy was the essence of Confucianism. Even in the Holy Land of Confucianism, the Nanhua wrote it was one of the best academies. However, in Lu Su's opinion, those proud scholars might not live for more than a few years after entering the martial world. If it were any other scholar who met this man, they would probably have been buried just like the blacksmith, fortunately the underworld. Blacksmith was already dead, otherwise he would have jumped out of the ground and shouted, "I didn't offend any of you." At this moment No Flowerless finally found the words to say her reasons. "Patron, you are a person with wisdom. Naturally you know that the so-called Jianghu is not about fighting and killing but more about the ways of the world. You killed the Extreme Life cult, the Nether blacksmith couple, and even helped the Heaven Inspectorate get rid of the vermin. No matter what, you deserve the praise of the world. Patron, you must be thinking of hiding your identity. But not revealing it means fighting alone. Patron, the martial world is not as simple as you think." No Flower said in detail, "Today it is the friendship between the Jingang Temple and the Qingyun Academy." Lu Su nodded. Subai was amused. "All right, I understand, but it's not your idea that I won't make a move today." No Flower was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Subai calmly said, "All right, don't talk too much about this matter, let's talk about your matter." Just now Subai had been thinking about whether to kill these two people or not. Could he kill them? Yes, not to mention the broken mood, there was also the rain of maple leaves and the Four Sun formation. These attacks were enough to catch them off guard. He could break Wu Hua's Buddhist light, but he could also break Scholar Lu Su's ability. The current position was just right for a martial artist to explode. However, after careful consideration, Subai dismissed this idea. He was decisive in killing, but he didn't kill indiscriminately. If they killed indiscriminately, they would lose their principles. He wasn't a murderer whose worldview had been shattered. Subai wouldn't be lenient when killing an evil person, but he had to think twice when killing a good person. Were Lu Su and No Flower good people? In Subai's opinion, there was no such thing as an absolute good person in this world. Everything was relative. Lu Su and No Flower were willing to participate in Xiaoyu's matter, so it was the reason why they didn't die. As for being exposed, just as No Flower had said, Taiyuan Xian had already been labeled as a traitor, so what if he was killed? As for County Magistrate Zhang, these two people were also involved. Moreover, using killing to cover up his own matters was a never-ending strategy. The martial world was not just about fighting and killing but also about the ways of the world. So far Subai had given up on the idea. Lu Su heaved a sigh of relief and turned her head away. When she turned her head away, he quietly wiped the sweat off his temples with his fingers. She thought that the fight today was inevitable, but she was not confident, especially when she thought of the knife light that night. "Benefactor, you are really a sentimental person." Then regarding my matter, No Flower felt that it was time to tell him his purpose. However, before he could finish his sentence, Subai interrupted him. "If you want my help, I can give you a definite answer. I won't go." Subai answered decisively. Indeed, as No Flower had said, the martial world was not just about fighting and killing. It was more about the ways of the world. However, in Subai's opinion, the ways of the world were also divided into levels. Just like now, he still did not know how dangerous this matter was. For the sake of the ways of the world, he put himself in danger. That was impossible. No Flower choked. "Patron, can you tell me what it is?" Subai touched his chin. "All right, tell me first, but don't be too sure about this." There was no harm in saying it, just treat it as a rumor. Lu Su was also slightly interested. She was a helper that had been pulled over, but until now she still did not know what it was. No Flower organized his words and told him everything. Chapter 61. "I'm not willing. The cause of the matter is like this." In the quiet alley, only No Flower's voice echoed. Subai and Lu Su were listening from the side. About half an incense as time passed. After No Flower finished speaking, Subai fell into deep thought. According to what Wu Hua said just now, this time the purpose of the game was to teach the game. The Extreme Life cult had been stirring up trouble recently. This small organization had not been eliminated so far because it was especially cautious, had special methods to avoid danger, and was smart enough to pick a remote place to stir up trouble. However, having a way to avoid disaster and not finding it were two different things. Who was the emperor of the Great Chu state? To be able to establish Great Chu in a chaotic world, one could imagine how bold he was. In the emperor's mind, if you were to secretly cause trouble and not form an organization, he would slowly deal with you. However, once you became an organization, the nature of the matter would change. There are many families and sects in Great Chu, and they are all in my hands. How can I allow your Extreme Life sect to form an organization? If you want to cause trouble, fine, but you have to be able to withstand my blow. Is there a way to seek good fortune and avoid evil? It doesn't matter, I'll pay a big price, right? The emperor of the Great Chu state knew that it was better to suffer a short pain than a long one. He had long included the Extreme Life sect in the list of people who must be eliminated. He wanted to get rid of it before he could be happy, therefore they began to target the Extreme Life cult in secret. No Flower was sent to deal with Sheng County's Extreme Life cult. The investigation of Iron Fortune Immortal was just to cover up his true purpose. Your meaning is that we three are dealing with the hidden Jixing sect in Shangxian. Subai looked at No Flower's eyes as if No Flower's brain was damaged. After all, it was a sect. Why did it seem like it was easy to solve? Almsgiver, it's only a part of the sect, but the Extreme Life sect has long been broken up. As far as I know, the Extreme Life sect lurking around Shang County is no more than level 8 and there's at most one level 8, No Flower said with certainty. Looks like you have some information. Subai said, the last branch of the Extreme Life cult that was destroyed had a map of the distribution of strength. Although it did not indicate the exact location, it roughly divided the strength of each place. They don't dare to change it either because if they do, it'll easily attract more attention. No Flower looked at Subai expectantly. There was only one rank 8 and the rest were all small fries. Would he agree like this? No more? Is that all? Subai didn't answer but asked again. Also, as far as I know, the Extreme Life cult is going to make a big move after being chased in Interstead. Wu Hua said. At this point his emotions had already been stirred. No Flower cleared his throat and said, many years ago there was a Taoist temple called the Jade Face Temple. Although the temple master was a woman, she created a method called the Boundless Taoist Scripture. This technique uses divine essence as a guide to imitate the abilities of others. Although it's only at 80% of your current realm, it's powerful with multiple abilities. However, the female Abby Dean doesn't know that the technique she comprehended is incomplete. When ordinary people cultivate, they can only simulate 2 abilities of the same realm at most. The more you imitate, the greater the conflict. The Abby Dean is a genius and her ability to imitate is as vast as the ocean, but there are also consequences. In the end, the Abby Dean lost her mind under the impact of multiple powers and disappeared. The Dharma method was obtained by the Extreme Life cult by chance. They took a different approach. They let people cultivate this technique, then killed them and fixed them in a special object so that their resentment would not dissipate. Over time it would turn into a strange thing and actually solidify the ability to imitate. At this point No Flower put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. After saying so much, his face revealed a compassionate expression. Clearly the Extreme Life cult had killed many people because of this. Under the siege of Great Chu, the Extreme Life cult wanted to play a game of life and death. However, there was still a problem. The Great Chu is such a colossus and the Extreme Life sect is just a small fish. How can they fight to the death? The ones who are injured will always be the commoners. Lu Su sighed and said the essence of it, her words filled with helplessness. Everyone in the world is suffering. This little monk's ability is low. I just want to solve the problem here as soon as possible and return the county to peace. No Flower put his palms together. Subai touched his chin. Then, patron, are you willing? No Flower was full of anticipation. I'm not willing. Subai answered decisively. The alley fell into silence so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In Subai's opinion it was still the same. This matter seemed simple, but it might actually be dangerous. Was it worth it to take the risk? Not worth it. Putting everything else aside, he did not think that he was a noble person. Revenge for Xiaoya was another matter. He often ate at a small stall and that girl was silly and cute. At that time Subai had killed too many people. Even with the memories of this life he still felt that there was a gap in his heart. However, that little girl gave him a trace of comfort and helped him recover. In the end, Xiaoya was dead. Of course he couldn't tolerate it. As for now, sorry, he had to think about his own matters. He only had one life, so he had to be more stable. Sighed. No Flower sighed, not knowing what to say. Everyone has their own choices. Their positions are different and their responsibilities are different. Lu Su said, not surprised. When she said this, Subai thought highly of her. If it was a normal TV drama, the female character would point at him and scream, saying that if he didn't help he would have no conscience. He felt that Lu Su was quite open-minded and had the thoughts of a normal person. In that case I won't force you. No Flower let go of his hand and said, patron, are you free tonight? I lost the bet tonight, so I need to fulfill my promise as soon as possible. I have to do my own thing. Sure, let's do it tonight. How did you find out about me? Subai asked as if he suddenly thought of something. No Flower didn't hide anything and told him everything he had done. I see. Subai thought to himself, looks like I have to be more careful in the future. This time he had suffered a loss because he still did not understand this world well enough. The abilities of the people in this world were too strange. Even karma came out. At this moment what needed to be discussed had already been discussed. Subai and No Flower agreed on a time. They did not continue to argue about the Extreme Life cult and left the alley. After returning to the bodyguard agency, Subai went on with his life as usual. When night fell he no longer disguised himself with Ghost head blade at his waist, he walked toward the Liu residence. At this moment the sound of a wooden fish could be heard from a room in the Liu residence. Subai climbed over the wall and knocked on the door. The door was opened. No Flower was waiting with a smile on his face. On the table there was a scroll of Buddhist scriptures. Patron, are you ready? No Flower invited Subai to sit down and picked up the Buddhist scriptures on the table. This was a Jianghu person who wholeheartedly believed in Buddhism. Even if he did not promise him anything, No Flower had to fulfill his promise. Subai glanced at No Flower's head from time to time. Seeing the progress bar slowly increasing, he was happy. Then, let's begin. The door closed and the oil lamp flickered. No Flower picked up the scripture and flipped to the first page. Chapter 62. I Subai have no roots of wisdom. In the dim room only the oil lamp kept flickering. The light and shadow intertwined, adding a little atmosphere. Patron, do you know what Buddha is? After flipping to the first page, No Flower asked. Subai sat across from No Flower and placed his elbows on the table. He crossed his fingers and stared at No Flower's forehead, pretending to meet his eyes. I don't know. The progress bar was slowly rising and it looked very satisfying. Then do you know the Buddhist sect's purpose? No Flower asked again. I don't know either. Subai's eyes were fixed on her. No Flower was at a loss for words, even if it's just a word or a sentence. He had never explained Buddhist scriptures to others before. According to his current qualifications, he really could not explain Buddhist scriptures to others. Even though he was the center of attention in the Titanium Temple, he had only entered the temple for a short time. He did not have the qualifications. In the words of his master, he was a hothead, so why should he mislead others? However, he had no choice. He had lost the bet and the other party didn't care if he had the so-called qualifications or not. Therefore he began to explain the contents to Subai according to what his master had explained in the past. At that time his master had asked him these two questions and he answered them one by one. In the end he was beaten up. Silly, I don't know. What's the point of forcing an answer? This was what his master had said back then. Logically speaking, even if Subai didn't know about it, he would have heard about it from others. But now Subai said that he didn't know. If I knew, I wouldn't need you to explain it to me. Isn't it better for me to teach you instead? Subai said. Although he was talking, his gaze did not leave the progress bar. At this moment No Flower finally felt that something was wrong. At first he thought that she was looking at his eyes, but after a long time he realized that she was looking at his head. No Flower touched his head and asked, Patron, are you interested in my head? Did your master like that? Bai asked. Up until now he had gradually figured out some of the rules of the golden finger. For example, there was nothing wrong with No Flower's head now, but the ring scar on the top of his head was a little abnormal. Scar triggering the progress bar was very possible. This, LT, was the little monk's order and it was also the rule of the Titanium Temple. No Flower touched his bald head and explained. The Titanium Temple uses the Buddhist Dharma to condense the protective Buddhist light. After entering the temple I have to point 9 Buddhist scars on my head. The deeper the Buddhist Dharma is, the faster it disappears. I am stupid. It has been so long but I haven't removed a single one. No Flower lowered his head in shame. Hearing this, Subai's eyes lit up like a lonely lamp in the dark night. If the progress bar was according to his guess, the quality of the skill obtained was closely related to the thing he observed, then if he could make a trip to the Titanium Temple, wouldn't he be able to make a fortune? When he thought of the bald heads in the temple, he had the idea of putting it into practice. No, I have to be steady. Subai thought to himself. There was a legitimate reason for him to listen to the Buddhist scriptures now. If he really wanted to get the liver purity bar when he arrived at the Titanium Temple, he would have to stare at the bald man every day. At that time, if he was discovered, it would not be good for him. Let's finish this first. After Subai made up his mind, he stared at No Flower's head. No Flower seemed to have thought of something and said something unexpected. Patron, if you want to enter my Titanium Temple and cut off your worries, I can introduce you. He could feel that Subai's eyes were filled with passion and even excitement. He recalled his previous guess about Subai, thinking that Subai was a person who yearned for Buddhism. Combined with the current situation, he thought that Subai wanted to enter the Void Gate. In short, he was thinking the wrong thing again. Subai coughed and went along with No Flower's words. If there's a chance, I'd like to go and take a 100k, but right now it's better to stay in TNE mortal world. Sai, as long as benefactor devotes himself to Buddhism, you will be cultivating wherever you are. Speechless chanted the name of Buddha. Knowing that everyone had their own difficulties, she sighed and said, let's continue. Subai nodded and raised his hand to make an inviting gesture. In the room only the light of the oil lamp flickered. Wu Hua's Buddhist scripture explanation began. Just as No Flower said, the Buddhist scriptures he was talking about were not secrets. They were all ordinary Buddhist scriptures. Throughout the entire process, No Flower spoke very seriously and in detail. From time to time he would ask Subai if he understood. Subai was listening attentively, but he really couldn't understand. Staring at the progress bar was very boring.
Subai felt that every time he listened to the progress bar it was boring and unadorned, therefore time passed quite quickly when he listened to No Flower talk about Buddhist scriptures while listening to the progress bar. In the blink of an eye a night passed, a hazy light appeared in the sky and it was almost dawn. That's all for today, I'll come back at night. Subai said. This was already a violation of the rules he had previously set. He had said before that he should not stay up late and always be in the most perfect state, however it also depended on time such as now. He didn't want to stay in the Lu residence during the day, he could avoid unnecessary trouble by coming over at night. Hearing Subai's words, Wu Yan knew that Subai was leaving. He nodded expressionlessly. Not long after Subai left the room and climbed over the wall leaving No Flower with a numb face. No Flower felt that he wanted to take back his thoughts from that night. At first he thought that Subai was a person who was devoted to Buddhism and had the root of wisdom, however after a night of explanation he admitted that he was wrong. He talked for the whole night but Subai didn't even understand half of it. That night Subai stared at his head with a strange look. No Flower defined this gaze as envy. Perhaps, if it weren't for the chaos of the mortal world you would have really gone into seclusion. His gaze was so passionate that it was as if he wanted to shave his head immediately and find a temple to become a Buddha. What a pity, in the end he doesn't have the root of wisdom. No Flower put his palms together and muttered to himself. His tone was filled with admiration. Even if you don't have any talent you can still work hard to improve yourself. Wowa, you should also look up to this benefactor. In this day and age those who were not afraid of hard work were afraid of those who were better than you and worked harder than you. In No Flower's eyes Subai was outstanding enough. Even now No Flower still had an endless aftertaste of that stunning slash, yet such a person was still working hard to learn the Buddhist Dharma. I really didn't misjudge him. I reckon almsgiver Lu has the same thoughts as me. No, after I finish talking about the Buddhist Dharma I must pull him in. No Flower thought to himself. At this time Subai, who didn't know that he had been imagined as an outstanding person, had already returned to the bodyguard agency. The bodyguard agency was still the same but the bodyguards were more motivated than before. The reason was none other than the bag of silver from the Lin Manor. Chapter 63, Lu Su's character image is broken. In this world there were two things that couldn't be rejected: discounts, free whoring. As the saying goes, the party would never lose. Bai Piao's smile was always bright. At first the escorts were also worried about how to earn money, however the matter at the Lin Manor made them feel a little more at ease. He got the money but he didn't need to give anything. Wasn't this a free ride? Although this seemed immoral it didn't matter. We've already done it so it's just child's play now. In the bodyguard's opinion, as long as they had no morals they would not be kidnapped by morals. Our escort master Su has already said that it's not a big deal, so the escorts are very relieved. With the income there was a peace of mind, so the escorts were very motivated now. Hello Brother Su. Has Brother Su eaten? Good morning Brother Su. When the escorts saw Su entering the courtyard they greeted him enthusiastically. In fact sometimes the escorts even had hallucinations and thought that Subai was a very kind person. For example, now they could no longer greet each other while trembling. They seemed a little more normal. Of course the premise of all this was that Subai did not draw his saber. Work hard, don't get rusty, Subai instructed before entering the backyard. The locust tree in the backyard was still the same. Subai had already gotten the wool so he did not pay much attention to it. The power of confusion was still there but it could not affect Subai before and it was the same now. When I finish the progress bar I'll deal with the problem of this tree. Subai stared at the locust tree for a while before entering the house. He had to work on the progress bar at night and there were too many people in the day. He thought that he would wait until the progress bar was done. For the next 5 days Subai stayed in the Lu residence every day checking the progress bar. Lu Su was also in the Lu residence so the scene naturally could not be hidden from her eyes. From the second night onwards this woman with both temperament and beauty suddenly had an idea: a single man and a single woman staying in the same room all night, and many images appeared in his mind. If he really drew them they would not be suitable for children. Miss Lu seemed to have awakened a special physique. She maintained a neutral attitude towards this and thought that she was normal. This continued until the last day. In fact Subai's estimation was very good. After all he had experienced the progress bar a few times so he was stuck on time. On the last day when the sky was hazy and bright the progress bar in front of Subai's eyes was finally full. In the room No Flower looked like he had been played badly. A light blue smoke that only Subai could see appeared and turned into a line of words. You studied the Buddhist scar and comprehended the body of the Buddha. This time there were no signs of fusion. When the light blue text appeared it immediately disappeared. All kinds of information appeared in Subai's mind. After chewing it carefully he had already absorbed it. The so-called diamond body was really the specialty of the diamond temple but because it was No Flower who watched and No Flower had chosen the ring scar herself it was only level 3. With a thought a light blue panel appeared in front of Subai. Name: Subai, Realm, 8th stage. Unspecialized. Breaking 1 Style Level 2, Maximum Level. Reversal Heart Technique, Level 2.5, Maximum Level. Kidney Hammering Technique, Level 1 Maximum Level.
Maple Leaves Like Rain, Tier 2 Maximum Level. Forsun Movement Technique, Level 1 Maximum Level. Forsun Formation, Level 1 Maximum Level. Body of the Vajra, 3, Max Level. Comprehension, Max Level. A Tier 3 skill was not considered a mental cultivation technique, but it had already reached the maximum level. According to his understanding, transforming true origin power into golden light could be used to protect the body or cover ghost headblade as an attack method. As an attack method, it had a very obvious characteristic: hard. No matter how hard it was, the body of the Buddha was very hard. I Subai extremely hard. Benefactor? No Flower came back to his senses from the expression of being played badly. When he saw Subai in a daze, he subconsciously called out, "Hmm?" Subai reacted and cupped his fists. "Thank you." He had already gotten what he wanted and was satisfied. "Patron, you're too polite, I'm just fulfilling my promise." No Flower shook his head. Subai suddenly remembered something and asked, "Are all the protective Buddha light of the titanium temple green?" That night he saw No Flower use it and even took a stab from him, so he asked. No Flower nodded without hesitation. "That's right, they're all green, don't look bad, benefactor." He thought that Subai was just a physiognomist, so he explained that the Buddha's light was not necessarily golden. Every temple had its own characteristics. Subai didn't mean that, he just asked casually because his diamond body was golden. From the looks of it, it was not impossible to use it. He was still thinking that if he used it, it would not be good if the people of the titanium temple saw it. Now the chances of it being seen were greatly reduced. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Subai prepared to leave. "Patron, are you really not going to consider that matter?" No Flower asked again. Subai shook his head, indicating that he didn't have such thoughts. He opened the door after he arrived, after Subai left No Flower's side. At this moment Lu Su walked in from outside. "Aren't you going to persuade him?" With his help the chances would be higher. Ever since the two of them started talking about Buddhism, Lu Su had been absent most of the time except for appearing occasionally, but every time it appeared it would always hold a pen and paper as if it was remembering something. Not only that, even though she was wearing a veil when she was recording, everyone could see the excitement in her eyes. At first No Flower thought that Lu Su also liked Buddhist scriptures. After all, she was a scholar, so she would definitely be interested in anything related to books. But one day Subai accidentally peeked at the contents inside and told No Flower. No Flower couldn't express the contents of the book, but he felt that as a monk, how could he read such a thing? In Subai's words, Fairy Lu Su's persona had completely collapsed. In the end, due to Subai and Wu Hua's double threats, Lu Su had no choice but to destroy the book that she regarded as her inspiration. When he destroyed it, the scholar even cursed. When No Flower heard Lu Su's words, he shook his head, indicating that he would not give up so easily. "Then how are you going to get him to join us?" Lu Su asked. Joining the gang was a new term she had heard from Subai recently. She felt that it was very suitable. You can't beat him with your fists, and you can't even win a bet with him. Don't tell me you can use love to influence him? Lu Su added excitedly, raising her small fist. No Flower put his palms together and said, "My master once said that besides using fists and breaking through domains, there is actually a third way. I want to try it." "Which way?" Lu Su asked in puzzlement. Chapter 64, The Locust Tree in the Backyard. 1. From Lu Su's point of view, Subai was the type of person who would not be persuaded. Unless she wanted to do it herself, no one would be able to persuade her. For example, Subai wanted to kill County Magistrate Zhang and Lin Fu, but now No Flower said that he could change to a third method, and he said it so confidently. As such, Lu Su was very curious as to what method No Flower would use. No Flower stretched out a finger and said something that couldn't be any more vulgar. Wealth. Even though Lu Su was wearing a veil, she could feel the corners of her mouth twitch. She never expected that No Flower would give such an answer. One word: vulgar. Was this something that could be solved with money? If money could solve it, then it was not a problem. The wealth that I'm talking about refers to a large category. As long as you can pay a sufficient price, someone will definitely be tempted. No Flower took out something from his bosom and said. Lu Su looked over. It was a book without a cover, and there were no words on the surface. There were deep creases on the pages, and it was obvious that they had been flipped through many times. Lu Su frowned slightly. The current habit of the Titanium Temple hand-copied Buddhist scriptures when he was young. Although they are ordinary Buddhist scriptures, they are hand-copied. El got this Buddhist scripture from the Sutra Depository as a reward from the Titanium Temple for a mission, No Flower explained.
As he spoke, No Flower stroked the scripture with his hand, looking as if he was willing to part with it, but in Lu Su's eyes this expression was not worth mentioning. I heard that the current abbot of the Titanium Temple is unknown in the Titanium Temple. He copied Buddhist scriptures as a hobby. When he was young he had already copied more than 8,000 books. Lu Su said disdainfully, some things were worthless if there were too many of them. No Flower's expression froze. This is different. When the abbot was young he would only copy every Buddhist scripture once, although it was unknown at that time it was now the only copy. He argued. Lu Su chuckled. You can continue to make up stories. I understand that the Titanium Temple has entered the mortal world. Some of the Buddhist precepts are useless to you. No Flower was dejected and didn't argue anymore. He said weakly, but this little monk is poor and has nothing. This scripture is really a treasure to those who love Buddhism. He was a disciple of the Titanium Temple, but he really had no money. The Heaven Inspectorate gave him a lot of salary, but based on his understanding of Subai would not take risks for money. He had no other choice. This was the only way. Maybe we can give it a try. Subai's way of thinking is different from others. He seems to like Buddhism very much. Lu Su paced back and forth and stopped after a moment. I think so too. I'll go over tomorrow morning. No Flower became spirited again. When giving something it didn't matter if it was expensive, but rather it was to cater to their preferences. Lu Su walked to the door. After saying that he left, the room fell silent again. No Flower held the Buddhist scripture and thought about what to say tomorrow. Night fell. Subai lay on the bed feeling bored. There were still quite a few days before the bookstore would be exchanging new books. During this period of time he had fallen into a situation where there was no progress bar. To be honest, the liver progress bar was very boring, but after getting used to it he became more and more addicted to it. Now that he suddenly had nothing to do he felt bored. Sai, we have to think of a way. If we don't have it we'll look for it elsewhere, Subai thought as he placed his hands behind his head. At present there was only a bookstore in Shangsin County, at least on the surface. If this continued he would have to go to Shangsin County to take a look. He would come back to the bookstore every month. Thinking of this, Subai felt that this plan was feasible. Find some time to go out and try. Anyway, the bodyguard agency is fine. After we go out let Lu Er make the decision. After Subai thought it through he turned over and prepared to rest. Alright, I've been busy for a few days and forgot about the locust tree. He sat up and thought about the locust tree. Just as he turned over there was a sudden movement outside the door. At this time it was already late at night and the escorts had all gone home. How could there be anyone? That sound was like the sound of someone rubbing against the ground without lifting their feet. Subai got up and picked up Ghost Headblade, which was beside the bed. He went to the window and quietly opened it a little. Outside the window the small courtyard was unusually quiet. Other than the moonlight there was nothing else. The noise he heard just now was definitely not an illusion. Frothing slightly, Subai silently pulled out the Ghost Headblade and held it in his hand. Sha, the sound of friction rang out again. He turned around and retreated. At the same time he pushed open the window with his backhand and aimed his long imaf outside the window. There was nothing outside the window. However, the rustling sound was still coming and it was getting closer and closer. Subai didn't go out. He used Ghost Headblade to pick up a stool in the room and threw it out of the door. The stool fell to the ground and rolled far away without any abnormality. At this moment the rustling stopped. In Subai's line of sight there was a trace of black below the window. Hair? With Subai's current strength he could clearly see that it was black hair and it was moving up. Black hair, forehead, eyes. As it slowly moved up, a head appeared in midair. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were round and there was nothing below his neck. Blood was dripping from it. His eyes were emotionless, filled with coldness and gloominess. County Magistrate Zhang? Subai raised his eyebrows. This head looked exactly like County Magistrate Zhang, and it looked like County Magistrate Zhang before he died. Becoming estranged, Subai looked at Magistrate Zhang's head and thought to himself, after a person died there was a chance that they would become strange. This was the origin of the strangeness of Great Chu. Seeing the hideous head floating in the air, Subai subconsciously thought of something strange. The head floated in the air staring at Subai with an extremely strange gaze. From time to time it would dance up and down, but it did not come in. At this moment Subai suddenly felt something in his mind, but it was not too obvious. He lowered his head and looked at Ghost Headblade in his hand, slowly figuring out what had just appeared. It was a consciousness. A consciousness that was independent of his own consciousness, was confusing his thoughts, causing him to have an emotion that told him that he had killed County Magistrate Zhang and felt guilty. He should pay with his life. Guilt? Pay with your life? Does it exist? It didn't exist. This was an ability to confuse people, but he had the ability to turn things upside down. In the past few days, apart from exchanging Buddhist teachings with No Flower, he would occasionally ask No Flower about strange demons. When the commoners died they would turn into strange creatures. That was an ordinary strange creature.
If a strange person died, there was a chance that they would turn into a strange person, and they might even carry the abilities of their previous life. If
County Magistrate Zhang died, he should have the ability of a scholar. How could he have such a confusing ability? The ability to confuse? Subai looked past County Magistrate Zhang's head and at the locust tree in the backyard. Finally, you're moving.
The long saber swept across and the moonlight shone on the saber light, making it extremely cold. The head that was floating in the air met the blade light and instantly turned into a bubble. Subai used the force and body technique. His figure was like a ghost and he had already arrived at the backyard. He rubbed the blade with his fingers and smiled.
Let me see who you are. How dare you cause trouble in my territory?
Chapter 65, Red Veil. Strange human-faced tree. The courtyard was quiet. When Subai climbed into the backyard, the locust tree was still standing in the yard, not moving at all. The moonlight was the brightest at this time of the year. Although the night was dark, the moonlight shone down and illuminated the courtyard. Although it was not as hot as the sun, some silver splendor sprinkled down and covered the locust tree with a layer of silver frost. The night was mixed with light and the two blended together like glue. Lone moon, locust tree, human and saber. If one looked at it from a distance, coupled with the spacious backyard, it would look like a painting of a cold night wind. A breeze blew, bringing with it a little coolness. Accompanying the coolness was the sound of leaves rustling. The leaves intertwined with each other and kept colliding with each other. Under the gentle breeze, the entire tree seemed to be a little noisy. In the breeze, Subai heard the rustling of leaves and a strange sound. As the leaves collided, a faint song came from the locust tree. The song was very soft at first, like the sound of a mosquito. As the breeze blew, it gradually expanded, melodious, and carried an unknown bewitchment. It was as if a beauty was singing, but also as if she was lying beside a pillow and whispering softly. Accompanied by the song, a translucent figure appeared in front of Subai. Dressed in a red muslin, her eyebrows were delicate and her every move was charming. But it was only limited to those two eyebrows. Below the eyebrows there was no jade-like flesh, but there was no bone that was filled with chi. What a pity! If she could cover the lower half of her face, she would be a charming woman. Subai sneered. There was something strange hidden in this tree, and it was only born today. To Subai it was actually a good thing. If he discovered it too early, he would not be able to keep up with the progress bar if he destroyed the tree along with it. Now was the perfect time. After the red muslin appeared, the half of the skeletal face opened and closed gently. The melodious song sounded again, but this time it was even more bewitching than before. Putting aside the bewitching taste, this song was quite pleasant and intoxicating. Boring. Subai thought of himself as a rough man with no artistic talent. In his opinion, it was better to dance. As for bewitchment, I'm sorry, I've already learned your skills. In terms of bewitching people, you don't seem to be as good as me. I'll max out after I'm done. Subai put his hand into the money pouch on his waist. Just as he was about to make a move, he seemed to have thought of something. Something's wrong. Reversing yin and yang is not an illusion. After the fusion of yin and yang, it became the four directions reversal. However, the essence of reversing yin and yang was to use true essence energy to manipulate the aura. In every attack and defense, it was to the point where it could confuse the real with the fake. It wasn't an illusion, but why was it an illusion? Bewitching? Wait a minute. Fake is real. Thinking of this, he hurriedly used the force and movement technique. His figure was like a ghost as he moved dozens of meters forward. Just as he moved, he saw a strange red muslin appear behind him and missed. I see, it affects the aura, and its true attack method is similar to mine. Subai thought to himself. While he was thinking about this, the true essence energy in his body had already started to flow, circulating the four directions. Disorder mental cultivation method. Use the same method as the other party to return the favor. At this moment, if there were anyone else present, they would have noticed a magical scene in the small courtyard. Whether it was Subai or the red muslin, they looked extremely weak, like a broken sack full of holes. Both of them had the same abilities, but Subai was at max level. He took out a handful of copper coins and smiled. He did not intend to fight in close combat. If you had both melee and ranged abilities, would you choose melee or ranged? If Subai was asked this question, he would say, why would he use melee combat when he had ranged combat? Maple leaves like rain was a second rank skill, and so was the breaking style. Why didn't he choose such a safe method? As he circulated his true core strength, a layer of faint golden light surrounded his entire body. At the same time, the golden light flowed along his finger and onto the copper coin. The copper coin was wrapped in a golden light like a sugar-coated fruit. It was round and beautiful. Body of diamond could be attached to ghost head blade, and it was the same with the copper coin. However, after leaving Subai, he lacked the supply of true essence energy, so the time was very short. But what did it affect? The short time? To Subai, this time was meaningless except for the fact that it couldn't be short. I've already thrown out my hidden weapons and I'll be there in an instant. It doesn't matter if it's short or not. At other times it was fine as long as it was very long. As his true core strength flowed, Subai raised the hand that was holding the copper coin and used the technique of the maple leaves falling like rain to scatter the copper coin. The copper coin was wrapped in golden light and had a long tail. Flame as it sealed off every path of escape for the red muslin. The maple leaves were like rain and Subai felt a strange sense of deja vu. It was like a drama he had seen in his previous life where there seemed to be such a technique. Oh right, it seems to be called the sky full of flowers and money. There was a taste. Subai reached his hand into his waist again and pulled out a handful of copper coins. He used maple leaf rain again. When they were young, who didn't fantasize about being a hero and being proficient in all kinds of martial arts? At that time, as long as Subai was given a wooden stick, there would be no rape flowers within a radius of 1 mile. At this moment it somehow matched the memories of his death and activated a certain excitement in Subai. Money was scattered in handfuls, and the more he scattered the more excited he became. The golden copper coin hit the red muslin. The red muslin was expressionless, but her body was gradually becoming transparent. It was strange and irrational, and there was no so-called pain. This expressionless look of him enduring the attack, coupled with the sinister aura that was as cold as ice, made the strange feeling even more intense. From the beginning to the end, when Subai used maple leaves like rain, the situation was already overwhelming. In fact, a handful of copper coins was enough, but you couldn't stop a man who was attacked by dead memories such as Subai, who was now at a certain point of excitement. Under the sky full of money, the red muslin disappeared like a popped bubble. At the same time, the bewitching feeling disappeared as if it had never existed. It settled. Subai turned around and looked at the locust tree behind him. Locust tree stood quietly in the backyard. When the moonlight shone on it, it did not change at all. The breeze was still cold, but the locust tree looked normal now. It no longer had the bewitching feeling from before. Why is there something strange in the tree? Subai rubbed his chin and thought to himself. He approached the tree and used the ghost head blade to gently scrape the tree bark. It was only then that he realized that there was a human face on the tree trunk above his head. Due to the distance between them and the tree branches, they did not see it clearly. Now they could see it clearly. The human face looked very abstract and only had 5 facial features, but one couldn't see the specific appearance. It was as if a few circles were randomly painted on a piece of paper to represent the 5 facial features. He could understand it, but it was very abstract. As Subai looked over, his face changed. Chapter 66. There are mysteries in the Buddhist scriptures. The bark that belonged to the human face began to fall off and fell to the ground. It was like a withered old tree that was heading for extinction. When he looked again, the position of the face had returned to normal as if it had never appeared. If the strangeness dies, the locust tree will be normal, Subai thought. The small courtyard returned to silence once again. It was no different from before. It looked ordinary, and this locust tree no longer had any bewitching effects. If ordinary people came in again, they would not be affected by the locust tree. Subai stood there for a while, then turned around and went back to his room. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the streets of Shenzhen County, people began their busy day. The streets slowly became lively, turning from quiet to noisy in just an hour. On both sides of the street, the commoners were still busy making a living, setting up stalls and opening shops. Yesterday, County Magistrate Zhang was beheaded. This matter had caused a sensation in the entire county. However, life was still life. The most common thing was to chat during dinner. Other than that, the impact on the people was minimal. Ever since Magistrate Zhang's death, Sheng County lacked a parent officer, but it did not affect the daily activities of Sheng County. According to the efficiency of Great Chu, the new officials were already on their way and would take office soon. To the commoners, it was a lively scene at that time, but as time passed, they would slowly forget about it. On both sides of the street, the sound of peddling could be heard from time to time. In the middle of the street, the green-robed monk No Flower was slowly walking. Today he was not here to shop, but to go to the Dragon Conqueror bodyguard agency. There was no other reason. He wanted to persuade Subai, and he had brought something with him. The scripture that the abbot had copied when he was young was placed on his chest. To be honest, Wu Hua was still a little reluctant. Almsgiver Su is a person who loves Buddhism. He will definitely like this Buddhist scripture. With this thought in mind, Wu Hua walked even faster. Before long, he had already reached the entrance of the Dragon Conqueror bodyguard agency. At this moment, the people from the escort agency were still training. When someone saw No Flower enter, they thought that he had business and hurriedly went forward to ask, "I want to see your escort master." Wu Hua pressed his palms together and said, even though he was still young in the eyes of the bodyguard, this monk still looked kind. Luer happened to be at the side. After hearing No Flower's words, he asked No Flower to wait in the front yard. He ran to the connection between the backyard and the front yard and shouted, "Brother Su, a monk is here to see you." Adder saying Tnatni 100 Kia at TNE Locust Tree and TNE Dakwara WATN some rear. At this moment, Subai had just woken up and was about to go out for a walk. Hearing Luer's shout and hearing that it was a monk, he knew who it was without guessing. Let him come to the backyard.
Subai said through the door. All right. Luer agreed and told No Flower to go in by himself. They did not dare to enter the backyard. That tree was very strange. Their lives were more important. Thank you. No Flower bowed slightly to thank him. Luer waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing. Only then did No Flower step into the backyard. As soon as he entered, No Flower stopped and looked at the locust tree in the backyard with a hesitant gaze. He seemed to have thought of something and stayed where he was for a while. However, he remembered that he was here on official business. He did not stay long and went to the largest house in the backyard. Almsgiver, so I am here to disturb you. No Flower knocked on the door. No one opened the door for him, so the door opened automatically. When No Flower walked in, he saw Subai in casual clothes pouring water. I don't have any good tea here, just drink some water. Subai poured a cup and pushed it to No Flower. Almsgiver Su, as polite monks and nuns don't pay attention to the desire of food and stomach. No Flower backhanded the door closed, walked to Subai in front of them, picked up the boiled water on the table, drank a mouthful. He had serious business to attend to, so he didn't waste time on small talk. After putting down the cup of water, he took out a Buddhist scripture from his pocket and handed it to Subai. What do you mean? Subai focused slightly. In Subai's opinion, this book had no cover and no words. Other than the creases left by frequent flipping, it looked ordinary. Normally Subai wouldn't even look at him, but it was different now. There was a golden progress bar floating above the book, which was very eye-catching. Another golden progress bar? Subai pondered for a moment and pretended not to know anything. It was really like a flower planted deliberately did not bloom, but a willow planted unintentionally made a shade. He was now worrying about where to get the progress bar. He had even made up his mind last night to set his goal aside from upgrading the county. He didn't expect to receive a progress bar today. It was comfortable. However, there must be a reason for everything. There was no free lunch in the sky, so Subai asked. He also liked the idea of free prostitution, but there were very few people who could really do so. This is the Buddhist scripture copied by the abbot of the Titanium Temple when he was young. At that time, although the abbot was only a little monk, his Buddhist teachings were already outstanding among his peers. I saw that almsgiver Su liked Buddhist teachings. No Flower said slowly. There was a hint of heartache in his tone. This is not an act. Just as Lu Su had said when the abbot of the Titanium Temple was young, he liked to copy Buddhist scriptures. There were thousands of them in the sutra depository, and there were many of them. But that didn't mean it was worthless. This thing was like an antique. Its function was not to do anything but to collect it. This book was especially good for Buddhist disciples. With the support of the status of the abbot of the Titanium Temple, everyone wanted it. In fact, the Titanium Temple had even had the idea of using the abbot's scriptures to connect with other Buddhist sects, but the abbot immediately rejected this idea. No Flower didn't know why, but he didn't understand why the host had such a strange expression on his face when he rejected him, just like awkward. He couldn't figure it out, and neither did Subai. If Subai knew about this, he would definitely tell No Flower that they almost killed the host club. In this day and age, who didn't do something stupid when they were young? It was only when they were old that they regretted it. For example, when he was in junior high school, he liked to post his own updates, and the updates he posted were extremely awkward. For example, they would moan or complain about the heavens and earth, pretending to be depressed. When they grew up and found out, they would spend the entire night deleting all the content. Now your Titanium Temple actually wants to use the stupidity of the abbot in his early years to contact the Buddhist sect. The abbot didn't give you a slap because he has a good temper. Tell me your conditions. Subai took the Buddhist scripture and caressed it lovingly. The progress bar was too fragrant. This appearance made No Flower confirm his thoughts. He secretly thought that the benefactor was indeed a person who worshipped Buddha. Following that, No Flower said something that made Subai confused. I didn't expect almsgiver Su to be not only a person who worships Buddha but also a person who keeps a low profile. It turns out that he has long wanted to destroy the Extreme Life sect. Chapter 67. Hidden under the ancient tree. As No Flower finished his sentence, the room fell into silence. There was an awkward atmosphere. Subai took a sip of water and put down the cup. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. What did you think of this time? He hadn't expected this from No Flower. He knew that No Flower would ask him for help, but this sudden question made him know that No Flower was overthinking. They had long wanted to destroy the Extreme Life sect? He really didn't have such thoughts. Not only did he not, he couldn't even be bothered to care. He killed Yun Xiang because Yun Xiang provoked him. If he didn't get rid of her, he would regret it. How did he become the one who wanted to destroy the Extreme Life sect? Almsgiver Su, don't hide yourself anymore. I've already seen through you. I've already noticed you when I came in. No Flower smiled confidently as if he were Master God Diviner. Speak clearly, don't speak in riddles. Subai leaned back on the chair and said leisurely, Sai Almsgiver Su, things have already come to this, yet you still want to hide. When I came in, I found traces of a fight here. There was also a locust tree, and there was a scar the size of a face on the trunk of the locust tree. Didn't you just destroy the extreme life sect last night? Wu Hua said slowly. Oh? Subai placed his elbow on the table and narrowed his eyes. El did destroy a freak last night, but how did you know that it was the ultimate life sect? Exterminating the strangeness. This was true. The red muslin strangeness was riddled with holes by his maple leaves like rain, and it died a tragic death. Even the pervert shook his head when he saw this, but this matter was related to the extreme life cult? How could no flower tell? Benefactor, do you still remember the big move I told you about? The other Hua said. Subai pondered for a moment and rubbed his chin. Of course he remembered this. A beautiful female Abby Dean had created the boundless Tao scripture, which could imitate other people's cultivation techniques. However, ordinary people could only do two at most. The female Abby Dean relied on her own talent to imitate it to the extreme. In the end, her cultivation technique backfired and she disappeared. The limitless Tao scripture was obtained by the extreme life cult by chance. The extreme life cult had people cultivate this cultivation technique. After they died, they would put it into an object, giving them a chance to produce strangeness. And once this strangeness was born, it would completely transform into that ability, no longer an imitation. The object you mentioned earlier, is it a tree? Subai frowned. If there was a connection between them, it would be the locust tree in the backyard. Subai immediately thought of it. As the two of them chatted about this strange moment, No Flower finally understood that Subai really didn't know that he had killed the extreme life sect. Hence No Flower began to explain the plan of the extreme life cult in detail, practicing the boundless Tao scripture, imitating an ability of the same level. After death it will turn into a strange ability and solidify into one's own ability. However, one needs to bury the person under a tree. The extreme life cult named this ability Rebirth, which means a brand new beginning. At this point No Flower paused for a moment, picked up the cup on the table and took a sip. For example, drowning people will only stay in the water they are in. As for others, I won't give them an example. Subai rubbed his chin and recalled the time when he first met the locust tree. At that time the locust tree's range of influence was only in this backyard. Even if it became strange, it was still in the backyard. As long as he left this courtyard he would be fine. There are other schemes, Subai said. If he was from the extreme life sect and there were no other schemes, he would just create the monsters and let them kill him. Why would he need to spend so much effort? Yes, we haven't figured out why they did this yet. No Flower smiled bitterly. They really couldn't understand. At the moment they had too little information. Other than knowing that the extreme life cult wanted to fight to the death, there was no other news. This tree was planted by a prostitute. It was originally a courtesan of another county. Subai told him the news from before. Hua Kuei? When No Flower heard this, his eyes widened. This news was unexpected. Let's not talk about this for now. Are you sure they are all made of trees? Subai temporarily changed the topic and returned to the right track. No Flower was still thinking about what Subai had just said and nodded subconsciously. They are all trees. Subai turned the cup of water with his fingers and fell into deep thought. The locust tree in the backyard could trigger the progress bar. This was something that had already been practiced. There was no doubt about it. And this pagoda tree was related to the extreme life sect. It was caused by the extreme life sect burying the dead under the tree. The dead had learned the Amateus Taoist scripture. Then he could calculate. Learn the immeasurable Taoist scripture plus buried in the locust tree plus strange locust tree equals progress bar. Subai's eyes lit up. He seemed to have seen a way to make a fortune, and it was a huge fortune. If he could find the extreme life sect and take all the trees that they had tampered with, wouldn't he be rich? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this path would work. It could solve his current problem of not having a progress bar. Looking at the still thinking Subai, picked up the Buddhist scripture on the table. The purpose of you giving me the Buddhist scriptures is to make me attack, right? No Flower had been wondering who this courtesan Belle was, but after hearing Subai's question he came back to his senses and nodded. This was indeed what he thought. There was no need to hide it. Monks were open and aboveboard and never lied. Subai casually flipped through the book for a while and raised his head. As you can see, I do like Buddhist scriptures. This gift is very precious to me. I can consider it and give you an answer tomorrow. As he spoke he pushed the scripture in front of No Flower, but halfway through he pretended to be very reluctant. No Flower saw the change in Subai's expression and quickly said, "Patron, you don't have to give me the Buddhist scriptures. You can read it for a night and give me an answer tomorrow." "That's great." Subai was just putting on an act. After hearing Wu Hua's words he quickly put the Buddhist scripture into his bag. No Flower was speechless. Why do I feel like I'd been cheated? Was he deliberately acting just now? However, things had already come to this, and the other party had also given him an answer. No Flower pressed his palms together and prepared to leave. "Benefactor, I have to go back and consider the information you told me today. I'll take my leave first. I have to read these Buddhist scriptures, so I won't send you off."
Subai said. No Flower didn't let Subai send him off. He turned around and left, closing the door behind him. When No Flower closed the door, Subai leaned back in his chair and flipped through the Buddhist scriptures and trees. This request is very difficult to refuse, but we'll have to wait until tonight. I still have to confirm something. With this thought in mind, Subai looked at the backyard. In the backyard under the moonlight, the locust tree stood alone. Chapter 68, Give Me a Quick Death? When he needed to verify a fact about the locust tree, there are too many escorts during the day, Subai thought. From the time Wu Hua left until nighttime, Subai did not leave the agency. It was only when night approached and the escorts left one after another and returned to their own homes that Subai walked out of the house. Tonight was different from the other nights. There was no moonlight tonight and the sky was dark. Subai carried an oil lamp in one hand, a hoe in the other, and a ghost head blade at his waist. He walked out of the house and went directly to the pagoda tree. During the day he had been thinking about it. Under the temptation of the Buddhist scriptures and the human-faced ancient tree, he felt that he could do business, especially the human-faced ancient tree. He was very greedy for the progress bar. Helping No Flower was equivalent to helping him. After all, it was equivalent to having 2 more helpers. However, he had to confirm one thing in advance. Was what No Flower said true? Was this locust tree caused by the human-faced ancient tree? If he wanted to verify the truth, he only needed to dig up the pagoda tree to verify what Wu Hua said. The people of the extreme life cult killed the people and buried them under the tree. There should be bones under the tree. There were too many people during the day, so it was not suitable to operate. Now that it was night, it was the best time to operate. Coincidentally, the farming tools he had taken from the underworld blacksmith were now in use. Subai put the oil lamp on the ground and held the hoe with both hands. Looking at the lonely locust tree in front of him, he raised the hoe without hesitation and began to dig the ground. With the addition of his true core strength, his speed had increased significantly. Not long after, he had already thrown a deep pit under the locust tree. Subai threw the hoe aside. He seemed to have dug up something just now. He raised the oil lamp closer to the front and back before he could see the situation under the tree clearly. Beneath the soil was a tree root, and in the middle of the root was a skeleton wearing red clothes entangled by the roots of the locust tree. It had been buried for a long time and the flesh and blood on white bones had long disappeared, leaving only the skeleton. Judging from the size of the skeleton, it was a woman's skeleton. Couldn't help but think of the strange red muslin he had encountered before. The red clothes matched the red muslin. There really is a corpse buried here. It seems that what No Flower said is right. We really have to do this business. When the rewards exceeded the risks by too much, it was hard to refuse. Subai did not think much of the Buddhist scripture. The main thing was the progress bar of the human-faced ancient tree. If he could study it a few more times, he would definitely gain a lot. It was already very late. He pondered for a moment. First he started to bury the locust tree. Then he planned to rush to the Lu residence to discuss this matter with Wu Hua and the others. Thinking of this, Subai was about to take the hoe and the oil lamp back to his room. However, he did not expect to hear a strange cry at this moment. It was the cry of a bird like an owl. In his previous life, if this voice was translated into words, it would have a very special meaning and would make one's hair stand on end. For example, online novels. If the author of a web novel typed the word coup in a post, there would be a lot of blades. Subai raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. On the wall of the escort agency stood a masked man in black. On his shoulder sat a black eagle. At this moment the masked man looked at him coldly and did not speak. Subai also looked at the masked man. His eyes narrowed slightly, but his expression did not change. After a while, the masked man stretched out his left hand. The black eagle on his shoulder flapped its wings and landed on the masked man's left arm, staring at Subai. Those eyes seemed to carry humanity, especially when paired with the current scene. It made one's scalp go numb. Extreme life cult? Subai pulled out the ghost head blade from his waist and gently rubbed the back of the blade with his fingers. His gaze gradually became playful. I was just talking about the time. Why didn't anything happen here? So there's an expert here. You ruined my sex grand plan. I'll choose a way for you to die, the masked man said in a hoarse voice. Oh? Choose a way for me to die? Subai touched his chin. I've never heard anyone say this to me since I started working in this industry. Masked man rolled over from the wall and said, You can try it today. As he spoke, he took a step forward. The black eagle in his left hand suddenly flew up and rushed towards Subai. Its eyes were cruel and ruthless, as if it wanted to tear the person in front of it into pieces. Subai raised his eyebrows slightly. This black eagle was unusual. It seemed to dare to charge up even when facing tigers and lions. There were too many sects in the martial arts world. He did not know the specific ability of this masked man, but this did not stop him from making a move. His right foot stepped to the side and at the same time he turned his wrist. Ghost head blade swept horizontally from bottom to top. TSK.
The black eagle split into two, however the blood that he had imagined did not spill out. The black eagle that had been split into two suddenly turned into a black fog and attacked Subai. In the black fog there were all kinds of roars and howls. Many faces appeared in the black fog. Although their facial features could not be seen clearly, they could still be heard together with the painful screams. Subai was already on guard. There was no such thing as contempt in his dictionary. When the black fog came, he staggered slightly and used the force and body movements. He was already moving sideways to the left like a ghost. However, the black fog followed Subai like a shadow. Not only did it block the distance between Subai and the masked man, but it also kept chasing after them. So he thought I was a martial artist and wanted to keep a distance from me. Subai saw that the man in black refused to move forward and only controlled the black fog in front of him to attack. He already understood the reason. The masked man hadn't said a word since he had attacked Subai, as if he had already taken Subai down. However, in the next moment his eyes revealed shock. Subai dodged the attack of the black mist and stomped his foot slightly. His true core strength flowed along his foot to the ground, and a golden array suddenly appeared. Flames rose and shrouded the black fog. In the flames the black fog crashed left and right, but it could not come out at all. The shouts inside were even more intense. He's not just a martial artist. The masked man was stunned for a moment before he turned around and ran without hesitation. It was originally meant to block the explosive distance of a martial artist, but now that this person was not just a martial artist, it was a different plan. Escape was more important. The masked man jumped over the high wall in front of him and prepared to escape. However, the next moment a gust of wind came. The masked man heard the sound of the wind and turned his head. He saw a round object wrapped in golden light hit his calf. The pain was like a tidal wave. The masked man wanted to cry out, but in the next moment 3 more sounds of wind could be heard. His intact hands and feet were all pierced by copper coins. The masked man fell from the wall and screamed in pain. Desperate footsteps sounded behind him. There was also a voice that made his hair stand on end. Why are you so confident? Chapter 69. You can be soft-hearted when dealing with the enemy. At this moment the masked man was lying on the ground and could not see what was happening behind him. However, when the voice came, it was like the low groans of hell from afar, making him feel cold all over. Immediately after, he felt a grip on his neck as he was lifted up from behind and suspended in midair. The masked man's feet kept moving, but this action was in vain and did not have any effect. So you can still move? The voice came from behind him again. At the same time the masked man heard Subai's words accompanied by a sharp pain. Crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The masked man's limbs were in extreme pain. His bones had been crushed by Subai. He wanted to shout, but Bates' voice followed him like a shadow, so he did not dare to shout out. If you lure them out, I'll cut off your tongue, blind your eyes and pierce your ears. His voice was teasing, but it was extremely threatening. The masked man shivered and gritted his teeth, enduring the pain with great effort. The sky was dark and the commotion just now was not enough to wake up the sleeping commoners. Subai carried the masked man and jumped slightly before returning to the backyard. He threw the masked man on the ground and used his long knife to remove the mask. A woman's face appeared in front of him. At this moment her face was covered in sweat and had become extremely pale. It was obvious that she was in endless pain. It turns out that the woman's voice was quite similar just now and her looks were also quite good, but it's a pity that she's gone. Subai smiled teasingly. If you're a man, give me a quick death. The woman spat out a sentence with difficulty. It was as if she used all her strength and her head leaned to the side weakly. She knew very well that this was a battle of life and death. If she fell into the enemy's hands she would definitely not be able to live, so she would not beg for mercy. Subai placed his foot on the woman's shoulder and gently rubbed it. If others saw this they would think that he was playing some strange hobby. Although his movements were light, Subai had crushed the woman's limbs earlier. His actions now triggered the pain from before and the woman's face became even paler. The pain went deep into his bones, making him despair and unable to resist. The woman's body trembled as she stared at Subai with endless hatred. I won't be merciful. After you answer my question I can consider giving you a quick death. Subai's expression was very calm and there was even a smile on his face. However, he did not retract his foot. Instead he pressed down even harder. There are no traitors in the Extreme Life cult. There are only cult members who died in battle and no traitors who surrender. Although the woman's voice was trembling, it still carried a sense of determination. Pa. The sound was Subai clapping his hands. Very good. I like people who are more stubborn. Let's see who is more stubborn. Subai dragged the woman into the house in the backyard. He took out a rag and stuffed it into the woman's mouth. The woman stared at Subai and straightened her neck, looking unyielding. Subai pulled out the ghost head blade and tapped the back of the blade on the woman's finger. The sound of bones shattering rang out once again. Woo! Could still see a smile in her eyes. The less outstanding your appearance is, the safer it is. Although he said that Subai understood that it was all for personal revenge, you can't bring a knife. Lusu looked at Subai's waist and said, also you can't wear your own clothes.
you have to change into servant clothes and pretend to be my attendants. Subai naturally knew that it wasn't appropriate for them to bring a saber with them when they were going to a brothel, so he untied Ghost Head Blade to the side. He looked to the side and saw No Flower standing with his hands clasped together. Coupled with the wig and the beard on his face, he looked very strange. Monks like you have to restrain your subconscious actions, Subai said. No Flower quickly put down his hands and nodded. And your eyes are too clear, you don't have the temperament of a rich dog at all, Subai said to Lu Su. Lu Su closed her eyes and opened them again. Her eyes were filled with an arrogant and despotic aura. There's one more thing. Subai revealed a mysterious smile. Lu Su and No Flower came over. After hearing what Subai said next, they revealed expressions of understanding. After that, Subai and Wu Hua changed into the clothes of the servants of the Lu family. After everything was settled, the three of them left the Lu family under the cover of night. As for the corpse on the ground, Lu Su took out a small bottle and poured it on the corpse. The corpse immediately turned into blood. All in all, Subai was reminded of what Lu Su had said that night outside Lin Fenghua's window when she had taken out her smoke. I have many methods and this is only one of them. Bai didn't know how many tricks he had, but he knew very well that he wanted something that could turn corpses into blood. There was also the disguising technique. It would be very useful in the future when he wanted to kill people. No, it would be very useful in the future when he wanted to punish evil and promote good. I have to find an opportunity to get it over. When he heard Lu Su say that ordinary people could learn it, he had an idea, but now was not the time, so Subai did not say anything. The night grew darker and darker. The other streets were as quiet as water, but there was a place in Shang County that was brightly lit. Spring Rain Pavilion was the only brothel in Shang County, and it was also the most lively place at night. Whether it was scholars, wealthy businessmen, or ordinary people, they often lingered here. As a transmigrator, how could he not come here to check in? Subai looked excited. Lu Su was still alright, but No Flower was obviously very cowardly. If they could get close enough, they could even hear No Flower's voice. The woman at the foot of the mountain eats monks. No Flower had long since recognized the deceptive language, but some things could not be erased no matter how hard he tried. There was no problem with normal communication, but now was not the time for normal communication. They were visiting a brothel. Be normal, don't be nervous, Subai said softly as he patted her on the shoulder. Then he followed Lu Su into the Spring Rain Pavilion. They played the role of servants while Lu Su was a wealthy merchant. Just as he stepped in, he heard a commotion. Spring Rain Pavilion was filled with birds and swallows. It was divided into 3 floors and each floor was filled with the smell of cosmetics. As soon as Subai entered, his eyes lit up. This kind of intuitive feeling was different from television. Only when one was in the scene could one feel the subtle difference. The brothel madam, who was in her 30s, walked over to Lu Su while shaking her body. Is this your first time here? Do you have a lover? In this line of work, everyone had good eyes. When the brothel madam saw Lu Su dressed luxuriously, she rushed over immediately. I'm doing business and passing through Shang County, so I just happened to come over to play. Lu Su acted like an old guest and threw a piece of silver over. All right. The brothel madam took it in a flurry, agreed, and led the way. Before long, Subai and the others were brought to a good room. Lu Su had just sat down when she noticed that Subai was looking at her strangely. Chapter 74. Playing and singing. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Su was confused. The door was already closed. Other than the increasingly noisy noise outside, only the 3 of them were left in the room. You're so good. Subai rubbed his chin. When Lu Su was communicating with the brothel madam earlier, she had been extremely skilled. He was like an old customer and not a newcomer. He was so familiar with it that it made one's scalp go numb. The academy teaches us, Lu Su suddenly said. Subai was stunned. What? The academy still had teachings on this? This Qingyun Academy was very showy. He had never heard of the academy teaching this. Many years ago there was a scholar in the Qingyun Academy who was trained as the top of the academy. However, not long after, he immersed himself in the brothels and ended up with nothing. Thus it became a counterexample and was widely circulated in the academy. Since it was a counterexample, she naturally had to explain it clearly. Therefore Lu Su understood the process very well. No, it's not that I'm mediocre. Wu Hua put his palms together and said, it seems that the academy has changed this part of history. Lu Su frowned slightly and did not continue speaking. The version I heard was that the scholar fell in love with a woman of the evil way and tried to assassinate the college chief. At that time the college chief did not kill the scholar. For some reason the scholar concealed his identity and never appeared again. No Flower explained. Lu Su's brows furrowed even deeper. She had never heard of this content before. Ever since she entered the academy, all the scholars in the academy had heard her version of the content. What Wu Hua said now was the first time she heard it. Would the academy change history? Lu Su did not know, but now was not the time to discuss this. Outside the door there was a knock on the door.
the brothel madam pushed the door open and entered with a few girls. "Sir, which one do you choose?" Lu Su's gaze fell on the few girls. After moving back and forth, she chose a girl wearing a pink muslin. "All right, leave 2 more for my 2 servants." This sentence was directed at Su Bai and No Flower. When Lu Su spoke, she waved her hands vigorously, acting like a nouveau riche. The brothel madam covered her mouth and laughed. They were all in the business of serving and they couldn't wait to earn more money. Who would care about being a servant? "I'll get you two more rooms." With that, he left with Su Bai and No Flower along with the girl he had just picked. Not long after, Wu Hua went to the room next door and Su Bai was taken to the room next door. The 3 of them were in adjacent rooms. Su Bai pushed the door open and entered. He sat on a chair and poured 2 glasses of wine. The door was closed. Before he could turn around, he felt his thighs sink and smelled a fragrance. Su Bai's evaluation of this was that it was not as good as the sandalwood scent on Lu Su's body. "Master, this little girl is proficient in blowing, playing and singing. Where do you want to start?" A woman in a light veil leaned against Su Bai and wrapped her arm around his neck as she spoke in a gentle and charming manner. It was exciting. It was very exciting, but it was also a little boring. In Su Bai's opinion, she should at least play some music. After all, he had read from a book that the girl was proficient in all kinds of romantic places in ancient times. In a situation like this, it would be boring to be straightforward from the start. "You know how to play and sing?" Su Bai still asked. The woman stretched out her index finger and pressed it against Su Bai's chest. "Oh, so it was a song." He thought it was a song. "Have a drink." Su Bai picked up his glass and handed it to the woman in front of him. The woman had seen this scene many times, so she did not mind and drank it. Then she straddled the man. His eyes rolled back and his body fell backward, fainting. Su Bai reacted very quickly. He caught the woman and placed her on the bed. He thought to himself, Lu Su's medicine is not bad. Her reaction is quite fast. Just as she thought of this, there was a knock on the door. Su Bai came to the door and opened it a crack. He saw Lu Su and No Flower standing outside, so he opened the door and let them in. On the way here, they had already discussed this. This was part of the plan. "There's no problem with this. If someone comes in to check, won't we be exposed?" Lu Su said with a worried tone. Su Bai's mouth twitched. "Do you think Spring Rain Pavilion can continue to operate if someone comes in to disturb us while we're doing this?" Lu Su choked and immediately felt that what Su Bai said made sense. What he said was right. If someone came in to disturb him when he was doing this, he would lose his sense of security and no one would come to Spring Rain Pavilion. No Flower hadn't said anything since he came in and his eyes were dull. Su Bai subconsciously looked at No Flower and saw a red mark on her neck. "I was a little slow." No Flower felt Su Bai's gaze and frantically wiped the red mark on his neck. Su Bai gave a knowing expression and patted No Flower's shoulder while sighing. "I really didn't do anything. I was just a little slow." Who knew that the woman would be so crazy as to pounce on him without saying a word? Who could withstand this? Of course, he also understood that the more he tried to explain, the more powerless he would be. He might as well shut his mouth and say nothing. Just wait. Su Bai said. There were still many people in Spring Rain Pavilion and there was an endless stream of customers coming and going. It was not the right time to go out. They could spend the night here, so there was no harm in waiting until night time. Of course, there was no such thing as not sleeping for a night, even if it was a romantic place. It didn't exist. Can you do this all night without stopping? Then he might need to use the kidney pounding method. The 3 of them waited in this small room. Fortunately, Lu Su's medicine was very effective. Even when the sounds outside gradually quieted down, the 3 girls still did not wake up. The noise gradually disappeared, as if the bustling city had returned to a quiet village. The sudden difference made people feel surreal. Su Bai didn't feel anything during this period of time because he took advantage of this time to take out Wu Hua's Buddhist scriptures and read them carefully. This action further confirmed No Flower's thoughts that Su Bai was a person who devoted himself to Buddhism. "Move out." Su Bai waved his hand when he saw that the time was up. One by one they walked out of the door and began to slowly search along the floor. As for how to find it, No Flower had a way. As the owner of the wisdom eye, although he had not developed the wisdom eye to the extreme, it was not a problem for him to see the strength of people of the same level. Just like before, No Flower could tell that Su Bai was a rank 8 unspecialized. As long as something was wrong, they could monitor it closely to reduce the danger. It was very quiet outside and every room door was tightly shut. When the 3 of them came out, Su Bai was about to go door to door to check when he heard a voice. Chapter 75, The Silent Su Bai. 1. Not only did Su Bai hear it, even No Flower and Lu Su heard it. "Sha, sand. Sha." This voice was very obvious, especially in the dead of night. The voice was infinitely magnified and entered the 3 people's ears. They were on the 2nd floor and the voice came from downstairs. Su Bai came to the railing of the stairs and looked at the 1st floor. In the middle of the 1st floor there was a man dressed in coarse clothes. He was holding a wooden broom in his hand and sweeping slowly. The sound just now came from when the broom touched the ground. Even though Su Bai was standing on the 2nd floor, the people on the 1st floor didn't stop.
They were still sweeping with their heads lowered. It wasn't strange to clean at this time, after all Spring Rain Pavilion's business was different. He couldn't possibly clean up when he was receiving guests, right? Lu Su and No Flower also came to the railing. As she was looking down from the top she couldn't see her face clearly. No Flower subconsciously used his wisdom. I then looked away and took a step back. This action obviously couldn't be hidden from Subai, who immediately gave him a puzzled look. He could see the shock in No Flower's eyes. From the scene just now it could be seen that No Flower had used the wisdom eye. As for the result, it could be seen from No Flower's expression. Higher than 8th stage? No Flower said blankly. Lu Su reacted the fastest. After all, she was also watching. But before Lu Su could say anything, Subai was the first to make a move. He turned around, retreated, and reached into the money bag. This set of movements was smooth and smooth. After he was done, Subai's eyes were fixed on the spot behind him. It was where he had been standing just now. Not far away from him, the person sweeping the floor had already arrived on the second floor. No one noticed. Subai's pupils constricted as he said in a low voice, "Let's go." Without another word he turned around and left. To be able to come to the second floor silently and be discovered by him only when he was about to approach this person's strength was extraordinary. Subai could be ruthless and kill without blinking, but there was a condition, and that was to at least ensure his own safety. He didn't know the other party's ability at the moment, so it was better for him to leave. Of course Subai reacted quickly, but Lu Su and No Flower reacted even faster. When Subai shouted this word, Lu Su and No Flower followed behind, running faster than anyone else. The three of them had a tacit understanding. Even when they were running they would look after each other. Strangely, the person on the second floor held the broom and lowered his head. He did not continue to chase after them. Moreover, because he had lowered his head, no one could see his face clearly. Not long after, Subai and the others ran out of Spring Rain Pavilion and disappeared into the darkness. The man who was sweeping the floor maintained his standing posture. He only raised his head when there was no one on the second floor. His face was covered in burn marks and looked extremely terrifying, especially with his messy hair, which made one feel a chill all over. Squeak! The sound of the door opening came from the third floor. The sweeper raised his head and his gaze stopped on the third floor. On the railing on the third floor, a woman in light yellow silk was bending over slightly. With a smile in her eyes, the woman was in her 30s and had a seductive look on her face. After noticing the sweeping man's gaze, she stretched out her fair and thin arm and hooked her finger at the sweeping man. The man who was sweeping the floor carried the broom in his hand and slid it slightly on the ground. For some reason he disappeared from the second floor and arrived on the third floor in the blink of an eye. Heaven, Inspector, scholar, and a martial artist, the sweeper said in a deep voice. Yes, I know everything. These three guys are very smart. They have used all the tricks of the pugilistic world, including smoke and disguise. The woman in yellow reached out and gently stroked the man's face as if she was not afraid of the burn marks at all. Extreme life cult. The sweeper opened his mouth, but before he could finish his sentence he was stopped by the yellow-clothed woman. Should. The woman in yellow covered the man's mouth and whispered, "Don't worry about them, we just need to be a couple in this remote county." But the woman that the ninth princess asked you to keep an eye on didn't come to work tonight, the sweeper said. The yellow-clothed woman shook her head. It's just the Extreme Life sect. The ninth princess's purpose is to give her a glorious life and add a little bit of luck. The Extreme Life sect is just a bonus to the ninth princess, but the ninth princess will not violate the rules of the Great Chu State because this matter should be handled by the Sky Inspectorate. At this point the woman in yellow looked at the face of the man sweeping the floor and became more gentle. I don't want to get involved in the fight of the royal family. The ninth princess won't blame me for losing a small prize. The yellow-clothed woman continued, I don't care. The man who swept the floor smiled. His face was full of burns, which was especially terrifying. Then I don't care. Are you really not going to care? The yellow-clothed woman said. The sweeping man nodded vigorously. The woman in yellow did not say anything. She leaned into the man's arms and smiled faintly. Night Sheng County outside the street. Subai and the other two walked for a distance and stopped in front of an alley. This is the rank 8 you mentioned? Before Subai could say anything, Lu Su turned to look at No Flower. At this moment No Flower stopped in his tracks and wiped the sweat off his forehead. After hearing Lu Su's question, No Flower revealed a shocked expression. I don't know what's going on either. This is unexpected. He really didn't know how a small spring rain pavilion could have experts. The man sweeping the floor just now gave No Flower a very uncomfortable and oppressive feeling. Moreover, he could actually go from the first floor to the second floor without making a sound. They did not even realize that the strength of the man sweeping the floor was extraordinary. Rank 7? You are Kankaozi. No Flower couldn't see it, and the wisdom I couldn't see it. It could only mean that his strength was higher than his. Lu Su frowned as if she was thinking about something. From the beginning to the end Subai didn't say a word. He kept silent. Ever since he came out of Spring Rain Pavilion he had been in this state. He had not spoken even now.
At this moment Lu Su and No Flower finally realized that something was wrong with Subai and turned their gazes over. Based on their understanding of Subai, he definitely wouldn't remain silent at this time. He must have noticed something. Subai was a rank 8 unspecialized after all. He immediately sensed their gazes and came back to his senses. Why are you looking at me? Why didn't you say anything? Lu Su asked. Subai was enlightened. He had thought that something was wrong, but it turned out to be the case. There's nothing to say. What should I say? This person's identity was unknown and he was very powerful. He had to at least have some clues before he could explain. Subai spread his hands and said. No Flower nodded. However, Lu Su had come into contact with Subai earlier than No Flower. She had a feeling that Subai seemed to have some ideas. Chapter 76, The So-Called Courage in the Inn. Actually, Lu Su wasn't mistaken. Subai did have some thoughts, but the so-called thoughts weren't about the man who was sweeping the floor. He was very interested in the identity of the man sweeping the floor, but what he was more interested in was not the identity but the broom in the man's hand. The man who had just swept the floor ran from the first floor to the second floor without a sound. Subai was on guard, so he saw the broom in the man's hand. The broom looked very ordinary. It was the kind of broom that was usually used. It was very old. It would not cost much to buy a new one. However, the same thing represented different values in the eyes of different people. When Subai first saw the broom, he saw a golden progress bar on the broom. What was Subai most concerned about? There was no need to ask. Of course it was the progress bar. Therefore Subai was still thinking about the golden progress bar and subconsciously ignored the identity of the sweeper. There was a time for everything. Placing the golden progress bar in front was what Subai really thought. What should we do next? Lu Su asked. After waiting for a long time, no one answered. The alley was quiet and the whole place was quiet. Subai didn't answer because he was here to help and it wasn't appropriate for him to be the guest of honor. Besides, he was still eyeing the broom. After a while, Wu Hua said, "Let's go back first. I have to send a message, Heaven Inspectorate. Things have gone beyond our expectations. Summit, unexpected will happen." The sweeper was extraordinarily powerful, but he did not pursue them. This was also a very strange thing, but at least for now they were safe. In short, something unexpected had happened here. Wu Hua had to hurry up and send the news to the Heaven Inspectorate. "You should come back with us." Lu Su said to Subai, "If something really happens, the three of us can still take care of each other. If the three of them split up and acted separately, the danger would be greatly increased. Just like in horror movies, those who were alone would always die the fastest. The three of them could only clench their fists together. If they were separated, they would only be defeated one by one." They were all smart people, so they naturally thought of the best solution. Subai nodded. He could also take advantage of this time to digest the Buddhist scriptures and think about how to get the broom. After they finished their discussion, they didn't say anything else and rushed to the Lu residence in the dark. Soon they returned to the Lu residence. Subai moved into Wu Hua's room and wrote a letter asking Lu Su to hand it over to the bodyguard agency the next day. The content of the letter was that he would be away for a few days and Lu Er would be in charge of the bodyguard agency. After everything was done, Subai lay on the bed with a Buddhist scripture in his hand and started to check the progress bar. The guest room in the Lu residence was very large. Lu Su had brought an extra set of bedding and No Flower had taken the initiative to sleep on the floor. In No Flower's words, he was the one who got involved in this matter. No matter what, he couldn't let Subai sleep on the floor. Subai didn't act pretentious and slept on the bed. As for why they didn't get an extra room, it was late at night. It would cause unnecessary trouble if they got an extra room. After all, there were many people in the Lu residence. Ever since he returned to his room, No Flower had been writing on the table with a brush. Not long after, he had written a long note. "How do you plan to send the message?" Subai's gaze did not leave the Buddhist scriptures. He did not even raise his head. "Tomorrow I will go to the Inn post house and ask the people there to deliver the letter." No Flower explained. "Inn post house?" Subai heard another new term and was immediately interested. From the name, it seemed to be a relay station. However, the word "inn" was added in front of it, making it seem extraordinary. Ordinary people go through the official post stations, while Jianghu people and others go through the inn post stations. They don't interfere with each other. The inn post house can also send messages to the Heaven Inspectorate, Wu Hua said. Subai put down his hand and said thoughtfully, "His Majesty the Emperor is really willing to spend a lot of money." With just this explanation, he already roughly understood what it meant. The so-called inn post house was the complete opposite of the official post house. It was a post house that did not disturb ordinary people. In Subai's eyes, this was an extremely important move. For a country, the relay station was also an extremely important institution. Its main function was to transport the people to rest. There were stations on the main roads leading to all parts of the country to provide food and accommodation for the officials as well as the servants who sent letters and documents. There were 3 ways to use courier stations.
to pick up and drop off envoys to report military intelligence and to transfer military supplies. There were also 3 types of courier stations: delivery stations and emergency delivery shops. It started from the capital and spread to all parts of the country. These were all established by the government, especially when it came to delivering military intelligence and maintaining stability. The relay station played an important role. Of course, these were all related to the official post stations. What Subai did not expect was that the emperor had set up another Een posthouse. Don't underestimate this Een posthouse. The manpower and material resources expended were unimaginable. It covered the entire area of Great Chu. One could imagine the emperor's boldness. Your Majesty's boldness is truly something I've never seen before. No. Flower side, my master once said that someone had advised that the expenses of the Een posthouse were too high. His Majesty had only said one sentence and shut up the mouths of the people in the world. Oh? What is it? Subai asked with interest. His Majesty said that it would be my fault if the people of the world were disturbed by the people of the martial arts world because of a relay station. Wu Hua said. Subai touched his chin. This emperor was quite interesting. He seemed to have silenced everyone, but he had actually stabilized his power. Not only did the Een posthouse maintain the stability of the people, but it could also alleviate the pressure of traffic congestion and create a more convenient and smoother passage. If it went smoothly, then the Wakon would be able to take the initiative. Patron, do you want to study Buddhist scriptures for a night? No Flower asked. Subai nodded. Originally he did not like to watch the progress bar at night because he had to ensure that he was in the best state of mind and at the best time at all times. However, the situation was different now. The man sweeping the floor gave him a hint of pressure. How about I knock the wooden fish for you? No Flower said with a smile. It was very difficult to meet a person who had the same appetite and shared the same interests as them. Although Wu Hua seemed to have many companions in the Titanium Temple, he had left the Titanium Temple long ago and worked under the Heaven Inspectorate. He rarely met people like Subai. Knock. Subai thought that it would be boring to keep the progress bar running by himself, so it would be better to have a sound. No Flower stood up and took out the wooden fish from the cabinet. He placed it on the table and tapped it gently. The voice was long and full of Buddha nature. Coupled with the sandalwood incense in the room, it was even more dense. Subai listened to the sound of the wooden fish and continued to read the Buddhist scriptures. The night was getting colder. Outside, spring rain. Pavilion, a man carrying a broom quietly walked out. Chapter 77. 3 people want to kill the sweeper. The night was as dark as ink and there was no one else in Spring Rain Pavilion. The man who swept the floor left quietly and no one noticed. After roughly identifying the location, a smile appeared on the man's burnt face. Even though the smile on his face was terrifying, it was obvious that the man was very happy. The night wind blew, accompanied by a voice, causing the sweeping man who was about to leave to pause for a moment. Didn't we agree not to care? You still have to go. The woman in red slowly walked out from behind the man who was sweeping the floor. Although she looked charming, her eyes were filled with sorrow. When the woman in red appeared, the sweeping man stopped and turned around stiffly. His grip on the broom tightened. The cold wind blew in between the two of them, blowing the corner of the woman's clothes. The woman's expression became more and more resentful. There are some things I have to do. I just want to return this thing to the academy. I don't care about anything else. The sweeper raised the broom in his hand and said helplessly, "You still feel guilty?" The red-clothed woman hit the nail on the head. Yes, I was wrong back then. After so many years I have already given up a lot, but this is a small chance for me to atone for my sins. The sweeper man sighed. As he spoke, his grip on the broom tightened. This is the last time, the sweeper added. The woman in red didn't say anything. She clenched her fists in her sleeves. Her fingers were slightly white because she was clenching her fists. The woman in red only released her grip after the time for half an incense stick to burn. The two of us have paid a great price in exchange for the peaceful days we have now. Do you really want everything to go down the drain? The woman in red asked. The sweeper fell silent. He didn't know how to answer, but he didn't move. The woman in red gently raised her hand and placed it on her neck. Her thumb and index finger seemed to have pinched something and pulled it out. That's a piece of junk. After the skin was removed, there was a burnt face underneath, similar to the man who swept the floor. In order to conceal our identities, you and I destroyed our appearances. The 9th princess agreed, and she did it. Shangxian County is far away, but it's enough for us to live, the woman in red continued. I have to pay this debt or I won't be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. The sweeper let out a long breath and said. At this moment the woman in red suddenly put the skin back on her face and restored her original appearance. She didn't say anything more and turned to walk into Spring Rain Pavilion. This action was very strange, but it stunned the sweeper. He could not understand what had happened. Go. I'm just telling you the price that might happen, but I can't stop you. A husband and wife will follow each other. If we really return to the past, I'll accompany you. The voice of the woman in red came from the spring rain pavilion. There was a hint of helplessness in her voice, but more of it was a kind of calmness. The man was stunned for a while. Finally he gritted his teeth and left spring rain pavilion with his broom. Lu Manor. It was late at night. Other than Subai and No Flower, everyone else had already fallen asleep. Outside Lu Su's room a figure flashed past. The sweeper carried a broom and came to the door. He raised his hand and gently knocked. On the door, a gust of wind blew past. A few pages flew out from the screen and condensed in the air. On the page graceful words appeared and swept toward the man sweeping the floor. At this moment the man who was sweeping the floor shook slightly and the pages of the book flew back into the room. The room was filled with noises and then fell silent. The sweeper man was stunned. Before he could react, the door seemed to have loosened. It had been opened. It was empty inside and there was a big hole in the ground. There's a tunnel? The corner of the man's mouth twitched. Was this something a scholar could do? Digging a tunnel in his own room, how cautious would he have to be to do that? He had never thought that a scholar could make such a mechanism. In his mind it didn't seem to exist. Looks like I have to chase after him, the sweeper thought. Just as he was thinking about this, a change occurred and made the man give up on the idea. The sound of wind was heard and the speed of the wind was very fast. The sweeper knew that it was late at night, so he hurriedly drew on the ground with the broom in his hand. The word silence appeared and the sound of the wind disappeared. Scholar? The man heard the surprised voice and looked up. He saw a dense light approaching. A book flew out from his arms and surrounded him. The golden light landed on the page and the man took a step back. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound landed on the ground and the word quiet in the air emitted light. This sound was infinitely reduced. The man looked down and saw a pile of copper coins on the ground. What an exquisite hidden weapon technique. It actually forced me to take 2 steps back. Although he's only at the 2nd rank, he's cultivated to the perfection realm, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to force me back. The sweeper thought to himself. Of course, as soon as he thought of this, he saw a head covered in green light. Boom. His head hit the page, but the word quiet in the air lit up again, reducing the volume of the voice. The sweeper took another step back. When he finally saw Subai and the other two, he shouted, "Wait! I'm not sure." That hidden weapon was Subai's maple leaf rain and the green light was No Flower. Before he could finish speaking, there was movement from Lu Su's side. The pages floating around the willow catkins turned yellow, filled with an evil aura, yin-yang attraction. Lu Su pointed at the man sweeping the floor. This name didn't fit the image of a scholar. A sense of drowsiness came over him and the man who was sweeping the floor was shocked. "This is the ability to absorb souls. Aren't you a scholar?" Before he could finish his sentence, Subai moved. No Flower used himself as a shield and hit the sweeper's back, causing the sweeper to stagger, and Subai's blade swept past, breaking first style. Reversal of yin and yang. At this moment Subai had become ethereal and it was impossible to tell whether he was real or fake. The blade landed on the page of the book outside the sweeper's body. The man sweeping the floor only felt a surge of power seeping out of his body and his chest hurt slightly. Was he injured? How was this possible? 3 rank 8s actually injured him? He was already at the peak of rank 7 and was only 1 step away from rank 6. How could he fall here? The man who swept the floor frowned and wanted to activate the page. However, at this moment Lu Su held the green cloud brush and slid it in the air. The charred pages covered his book and started to pull. Although it was not strong for him, a moment was enough. Scholar's body was not strong to begin with. Now that his body was controlled by No Flower, the pages of the book lost control for a moment. What made his heart palpitate was Subai's saber. As long as one was smart, they would be able to seize this moment of loss of control. With the 3 of them working together, the sweeper, who was about to become a level 6 expert, was going to be defeated. At this moment the sweeper couldn't help but shout. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Powerful skills in Buddhist scriptures. Justice does not seek profit and justice does not remember merit, the man said quickly. Subai frowned slightly when he heard the abrupt and straightforward words. However, the saber in his hand did not slow down at all. He continued to press forward. Sweat appeared on the man's face. "Wait!" At this moment Lu Su suddenly shouted from behind. A gust of wind blew past and Subai's knife stopped right in front of the sweeper. At the same time he turned around and looked at Lu Su. "You know him?" Lu Su nodded and shook her head. She stared at the man sweeping the floor and said abruptly, "Yang Chang." The man who swept the floor nodded vigorously. He didn't expect that after so many years there would still be someone who knew his name. Subai smacked his lips and winked at No Flower. No Flower understood. He let go and stood to the side. The 2 of them turned to look at Lu Su, waiting for her reply. Not long ago Subai was still reading Buddhist scriptures while listening to the sound of No Flower hitting the wooden fish. Not long after, there was a sudden movement behind the cabinet in the room. Then Lu Su pushed open the cabinet and walked out. After that, Lu Su said that she had met the spring rain pavilion sweeper, Su.
Bai and No Flower didn't even think about it and immediately rushed over with Lu Su. In the end he discovered what had just happened. Now that they were fighting, it was a little hard to explain why they suddenly stopped. I've already taken off my clothes and you want me to put them back on? They just had to wait and see how Lu Su would explain. Based on Su Bail's guess of Lu Su, this person's identity was definitely not ordinary, otherwise Lu Su would not have asked him to stop. Do you still remember what I told you before? There was a scholar in the Green Cloud Academy but he disappeared without a trace? Lu Su said, is it that scholar who tried to assassinate the principal? Subai rubbed his chin and looked at the man sweeping the floor. Even the slowest person would be able to guess the identity of the man sweeping the floor. Combined with Lu Su's performance, he had already figured out the reason. The man who swept the floor seemed to be the scholar. The words he said just now were once said to my teacher. He and my teacher were from the same era. Only my teacher knows this sentence, but Lu Su was a little hesitant, but she still said it. Why is your strength so low? If it was someone from the same era as his teacher, his strength should not be so low. Sigh. I've already become like this. How high do you think my strength can be? I haven't made any progress in so many years, but I'm also someone who's about to step into rank 6. I was almost killed by you guys just now. Yang Chang smiled bitterly. That was indeed the case. He still felt his heart palpitate. Even though he had not made any progress in all these years, he still had a good eye. After all, he was once a genius. The monk looked ordinary, but the purity of the Buddhist light was beyond imagination. Lu Su's ability was even stranger. It was the first time he had seen such a strange noble spirit. As for this young Jianghu man with a saber, he was already amazed by the hidden weapons he used at the beginning. His saber technique became even more powerful after that, and it faintly carried the power to break through armor. No matter where these three people were placed, they were seeds worth nurturing. The might of their joint forces made him feel that they were showing off their abilities. Why are you hiding here? Lu Su's eyes were filled with doubt as she asked. He had long heard that the scholar had disappeared without a trace, but now he had suddenly met him in such a remote county. Coupled with the recent events, it was hard not to connect them together. I came here to return the same thing. Yang Chang raised the broom in his hand and held it in both hands. He handed it to Lu Su. Please help me return this to the dean. Tell him that I have comprehended many things in the past few years and can't let go. Before Lu Su could show it, Su Bail's eyes were about to shine. He stared at the broom and wanted to go up and snatch it. Progress bar. Nothing could compare to the temptation of the progress bar to Subai. This broom was a good thing, at least in Subai's opinion. However, in the current situation there was no way to snatch it openly. It was better to get as much progress as possible. Subai swept the broom from time to time and the progress bar slowly increased. What is this? Why do you want me to hand it over to the dean? If you don't explain the cause and effect of the matter clearly, I won't agree. Lu Su didn't even take the broom. Sigh. Yang Chang sighed, not knowing what to say. It seems that the matter of benefactor assassinating the principal is true. Wu Hua said. Yang Chang did not deny this statement. He organized his words and asked, do you really want to hear it? Lu Su nodded. No Flower nodded. Subai stared at the broom and pretended to nod his head. At this time Yang Chang actually understood in his heart that if he didn't explain the cause and effect, this matter wouldn't be easy to handle. He thought carefully and organized his words before speaking slowly. Many years ago I entered the Green Cloud Academy and was regarded as a genius by the teachers of the academy. At that time I was very happy because I could do my own thing and felt sincerely happy. I studied every day hoping to fulfill my ambition after leaving the academy, until one day I met a woman. At that time the Great Chu country was not as stable as it is now. There were still many evil cultivators, and that woman was an evil disciple at that time. Yang Chang touched the scar on his face as he said this. He seemed to be reminiscing about the past. Chapter 79, Chapter 78, Powerful Skills in Buddhist Scriptures. You really have a relationship with the evil witch? Lu Su widened her eyes. Subai felt that it was very exciting. He glanced at the broom again and said, don't interrupt him, let him continue. Lu Su couldn't control her mouth just now, so she stopped talking and waited for Yang Chang to continue. Is she an evil witch? Even now there were probably still many people who thought that she was, but in fact, at that time it was the Heaven Inspectorate who brought it to me. Yang Chang said slowly, the Heaven Inspectorate? No Flower couldn't sit still at the mention of this. The Heaven Inspectorate and the evil witch? Little monk, let me finish. Your heart is in a mess tonight. I wonder if the scriptures of the Titanium Temple can suppress it. Yang Chang said meaningfully. This sentence came so abruptly that Subai and Lu Su didn't understand. No Flower's expression changed, but he quickly returned to normal. The Heaven Inspectorate told me that she wasn't a demoness of the evil path but a spy. She wanted to get rid of that so-called evil path.
Yang Chang sighed, and the purpose of the Heaven Overseeing Bureau is to find someone to be a spy because that evil path is very special. It was founded by a former student of the academy who defected. That student refused to accept the academy and wanted to overthrow the academy all his life. It just so happens that my identity has a lot of room for maneuver. You agree? Subai asked. Yang Chang turned around. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning in his eyes was clear. At this moment silence was better than sound. Assassinating the headmaster is to show your loyalty, right? Subai said. If he was really going to be a spy, then he would need a proof of allegiance, and the proof of allegiance that Yang Chang needed had to be more exciting. Assassinating the dean was a good choice, yes. Yang Chang nodded without hesitation. His burnt face showed helplessness and guilt. At that time the dean asked me if I didn't want to do this. I just needed to study hard in the Green Cloud Academy. After I left the academy there were more places for me to fulfill my ambition, but I still agreed. That heretic defected from the academy. In his heart nothing is more pleasing than a talented disciple defecting from the academy. From then on the Heaven Inspectorate used all kinds of methods to get me in. In the end I succeeded and retired. At this point Yang Chang was clearly relaxed. It was as if he was recalling a happy memory and his eyes were filled with joy. In his life the moment he destroyed the evil path was the happiest. Retreat after success? Lu Su stared at Yang Chang and said, your face. If he had succeeded and retired he would not have fallen into such a situation. The burns on his face and the lack of progress in his strength for so many years meant that something was wrong. If it was really as Yang Chang said, then it would be impossible for such a thing to happen. The legend of Yang Chang was probably still circulating in the academy, and even Yang Chang was not in his current state. Of course there was one thing that Lu Su couldn't understand. Why did the academy say that Yang Chang didn't assassinate the headmaster but Wu Hua said that he did? Thinking of this, Lu Su asked the question in her heart, for the sake of authenticity. Yang Chang smiled bitterly. The college has been assassinated. The academy wants to keep its reputation as secret. At the same time it can ensure that those who want to know will disappear. This is more realistic. The guilt in Yang Chang's eyes grew deeper and deeper when he mentioned this. Why didn't you just say that you were a spy? Lu Su frowned and said, after you retire you should have a good reputation. It was still the same meaning. Why did he end up like this after successfully eliminating the evil path? No matter what, this couldn't be explained. It's because of this. Yang Chang lowered his head and stared at the broom in his hand. When a person's will is not firm they will be easily assimilated after staying in another environment for a long time. I am that person. Yang Chang placed the broom in his hand on the ground. He gently touched the patterns on the broom and continued to speak. This should have been used by the academy when the dean was young. Because I've been following the dean for a long time, I've also been stained with the noble spirit. Although it's not a treasure, it's something that even the 7th level scholars dream of. I liked this thing, so I hid it in the broom and pretended to be lost, but in the end someone found it and she and I killed that person. As Yang Chang spoke in detail, the broom in his hand changed and cracks appeared on it. Immediately after, the broom broke in the middle and an old brush appeared. There were still blurry words on the brush. Due to the age they could no longer be seen clearly. This is Spring Flower Pen? The pen that the dean had when he was still an ordinary student? Lu Su was stunned. The principal also said that the brush was destroyed by him. Of course not. The headmaster saw that I was in danger on this trip, so he temporarily lent me this treasure. I had to return it when I returned. At that time I was greedy and said that I had dropped it. Yang Chang smiled bitterly. The person who was killed was an official of the Heaven Inspectorate. In that era His Majesty had to punish these things severely no matter how great their contributions were. I remember that His Majesty once said, merits could not be offset by mistakes. Those who were meritorious would be rewarded and those who were wrong would be punished. Even the academy could not violate this rule. So you guys ran away and changed your names after destroying your looks? Subai rubbed his chin. By now he had figured out some details, but what did this have to do with the extreme life cult that they were dealing with? Chapter 80, Chapter 78. Powerful skills in Buddhist scriptures. No, it had something to do with Subai himself. This pen was too tempting. Yang Chang shook his head. It's not that we ran away, but the 9th princess begged for mercy from the emperor. She did not know what method she used, but the emperor agreed in the end. But the result was, we must destroy our appearance and never let others know. The dean didn't take this spring flower pen back. He said that when I understood the true meaning of the spring flower pen it would be the time for me to return to the academy, but after thinking about it I feel it's better not to go back. I'm living very well now. As he spoke, Yang Chang handed over the spring flower pen again. Lu Su hesitated for a moment, but in the end she still took the spring flower brush back. I'll go to the dean to verify it.
Yang Chang nodded, indicating that this was what he should do. If that's the case, wouldn't that official of the Overseer Bureau have died for nothing?
No Flower suddenly said. No Flower hadn't spoken for a long time, and now that he suddenly spoke, everyone looked over. Little monk, are you going to avenge him? Yang Chang sighed. No. Wu Hua shook his head. If the Heaven Inspectorate acquiesced, then I have nothing to say. However, I feel very uncomfortable.
Sometimes this monk was very stubborn when he had a temper. Yeah. It's not fair.
Yang Chang added. Actually, that official also wanted to steal the spring flower brush. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Actually, my purpose here is not just to return the spring flower brush. Subai narrowed his eyes. The main event had finally arrived. He had always found it strange. These things were all secrets from back then. Why would Yang Chang say it here in front of the three of them? Even if she wanted to say it, she would only say it to Lu Su. Why did she have to say it to him and Wu? He had already concealed his identity. Wasn't this confessing without a fight? It seemed very contradictory and unreasonable. At this moment, Yang Chang suddenly said that he had an ulterior motive. Subai felt that it was just a foreshadowing. What was his motive? He did not emo. However, it was definitely not a simple matter for Yang Chang to have laid the foundation for so long. Subai had some speculations in his heart. Perhaps it had something to do with the ninth princess, or perhaps it had something to do with that person in the capital. The three of them looked at each other, but none of them said anything. They maintained a tacit understanding and waited for Yang Chang to continue. After a while, Yang Chang seemed to have organized his words and spoke. Great Chu, LT was no longer the Great Chu of the past. Yang Chang's tone was filled with regret as he said, you weren't in that era and didn't know what happened during that era. It can be said that at that time everything was for the sake of the people of Great Chu. But now, His Majesty had changed. He had become very contradictory, It's puzzling. Yang Chang's tone was very downcast when he mentioned this. It was as if he had fallen from a high place to a low place in an instant. The huge difference made him unable to control his emotions. In the past, His Majesty was diligent in governing the country and loved the people. He cared about the people of Great Chu and would never allow anyone to trample on the dignity of the people. But now His Majesty has changed a little. He is still diligent in government affairs and loves the people, but he loves the majority of the people. The other few people have become his chess pieces to stabilize the world. What does this have to do with you coming to find us? Could it be that you're expressing your feelings just to return a pen? Subai said as he sized up Yang Chang. Didn't you want to deal with the extreme life cult? Perhaps I can give you some information. Yang Chang suddenly raised his head and said as if he had made up his mind. Extreme life cult? He could give information? Wu Hua stepped forward and clasped her hands together, her fingers slightly exerting force. Benefactor, what news can you give us? Everyone here wanted to get rid of the trouble of the extreme life sect, but the one who wanted to get rid of the extreme life sect the most was No Flower. The purpose of this trip was to deal with the extreme life cult. Did he want to resolve it? Indeed he did. Ever since he entered the Titanium Temple, he had taken it upon himself to vanquish demons and devils. Coupled with the fact that he had entered the Heaven Inspectorate under the double layers, Wu Hua's mentality had already undergone a huge change. If he couldn't do his part to maintain the stability of the martial world, he wouldn't have the face to stay in the Sky Inspectorate. Therefore, when he heard the news about the extreme life cult, No Flower reacted more strongly than anyone else. My wife and I, the evil witch you mentioned, have been staying here since we were saved by the ninth princess. Yang Chang changed the topic and began to explain. The ninth princess has a huge business. There are basically people like us in every place. Most of them have made mistakes and are protected by the ninth princess to contribute to the wealth of Great Chu. But not long ago we received a message. The night was quiet. Other than the four of them, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Yang Chang's next words stunned everyone, especially when he told them what the ninth princess had done. The three of them frowned. After Yang Chang finished speaking, Subai finally spoke. The mysterious man is the ninth princess's man. Previously, the captive woman had said that the ultimate life sect's boundless scripture was given to her by a mysterious person. What Yang Chang said now matched what the woman had said. The ninth princess had given the Amitba Taoist scripture to the extreme life sect, and the extreme life sect had used it to make a comeback. Why did she do that? No Flower was stunned. He felt his thoughts being shaken violently. It was like a mountain being lifted from the bottom by a giant and turned upside down at the same time. Chapter 81, Chapter 78, Powerful Skills in Buddhist Scriptures. This feeling caused him to be slightly unfocused. He felt that something in his heart had shattered. The biggest difference made No Flower feel uncomfortable. If he wasn't a person with wisdom and a firm Buddhist heart, he would have lost his soul. Why did you do that? This was the best way to get rid of the extreme life sect.
The extreme life cult has always been like rats, Yang Chang said.
Although it doesn't have much influence, it's very annoying. When His Majesty decided to get rid of the extreme life cult, he had an idea.
What does the extreme life cult need?
They need something that they think can cause a big commotion. The boundless Tao scripture is just right, it's reasonable and won't be suspected.
As long as the extreme life cult comes to the surface, it will be the best time to destroy them.
At this point Yang Chang's tone was extremely downcast. The room fell silent after a while.
Then, many people would die. By now many commoners had already died.
Lu Su's gaze was complicated and she didn't know how to describe it. In Your Majesty's eyes, this is nothing compared to the people of Great Chu. If the extreme life sect causes trouble from time to time, it will be a long-term instability. Yang Chang said. Lu Su did not say anything else. She felt that she had gained a lot of knowledge today. No Flower didn't say a word, his face turning green and white. The two of them had the same thoughts. The teachings they had received were in conflict with their current thoughts. At this moment Subai stretched out his hand and patted Lu Su and No Flower's shoulders. This action stunned the two of them. They turned their heads at the same time, not knowing what Subai was going to do.
That's not something you should think about.
The most important thing now is to resolve the extreme life cult in Shangxian County, said Subai. After saying this, the two of them calmed down a little and stopped thinking about what had happened before. So the ninth princess gave the boundless scripture to the extreme life cult. You should have found something or you wouldn't have told us so much, Subai said slowly. He told them everything that had happened. Yang Chang naturally wouldn't just talk to them. He wouldn't believe it if he didn't have other motives. I didn't find out much either.
We were watching you kill that woman before, but
we only know one thing: this matter is related to Shang County Yin Post House. Yang Chang explained. Subai frowned. Yin Post House, he had heard from No Flower before. This was a place different from ordinary relay stations. It was specially used by people from the martial world and the Heaven Inspectorate. It seemed that the woman he had captured not long ago still had something to vomit out. This should be what our Heaven Supervision Division should do. It's not easy for the ninth princess to get involved,
Wu Hua said.
Yang Chang shook his head and didn't say a word. However, it was obvious that it was best for them not to ask about this matter. This matter was related to the royal family. It was better for ordinary people to stay out of it and be careful not to get themselves involved. Everything was a coincidence. That woman just happened to be using Spring Rain Pavilion as a cover. I'm telling you this news, but I hope you won't say that I was the one who leaked it. I'll only know that it has something to do with the Yin Post House in Shang County. I don't know anything else.
You're betraying the ninth princess, Subai said with a smile. Yang Chang continued to shake his head.
The ninth princess saved us and we guarded the property in Shang County for her, but I still remember why I studied. I won't get involved in it anymore because I still want to live my own life with my wife. Lu Su took out the brush and said, I'll give this to the dean. I'll also ask the questions in my heart. Yang Chang nodded, indicating that there was no problem. It was already very late. He did not stay any longer and turned to leave the Lu residence. After Yang Chang left, the three of them fell silent, especially Lu Su and No Flower. They were not in a good mood. However, they only calmed down a little before suppressing the emotions in their hearts and thinking about what they should do. Looks like we have to go to the Yin Post House to investigate. No Flower put his palms together. Subai suddenly spoke. Before I go, I need to complete two things. As Subai spoke, both No Flowers and No Flowers looked over, waiting for Subai to continue. Now they understood that Subai wasn't as simple as he looked. Sometimes his way of thinking was very unique. If three people walked together, one of them must be my teacher. Especially now that the situation was special, anyone's opinion could be used as a reference. Moreover, in their minds, Subai was not a simple person. Firstly, I need a few days to sort out these things. Too many things have happened recently. I need time. On the surface it looked like he needed to sort it out, but in fact Subai wanted to finish the Buddhist scriptures and have more confidence. Furthermore, he wanted to verify something during this period of time. It was about Yang Chang. No Flower nodded. Although he didn't know what they were organizing, Subai had already made it clear that he had to respect their opinions.
What about the second thing?
Lu Su asked. Subai's gaze fell on the spring flower brush in Lu Su's hand. Secondly, this matter has already exceeded my expectations. There are too many things involved. He was telling the truth. Even the ninth princess was involved. Moreover, it seemed that the extreme life cult was not so simple. It seemed that they were brewing a big conspiracy that was getting more and more complicated. In the current situation, the danger had greatly increased, so Subai's thoughts were different. The Buddhist scriptures and the human-faced ancient tree were very tempting. It was enough to make him agree at the beginning, but it was different now. Chapter 82. Chapter 78 Powerful Skills in Buddhist Scriptures. After all, it was still uncertain whether the human-faced ancient tree could trigger the progress bar. If the human-faced ancient tree was already strange, then the progress bar might be gone. This matter was about probability. The return was far greater than the current expenditure. Thinking about it carefully, it was not worth it. After all, he was risking his life. If there was not much profit, his life would not be worth much. What do you mean? Lu Su's big eyes were filled with a little doubt. Subai formed his hand into a cylinder and put it by his mouth. He coughed lightly and then said, "You have to pay more." After saying this, Lu Su and No Flower were stunned at the same time. Lu Su also noticed Subai's gaze. She subconsciously lowered her head to look at the spring flower pen in her hand. She quickly put it behind her back and rejected it very seriously. This was the pen that the dean had taken in his early years. Although the dean was only an unknown scholar at that time, some things could be used to display their historical value. Moreover, the spring flower pen was carried around by the director for a period of time and was sealed in a wooden box. It had already been admired by many people. To scholars it was of great benefit. The most important thing was to bring it to the dean. "I can give you anything else as long as I can take it out, but this pen can't be given to you." Lu Su felt that her answer was very obvious and could be considered a righteous rejection. However, under her observation, Subai did not seem to have heard her and continued to maintain his appearance. "I don't want this spring flower pen. Give me the spring flower pen and I'll return it to you intact." Subai said seriously, "This thing came from that broom." At that time the tip of the broom was the tip of the pen, so the progress bar could be distinguished from it. Although this was something that the dean usually carried with him and it was used when he was unknown, it had fallen into Yang Chang's hands and now it was back in the Lu residence. Subai could not let it go. Lu Su's face was filled with confusion, not understanding what Subai meant. At this moment No Flower's eyes lit up. Could it be almsgiver Su not only likes Buddhism but also likes the books of scholars? It had to be said that Subai just happened to need a reason, and the considerate No Flower helped him come up with an idea. "Sai, I was born in Jianghu. Other than Buddhism, I am also extremely curious about the things of scholars. As the saying goes, there is a golden house in books. Of course I like it." Subai pretended to be serious and his tone was very serious. Lu Su looked at Subai strangely and said, "But this is not a book." There was no problem if she liked reading. Lu Su also liked reading. But here came the problem. This was a pen, not a book. How could books and pens be mixed together? Like a cow or a horse, they didn't mean anything. However, Lu Su thought about it. It was just a loan, so she could still consider it. Thinking of this, Lu Su picked up the spring flower brush and said, "As long as you can return it to me, there's no problem." "Am I that kind of person in your eyes?" Subai pretended to be sad. Lu Su was speechless. She only mentioned it casually and did not say anything else. Since she had already said this, Lu Su also handed over the spring flower pen. Subai took it and examined it carefully. On the spring flower brush was an extremely exquisite microcarving. If one didn't look at carefully, one couldn't see it clearly. Most of the articles written on it were made up of tongue twister words which made it look like a trance. "Then wait for me for a few days," Subai said. At this point it wouldn't be a problem to wait a few days. However, after playing with the spring flower pen for a while, Subai made up his mind. He first finished the Buddhist scripture, then he went to the inn posthouse while he was writing the spring flower brush. Coincidentally, Wu Hua also wanted to go to the inn posthouse mainly to send a letter to the Heaven Inspectorate. There was also a reason. The inn posthouse was likely to be a plot of the Extreme Life cult, so it was appropriate to investigate there. In fact, Subai wanted to finish the spring flower pen, but he thought that time waited for no one, so he made the second plan. Reputation was the key to getting paid to do things. If he accepted the money and did not do a good job, how could he survive in the underworld in the future? If there was a first time, there would be a second time. It was easy to borrow and return. It was not difficult to borrow again. Time was very tight and there was no time for the spring flower brush. The investigation also required time. By then he could also finish the spring flower pen. Thinking of this, Subai made a decision. "It's getting late, so I'll go back first." Subai stretched. Lu Su nodded and returned to her room. Subai and No Flower had just entered the house when he noticed that No Flower was still silent, which was very different from before. At this moment No Flower's face was full of dejection. "There are some things, rather than putting yourself in a dead end, why don't you go back and ask your master when the time comes?" Subai patted No Flower's shoulder. No Flower was stunned, then he nodded. "I know, it's just that this hurdle in my heart is very high. I'll be fine in a while." Subai nodded and didn't say anything. He took out the Buddhist scriptures in his hand and started to check the progress bar. On the other side, No Flower gently knocked on the wooden clapper. However, the sound of the wooden clapper tonight was a little messy. The night gradually darkened. Besides Subai and Wu Hua, Lu Su was in her own room and was also not sleepy. At this moment the progress bar was continuously increasing. Although it was slow, it was accumulating. Subai was very curious. About what kind of skills could be derived from this scripture written by the abbot of the Titanium Temple when he was young? Chapter 83, Chapter 78 Powerful Skills in Buddhist Scriptures. After all, this book had a great background. It was written by the abbot of the Titanium Temple when he was young. Although the abbot was only an unknown young monk at that time, it was definitely not an ordinary thing to be able to activate the progress bar. It was already late at night and there was still no flower knocking on the wooden fish. However, the frequency and sound of the knocking became smaller and smaller. After about 2 hours, the sound of the wooden fish finally stopped. When he looked again, the dejection on No Flower's body had already disappeared. In its place, the indifference returned to him. Temporarily suppressing the thoughts in his heart didn't mean that he would suppress them forever. It was just that there were important things to do now, so No Flower had no choice but to temporarily give up some thoughts. The weather in this year was very strange. It was still stuffy in the morning, but it was already slightly cold at night. Subai put on some clothes and continued to work. After that, he repeated this action every day. No Flower and Lusu didn't disturb him anymore and waited patiently. Time continued to pass. It was not until noon that the progress bar in front of Subai's eyes was finally full. A blue text appeared before his eyes. You have studied the Nameless Buddhist Sutra and comprehended the mental demon body. Mental demon body? Subai was stunned. What kind of skill was this? This thing had nothing to do with the temple, right? He wasn't sure, although he was puzzled. The words in front of him were still changing. Fusion option detected, fusion in progress. Diamond body plus mental demon body equals diamond demon body. Fusion successful. Information surged into Subai's mind and he quickly understood the diamond demon body skill. The so-called mental demon body wasn't like the body of the Buddha, which only protected the outside. In this world there were as many capable people as there were hairs on an ox. Many of them could destroy things from the inside, and the mental demon body was such a defense. For example, it could directly erode a person's brain consciousness. Heart and heart demon body. One protected the outside while the other protected the inside. The Vajra body was external while the mental demon body was internal. The updated panel appeared in front of Subai. Name: Subail Realm, 8th stage unspecialized. Breaking 1 style level 2, maximum level. Reversal heart technique, level 2.5, maximum level. Kidney hammering technique, level 1 maximum level. Maple leaves like rain, tier 2 maximum level. Forsun movement technique, level 1 maximum level. Forsun formation, level 1 maximum level. Diamond heart devil body, level 4, max level. Comprehension, max level, tier 4. Although it was not a mental cultivation technique, it was the highest level. As expected of spending so much time, Subai was very satisfied. He tried to mobilize the true core strength in his body. The true core strength surged like a mighty tide. Every strand of refined chi was being mobilized by him. He was like a fierce general commanding thousands of troops, and the refined chi was like an arm in his hands. Then an unusual scene appeared. A faint layer of black light appeared on Subail's surface, enveloping his entire body. The black light appeared to have a strange frequency as it continuously circulated, causing one's heart to feel a chill. Subai closed his eyes. In less than 2 breaths he withdrew his diamond fiend body. After removing the diamond demon body, his appearance returned to normal and it was as if nothing had happened. Subai frowned slightly. It was a good thing to have a new skill, but just now after using it once he realized that this skill had a very serious drawback. If he didn't pay attention to it, problems would arise. Whether the diamond demon body was strong or not, it was undoubtedly the highest level skill among all his skills. Of course, its shortcomings were very prominent. The so-called weakness was that the true essence energy in his body was somewhat unable to carry this skill. It could be used, but when he activated this skill, his true core strength disappeared like flowing water. Based on his speed, it was already considered very strong. If he could last for an hour, this was only the consumption of using this skill, not counting the other skills. It could only be used for an hour. If he used other skills or was attacked, the diamond demon body would consume even more true essence energy. It shouldn't be a drawback of the diamond fiend body, it's just that I'm biased towards certain subjects. Subai came to this conclusion after some thought. It was indeed a side subject and it was serious. His mental cultivation method was only at level 2.5 and his current strength was also at the 8th stage. However, it was abnormal for him to carry a level 4 skill. Tier 4 was equivalent to a 6th stage skill, but he used a 4th stage mental cultivation method. Of course he could not carry it. It was as if a rope that could only weigh half a kilogram had to be hung on it. The difference was too obvious. Looks like I have to think of a way to get some mental cultivation techniques, Subai thought to himself. He knew very well what he lacked now, so he had to think of a way to get it, but it was clear that this was not the time to do this. In Subail's mind, he would first see if he could get a progress bar for this operation, then the bookstore, and finally he would have to go out and look for it himself. There was also the spring flower pen. He would slowly work on this pen later, if the spring blossom brush could produce a mental cultivation technique that would be the best. If it did not, then it did not matter, he would slowly make up for it later. Thinking of this, Subai felt slightly relieved. At this moment the door was pushed open and the flowers came in from outside. During this period of time no flowers still went in and out as usual. After all, he entered the Lu residence with a legitimate reason, but Subai was different. Subai spent most of his time in his room. Except for eating every day, the progress bar was addictive, especially when the progress bar was slowly increasing. Although the process was boring, the feeling was indescribable. For example, if you were given a goal in advance, you only needed to work hard to achieve it. As long as you were a human, you would like to work hard. If he installed progress bars all over Subai's room, he could probably stay here for a year or even longer. After no flower came in, this was the first time he saw Subai put down the Buddhist scriptures. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. These few days I have been waiting for a long time, but I have not seen anything. I know that I have forgotten to eat and sleep. What do these 4 words mean? These words were perfect for Subai. No flower had never thought that someone could read Buddhist scriptures every day and only eat. Even in the Titanium Temple, the senior brothers he met had never been so fascinated. Sigh. What a pity. No flower sighed. If only almsgiver Su had the root of wisdom. Wu Hua had never seen such a person obsessed with Buddhism. However, no one was perfect. Coincidentally, Subai knew nothing about Buddhist scriptures. Perhaps this is Master's idea of balance. No flower thought. At this moment Subai spoke. You came at the right time. We can start our plan now. Chapter 84. The 3 sides are in a difficult choice. When No Flower heard this, his expression was first stunned, then overjoyed, and he quickly walked forward. There's no time to lose. We'll set off now. They had been waiting for Subai to finish his work. Now that they had finally waited, they had to leave quickly. Although the extreme life cult hadn't caused any trouble these past few days, it was better to deal with some matters as soon as possible. There was a saying that went, "A long night brings many dreams." This was the truth. Just as he thought of this, No Flower prepared to go out and inform Lu Su to find a time to set off immediately. But before he could walk out, Lu Su had already pushed open the door and entered. Lu Su had already changed into a white dress. Her face was covered with a white veil that had not changed for a long time, making her look elegant and otherworldly. As soon as they entered the house, Lu Su spoke first. There's been no movement. I've been secretly observing every day. Ever since the night spring rain pavilion hasn't changed at all. No Flower was stunned when he heard this. No Flower looked at Subai from the left and Lu Su from the right. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you planning something behind my back? He always felt that he was being ostracized. It's quite uncomfortable to have a plan without me. No, I just asked Lu Su to observe the changes in spring rain pavilion. Subai stood up and played with the spring flower pen in his hand. Observing? No Flower was stunned. I'm not just stalling for time because I have something to do. I'll take advantage of these few days to see Spring Rain Pavilion's reaction, Subai said. No Flower wasn't stupid and quickly understood what he meant. That night Yang Chang came to find them and told them the ins and outs of the matter. Subai had asked Lu Su to monitor the Spring Rain Pavilion to see if Yang Chang would make any moves. If there was any movement that would be the best, they would be able to find clues from it. If there was no movement, then there were 2 possibilities. Firstly, Yang Chang was telling the truth. The second possibility was that Yang Chang was lying and had dug a hole somewhere for them to jump into. So that's how it is. No Flower understood, but there was still a doubt. Patron, why don't you let me go over too? Although you have experience in Jianghu, the smell of monks on you is too strong, Subai said straightforwardly. No Flower choked. He wanted to retort, but he found that he had nothing to refute. It was indeed so. Who asked him to be unable to conceal this aura on his body sometimes? Just like the last time he visited Spring Rain Pavilion, he was prone to revealing flaws at that time. Then shall we go to the Yin Post House now? No Flower asked. Of course I'm going. Aren't you going to the Yin Post House to send a message to the Heaven Inspectorate? Subai said with a smile. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This is what you want. Lu Su took out a bulging money bag from her waist and handed it to Subai. Subai took it and opened the money bag. It was filled with copper coins. Fortunately, you used copper coins as hidden weapons. If you used broken silver, even my family wouldn't be able to bear your expenses. Lu Su did not forget to tease. Subai hung the money bag on his waist and patted it. He could feel the movement inside. Let's go. We'll meet them at the Yin Post House. The 3 of them did not hesitate and left the Lu residence through the wall in the backyard. Climbing over walls was an essential skill for experts. With No Flower leading the way, they wouldn't go wrong. The streets outside were still bustling with noise, and the commoners did not know about the changes in the martial world. The Yin Post House was an important transportation hub hidden in the dark of the Great Chu country. It had always been provided for people other than ordinary people to
use. Its purpose was to not disturb ordinary people. In the Yin Post House there was a unique business that was gradually developed among the Jianghu people. The reason was that there was no ordinary person in the Yin Post House, but they still had to rest here. As the saying went, where there were people there would be Jianghu. In other words, where there were people there would be an economy that met the conditions. It was unknown when it started, but many Jianghu people had set up stalls in the Yin Post House to exchange for items or money. In the Yin Post House these things were necessary, especially for the Jianghu people who licked blood on their blades. The transactions here were even more important. Money was one thing. Sometimes one could really find gold in the waves and get a lot of things. They gave themselves a name for people who did business in the Yin Post House. It was a very simple and direct explanation. Just the literal meaning was enough to understand 70 to 80% of it. Not only did they buy and sell things, but some of them even accepted some disgraceful things here. For example, assassinations and so-called special entertainment. In this aspect the emperor of the Great Chu state turned a blind eye. To the emperor he was using the Heaven Inspectorate to check and balance the people of the martial world. He could not wait for these people to mess around. As long as it didn't violate the emperor's principles it was good. Moreover, after the appearance of the post house, man, it saved the emperor a lot of expenses. After all, he originally wanted to establish a follow-up supply here. Now that there was a supply he could save a lot. As such, the Yin Post House's posthumans had gradually improved. Here one could see all kinds of strange items for sale. At this moment 3 people walked into Shang County Yin Post House, 2 men and a woman. One of the men was a monk and the other was carrying a ghost head blade. The woman's face was covered with a white veil so her face could not be seen clearly. However, between her exposed eyebrows there was an elegant and otherworldly air. In the Yin Post House there was a large open space with more than 10 people on it. Chapter 85. The 3 sides are in a dilemma. Some of them were sitting, some were standing, and some were even lying on the ground. In front of them there was a piece of cloth with all kinds of items on it. The posthumans all had the same unspoken rule. They all covered their faces so their expressions and appearances could not be seen clearly. The arrival of Su Bai and the other 2 naturally attracted the staffers' attention, but they only took a glance before turning their heads away and not looking at them anymore. The Yin Post House had its own rules. Those who came to buy something would naturally come to buy it. You just had to sell it to him. If you didn't come to buy it, it was useless no matter what you said. Moreover, they were very clear that the 3 people in front of them were not to be trifled with. In this day and age, only by not looking for trouble could one live longer. It was obvious that the post house people knew this very well. No Flower brought Su Bai to a wooden house. The door of the wooden house was closed. No Flower went up and knocked. Not long after the door was opened, revealing a skinny face. The person who opened the door looked to be in his 60s and his hair was already white. Sky Supervisor Wu Hua, there is important news that needs to be conveyed to the Sky Supervisor. No Flower took out a token to show his identity. Then he found a letter and handed it over. The letter was sealed with wax to isolate it. There was no mud or water in the entire process and there was no explanation. The skinny old man reacted quickly. His face was expressionless as he took the letter in his hand. This old man was the manager of the Yin Post House, the chief of the Yin Post House in Shang County. After receiving the letter, the old man closed the door as if he did not want to have too much interaction with them. Su Bai frowned. Yin Post House is like this. Lu Su stood beside Su Bai and explained, the station leaders have been staying in the Yin station for many years. Their personalities are very strange, but they won't delay their missions. Dong dong dong. Lu Su had just finished explaining to Su Bai when No Flower knocked on the door again. The door opened again and the old man appeared again, only his face was revealed and his eyes were filled with doubt. I have something to ask. No Flower put his palms together. They had already discussed the matter of the human-faced ancient tree before they arrived. Since they had mentioned the Yin Post House, it was most appropriate to ask the post house chief. Most importantly, this place belonged to the Yin Post House and the post house chief had been guarding the Yin Post House for many years, so it was very likely that there would be news. Although the old man was very puzzled, the people from the Heaven Inspectorate had spoken. He still opened the door and let No Flower in. I'm going out for a walk, Su Bai said. He didn't follow them. He planned to walk around outside. No Flower had to tell him the news anyway. This was the Yin Post House and the things they sold were very strange. If there was a progress bar, he could also get some wool. No Flower knew that Su Bai's personality was unique. He didn't say anything else and just nodded. Lu Su looked around and decided to enter the Yin Post House to hear the results. Regardless of whether Yang Chang was telling the truth or not, this was at least a clue. If it was true, then the route was correct. If it was fake, Yang Chang was fishing. They had already arrived at the Yin Post House, so there should be some movement next. Regardless of whether it was true or false, the Yin Post House was the starting point. After Lu Su and No Flower entered, Su Bai also left the house and began to stroll around the Yin Post House. Shang County was located in a remote area and the Yin Post House in a remote county was not large. The stall also looks at a
dozen places and looks very shabby. There were no cries of peddlers, everyone stayed in their own stalls. Compared to ordinary peddlers, the postman seemed lifeless. Here there was only buying and selling, take a fancy to bargain deal. The process was that simple. He didn't talk nonsense nor did he shout. Subai looked at the stalls and shook his head in disappointment. There were many strange things in the Een post house that Subai had never seen before, but there was not a single progress bar in front of him. Without a progress bar, Subai couldn't do anything. Maybe a bigger Een post house is still possible, Subai thought. Although he did not find any progress bar now that he knew about the existence of the Een post house, his search for progress bars became even wider. As he thought about this, Subai heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw that it was Lu Su and No Flower. Are you done asking? Subai asked. No Flower nodded and told him the news he had received. After hearing No Flower's words, Subai fell into deep thought. What they had just said was nothing more than what they had encountered at the Een post house in Shang County. The strangest thing was the forest to the south of the Een post house. According to the Een post house of Shang County, recently there would be noises coming from the southern forest at night from time to time. However, after the station chief rushed over, he did not find anything. This matter became even stranger. This happened at the Een post house in Shang County, so the head of the post house reported it in time, but no official came down. In the beginning, the station chief thought that the higher-ups did not take this matter seriously. It was only when Wu Hua arrived today that he realized that this information had not been sent out. The message has been intercepted. We were intercepted on the way, so the Heaven Inspectorate is still unclear about the situation here. Intercepting Gideon? Subai rubbed his chin. I don't know who intercepted it, but the possibility of it being the Extreme Life sect is very high. Lu Su looked left and right before speaking. The station chief didn't receive the news, so he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, his location was an extremely important transportation hub. Let's go to the south first. Subai played with the spring blossom pen in his hand and glanced at it from time to time, increasing the progress bar by a little. Chapter 86. A difficult choice between three sides. With the news, the three of them did not hesitate. After a brief discussion, they rushed towards the forest in the south. According to the station chief, the forest wasn't far from the Een station. They had arrived at their destination in less than the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn. This was a small forest. The trees inside were not tall, but it looked very strange because it was too quiet here. They had left at noon and it was still sunny. From the outside it looked like a dense forest, but it looked like a strange scene. After all, the surrounding trees were sparse, but this place was densely packed. Let's go in and take a look. Subai put away the spring flower pen and drew the ghost head blade from his waist. He had looked at the surface just now, but he did not find any progress bar. If it really is in this forest, it will definitely be very dangerous. Strange creatures don't rest during the day. Lu Su held the green cloud brush in her left hand and a book in her right. The strangeness was not like in television dramas where it only appeared at night. The strangeness of this world did not matter when it happened. No Flower nodded, agreeing with Lu Su's words. In this day and age, one could only live longer by being cautious. You don't understand what I mean. When I say go in and take a look, I mean walk inside, but not directly walk in. Subai put his right hand into the money bag. This sentence was very tongue-twister and Lu Su did not understand. At this moment, Subai used his actions to tell No Flower and Lu Su what method he was going to use to go in and take a look. He threw out a handful of copper coins like a rain of maple leaves. The copper coins were still wrapped in the dark light of the diamond demon body, making them look heavy and strange. When the copper coin came into contact with the first few trees, the trees were immediately snapped in half and fell to the ground with a bang. The power of the copper coin did not stop spreading in all directions, cutting off a small part of the forest. Subai was very satisfied with the power of the rain of maple leaves combined with the diamond demon body. He felt even more comfortable seeing it now. He felt that if possible he could even give himself a new nickname, Su Shotgun White. This sudden action caused Lu Su and No Flower to be stunned. Very quickly the two of them reacted and finally understood what it meant to go in and take a look. He really just wanted to go in and take a look, because he was really going in. However, before he walked in, he cleared the obstacles in front of him. This is indeed safe. No Flower put his palms together and agreed with this method. He took 2 steps forward and was ready to help. Lu Su was the same. If the two of them were added, the speed would be even faster. However, before they could make a move, Subai's expression turned serious and he spoke in an extremely solemn tone. You don't have to do anything. We're not only facing the strange but also the Extreme Life sect. If the Extreme Life sect is in the dark, it won't be good for you to expose your abilities. When he said this, the two of them were stunned. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed reasonable, but No Flower thought, isn't almsgiver Su exposing his means now? He has many tricks up his sleeve, don't worry about him. Lu Su saw what No Flower wanted to say and waved her hand nonchalantly. Subai had many tricks up his sleeve, saber techniques, hidden weapons and a special flame. When Lu Su had investigated the darksmith, she had seen burned corpses. At that time she was certain that Su-Bai's abilities were not limited to these few. In this day and age everyone had their own unique skills, especially with Lu Su's understanding of Su-Bai. This person definitely had many unique skills. When No Flower heard Lu Su's words, he thought about it carefully. It seemed like this was really the case, so he didn't say anything more. Su-Bai nodded in satisfaction. Actually, he didn't have that thought. The main thing was that he had to look for the progress bar while he solved the forest. If they found it and it was destroyed by No Flower and Lu Su, wouldn't that be a loss? If he acted alone, there would be a limit. The outer layer of the tree broke, revealing the forest inside. The forest was densely packed with trees. Su-Bai had wanted to use the Four-Sun formation to burn them with flames. However, when he saw the dense forest, he was worried that the fire would go too far and he would not be able to control it. After the outer layer of the forest was destroyed, the inner layer was revealed again. It was still an ordinary tree. There was nothing unusual about it. It looked no different from usual. There was no progress bar, nothing else, not even a human face. Something is wrong. Su-Bai rubbed his chin. This was the location the station chief had mentioned, but it was strangely calm. In an ordinary dense forest there would definitely be animals living there. However, Su-Bai had caused such a huge commotion and there was not even a single movement in the forest. This was really abnormal, but since things had already come to this, Su-Bai did not think too much about it. He continued to follow the rhythm and began to destroy the forest. After raising this forest to the ground, they would know what was inside. No matter how scheming he would be able to see everything clearly. After raising the place to the ground, the copper coins scattered and reflected a dim light under the sunlight. Su-Bai didn't add the diamond fiend body's black light anymore. Just the rain of maple leaves and his quintessential essence were quite destructive. After a while the forest was no longer the same as before. The dense forest had been razed to the ground. Other than piles of tree stumps, there was nothing inside. The tree trunks collapsed everywhere, looking as if they had been crushed by a giant beast. There were 2 bags of copper coins on Su-Bai's waist, one for himself and one for Lu Su. Destroying this forest used up a whole bag of copper coins, and it also consumed a lot of true core strength. Chapter 87. A difficult choice between 3 sides. Fortunately, some of the copper coins could be recycled, so he would not squander. Looks like the water runs deep. Su-Bai didn't move. He was recovering in silence. There was no progress bar at all, and he didn't even find a single one. There aren't even any animals here. Lu Su's face was covered with a white veil. She walked lightly to Su-Bai's side. Looks like I'll still have to go in personally, Wu Hua said. At this moment Lu Su shook her head. No need. The saying "don't enter the woods" was not a joke, it was based on facts. Lu Su raised her hand and spread her fair fingers. A yellow paper crane appeared in her palm. When the paper crane appeared, it flapped its wings and floated beside Lu Su. She was a scholar who had broken through to rank 8 with the paper binding secrets. Some of the evil abilities on it could be replicated using a scholar's method. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to deal with the current situation. The paper crane flew and slowly approached the forest. When the paper crane reached the edge of the forest, it suddenly stopped. Immediately after, a black fog rose from the ground and enveloped the original dense forest. Roars came from the black fog. The roar was filled with pain, collapse, sorrow and other emotions. It was extremely ear-piercing. In less than a breath's time the black fog gradually disappeared as if it had never appeared. The paper crane was gone and everything returned to normal. Su-Bai turned his head and looked at Lu Su. Strange, so strange. Lu Su took a deep breath and said, "And just an instant the paper crane was torn apart." She couldn't see much, but she could roughly sense that there were many strange things inside. The paper crane disappeared in an instant. Its speed was ridiculously fast. The tree is already gone, so why is there something strange? No Flower looked left and right, puzzled. This forest had already been razed to the ground by Su-Bai, but the strangeness had appeared out of nowhere. Most importantly, it had only killed the paper crane that had flown in. It has already become strange? Su-Bai was stunned for a moment, then he sighed in his heart. He had originally guessed that after the human-faced ancient tree became strange there would be no progress bar. It seemed like he was right. I've already cleared the area above. There's still a strange existence, and it's specially killing things that enter the forest. This proves that the strange is bound here. The strangeness of dying in a tree, being permanently imprisoned in the tree, only effective in a certain area. This was something he had learned from No Flower not long ago. Now that the paper crane disappeared after entering, it matched this characteristic. The ground has been cleaned up, but there's still underground. Su-Bai said slowly. He thought that since there was still the strangeness, there was still the human-faced ancient tree. The human-faced ancient tree was also linked to the strangeness, and the strangeness was bound to that area. The tree was likely to still exist. If the tree trunk was gone, what about the soil? As Su-Bai finished speaking, the empty space in front of him changed. A series of sounds came from the ground, then the ground began to tremble slightly and soil began to fly. cracks appeared on the ground and they expanded like a spider web. The remaining half of the tree stump began to topple over. The roots of the tree emerged from the stump and turned upside down. The tree trunk was buried in the soil and the roots stood in the air. In the entire open space the forest stood in an extremely strange shape. At a glance it was as if the entire land had been turned upside down. The black gas continued to emerge. Not long after, translucent figures condensed one after another. There were men and women, old and young. Their bodies were covered in all kinds of wounds and their deaths were extremely terrifying. If a person died and turned into a strange being, they would retain their appearance before they died, which was called the death appearance. This group of strange eyes were dull and cold. Each of them stood in front of a tree and stared at Subai and the other two with cold eyes. They did not take a single step forward, but it was as if someone had constructed an invisible wall that blocked them. Those who die in trees are bound to trees, indeed. Subai rubbed his chin and said, "It seems that this place is related to the Extreme Life sect." As soon as he finished speaking, he received a response, "Benefactor Su here. It's spreading." No Flower took a deep breath. Subai turned around and his pupils constricted. When Subai turned his head, he saw a change in the area. The roots began to grow, slowly falling into the ground and then gradually spreading. The speed of the spread was not fast, but every inch it spread, the monsters moved an inch in the direction of the spread. Subai looked in the direction of the spread and frowned. The way it spread was very strange. It didn't spread out from the center but directly towards the Yin Post House. Subai's mind flashed, could it be that the ultimate goal of the Extreme Life sect, Yin Post House? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he turned around and told Lu Su and No Flower, "If we let the strange envelop the Yin Post House, it would be even more troublesome than directly envelop the county." Lu Su's eyes were filled with worry. The importance of the Yin Post House was self-evident. If it was engulfed by the strange, even if it was paralyzed for a moment, the losses would be immeasurable. This is just a promotion to a county. There are other counties with the Extreme Life cult. No Flower took a few steps forward and said, "Patrons, we can't wait ANV longer." He wanted to settle the matter here immediately and then go to the Yin Post House to spread the news. This was the only way to let the others know what the Extreme Life cult's true purpose was. Don't you think it's strange? Subai suddenly said. Chapter 88. The three sides are in a difficult choice. Lu Su turned her head, not understanding what was going on. His Majesty asked the ninth princess to spread the boundless scripture, but the ninth princess has already found out that it is related to the Yin Post House. Why do only the three of us know? Subai said slowly. This was the thing that he couldn't figure out the most, and also the thing that he didn't understand the most. Just now when No Flower said that he had to inform the others as soon as possible, Subai had already considered this point. Lu Su looked at the speed at which the roots were spreading. It was still very slow. As Subai said this, she fell into deep thought. A moment later Lu Su raised her head and said, "You mean, not only did Yang Chang lie to us, but he was also not loyal to the ninth princess?" If Yang Chang and his wife are not loyal to the ninth princess, then there is only one possibility. No Flower turned his head and suddenly said, "Extreme Life sect." When he said this, he became even more certain of No Flower's opinion. Subai nodded. The ninth princess spread the boundless scripture because His Majesty wanted to destroy the Extreme Life sect. His goal was the Extreme Life sect. The ninth princess received the news but did not report it. She doesn't have the guts to do so. If Yang Chang used the green cloud brush to gain her trust and let us come over the follow-up plan, lure the tiger away from the mountain. The three of them looked at each other when they heard this. No matter what, it's more important to settle this. No Flower put his palms together. Since he was already here, he had to settle it. If they were to return to Hui County immediately, a huge problem would arise and the Yin Post House would be destroyed. Benefactor Su, Benefactor Lu, leave this to me. You guys go back quickly. No Flower's body emitted a green Buddhist light. Now that there were three of them, it seemed like they could do it all. Can it be solved? Subai raised his eyebrows and said. No Flower nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Then let's go to the county first. Lu Su said. However, before he could finish speaking, he heard a commotion coming from the Yin Post House. Rumble. This sound was continuous and could be heard even from a distance. Accompanied by the rumbling sound was a series of shouts. They were not far away and could hear clearly. Something happened at the Yin Post House? Lu Su solemnly said, "Condemn the tiger from the mountain and break the whole into pieces." They weren't stupid. After Subai's initial analysis, they understood the pros and cons. First, he lured the tiger away from the mountain. Then something happened at the Yin Post House not far from the forest. The forest needed to be dealt with and the Yin Post House needed to be dealt with. Then, what about upgrading to a county? Every single place here was extremely important and he couldn't give it up. Even if they returned to Shang County, they would lose the Yin Post House. In other words, if two people went back to the county and one person took care of the forest, what would happen to the Yin Post House? It was difficult to take care of three. Subai frowned.
Why don't we go back to the county together? If the three of us split up, we'll have a chance. This was true. Splitting up was disadvantageous. As he said this, the shouts from the posthouse gradually grew louder. At the same time, the speed at which the roots spread increased. The entire process was very fast, leaving no room for negotiation. It's too late. No Flower sighed and prepared to step forward. He had no choice. He couldn't just leave it be. Lu Su looked in the direction of the posthouse where the battle cries were getting louder. She couldn't just sit back and do nothing. She would never forget her ambition to study. She studied for the peace of the world. If she was left alone, she would never be able to feel at ease for the rest of her life. Have you two made up your mind to leave the hardest part to me? Subai said thoughtfully. I'm going to Shang County. Lu Su thought for a moment and said, I can do it too. No Flower added. The two of them didn't care which direction they went to. They could switch places with Subai. Why are you guys so stupid? Subai even found it funny. The two of them were stunned. They knew that Subai definitely had a way, so they quickly asked. If there was a way to get the best of both worlds, they would definitely be willing. After all, no one wanted to separate their own strength. From now on, the two of you will head to the post house and quickly resolve the matter. Then you will turn around and deal with this forest. Subai made a hand gesture and roughly explained. The roots were heading towards the post house, and the other places were not disturbed. Lu Su and Wu Hua could have rushed to the post house at full speed and quickly dealt with it. When they dealt with the post house, the roots would spread. After they dealt with the post house, they could turn around and the roots would spread by themselves, saving them the time to run back and forth. But upgrade the county. Lu Su was slightly worried. If you go alone, I'm afraid it'll be dangerous. This method was very good, but it neglected the promotion of the county. If Subai went to Shang County alone, he would have to face Yang Chang, who was at peak rank 7 based on their assumption. Subai was very strong, so there was no doubt about it. Lu Su and No Flower frankly admitted it. However, the pressure of fighting a peak rank 7 was obvious. You just need to resolve this as soon as possible. I have my own ways. Subai waved his hand and said, What method? No Flower asked subconsciously. This was just a question that he asked out of curiosity. Lu Su also turned her gaze over with a puzzled expression. How could a rank 8 deal with Yang Chang, who was half a step into rank 6? It was a little wishful thinking. Subai turned around and looked up at the sky. He spoke slowly in an extremely lonely tone. Chapter 89. Chapter 80. Boundless Tao scripture is perfect. I have my own ideas. Subai said with certainty. Lu Su and No Flower were confused. They didn't understand what Subai meant. His words had no beginning or end, so they couldn't understand either. A brilliant plan? What was the plan? You have to come as soon as possible. If you don't, I might be in danger. Subai didn't say it clearly. He pointed at the forest. When Subai did this, Lu Su and No Flower finally understood the meaning behind it. The two of them revealed an understanding expression and did not say anything else. They already understood. First of all, they had to make sure that they were outside the forest of the post house. Just this point alone could not be said too clearly. After all, no one could say for sure if there were enemies in the dark. Therefore, Subai spoke in a daze. And both of them understood the reason. I will definitely do my best to solve this problem. No Flower put his palms together, his expression very serious. If you really can't solve it, think of a way to hide for a while and wait for us to arrive. Lu Su said very seriously. Subai nodded, indicating that he understood. Time was of the essence and he didn't want to say anything more. He turned around and left. The sky had already turned dark and it was about to turn dark. Subai's speed was very fast. He was trying his best to get to Shang County. This time he wasn't fighting a battle he wasn't confident in. On the contrary, he was very confident. That night Yang Chang's strength had already been fully understood. At that time the three of them had fought as if it was a life and death battle. Their goal was to kill Yang Chang. It was only at the end that Yang Chang said those words to stop Subai. Yang Chang was hiding his strength? There was no need for that. If he still hid his strength under such circumstances, he would undoubtedly be courting death. At that time Yang Chang was already on the verge of death. If he did not unleash his true strength, he might really capsize. However, at the last moment he still chose to say that sentence to protect his own safety. Was he absolutely confident? Subai didn't think so. If the roles were reversed and Subai was in that position, he could only say that if he did not hide his strength. If he had hidden his strength, there was no need for him to only say those words at the moment of life and death. The reason was simple. If that sentence didn't work and he couldn't stop Subai's saber, wouldn't he be courting death? Of course this was just Subai's guess, but he had to try everything. He had the confidence to try it because of the skill he had recently obtained. Diamond Heart Demon Body Tier 4 skill. This skill corresponded to the strength of a rank 6. Although the true distance force was not enough for him to use for a long time, if Yang Chang was really only at level 7 he could block it. Of course there were also unexpected situations. He would just run when the time came, with the force and movement. technique and other abilities he could still run. Thinking of this, Subai walked even faster. After Subai left, Wu Hua and Lu Su did not stop either. They turned around and rushed towards the Yin post house. The Yin post house was not far from the forest. When Lu Su and No Flower arrived, they were already shocked by the scene in front of them. Even though the two of them were used to big scenes, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. At this moment, the Yin post house was littered with corpses. In the middle, the emaciated old posthouse chief was holding a pipe and panting heavily. Perhaps it was because he was old, the hand holding the pipe was trembling slightly, indicating that he was close to the end of his life. There was a huge wound on the old postmaster's chest, starting from his shoulder and extending all the way to his abdomen. If not for the fact that the old postmaster was not an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. A group of men in black surrounded the old station chief. They held all kinds of weapons in their hands and their fiendish auras floated in the Inn station. If you want the token, then step over my dead body. Although the old postmaster was heavily injured, he did not retreat. He held the pipe tightly and the corner of his mouth was pale. Although the wound on his chest had dried up, it began to bleed again as he said this. The post station order was the symbol of the post station leader's identity. Of course, that was only one of the functions. More importantly, the post station order also had the corresponding authority. The Emperor of Great Chu had once spent a huge amount of money to make a post station order. It was made by a blacksmith with unparalleled forging skills and using excellent materials. It could not be replicated. The post station commander was the symbol of the post station leader's status and could do many things in the Yin post station. Their goal is the post station order? No Flower frowned. As soon as he spoke, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The black-robed man from the Extreme Life cult turned his head and stared fiercely at Lu Su and Wu Hua, revealing a ferocious aura. They really are here. Get ready. One of the black-robed men waved his hand. As the black-robed man waved his hand, the other black-robed men surrounded Lu Su and No Flower. Lu Su took out the green cloud brush. Although her voice was like a deep valley, it was filled with coldness. No matter what, we should hurry up now. Subai went to Shang County alone to face Yang Chang. This was his trust in them. At this moment there weren't so many twists and turns. One word hit. After settling the matter here, he had to hurry and help Subai. That was the most important thing. Attack. No Flower naturally understood. A green Buddhist light rose from his body and he charged into the black-robed man. Lu Su did not lag behind. With a wave of the green cloud brush, a kill word formed. After the word was formed, it landed on the book in Lu Su's left hand. A moment later, the pages of the book fluttered. Chapter 90, Chapter 80. Boundless Tao scripture is perfect. The yellowed pages swept towards the crowd with killing intent. The pages of the book were like cutting machines, directly crushing a dozen black-robed men. On the other side, No Flower was wearing a green Buddhist light. His fighting style was simple and he just charged forward. Every collision would separate the black-robed man's flesh and bones. Two people, two different playstyles. They were completely opposite, but they both had miraculous effects. The black-robed men were like paper, unable to fight back at all. They were instantly destroyed by the two of them. Soon everything returned to normal in the Yin post house. There was nothing but corpses all over the ground. To solve the problem of extreme life, to solve the problem of Yin should be worth happy about. However, No Flower frowned. The reason was that this group of black-robed men did not seem to be very good at fighting. He had thought that it would be a bloody battle, but the result was one-sided. If this was the plan of the Extreme Life cult, it was too weak. It's too simple. Lu Su retracted her book and also felt that something was wrong. All of this was too logical. At this moment, the postmaster calmed down and prepared to go forward to thank him. Of course, he recognized these two people. One was an official of the Heaven Inspectorate and the other was a scholar of the Qingyun Academy. The two of them arrived in time and solved his big problem. If it weren't for them today, he would have lost his life here. However, before he could open his mouth, something happened. The Yin post house, which was originally safe and sound, changed. The corpse on the ground suddenly started to shake unconsciously as if it had been electrocuted. It shook without any rhythm or frequency. What's going on? No Flower was slightly stunned. What else can happen? This should be the true purpose of the Extreme Life cult. Lu Su took out the green cloud pen again with a solemn expression. At this moment, the corpse looked as if it had suddenly transformed. They were also familiar with strange situations. This state was very consistent with the appearance of strangeness. At this moment, the old postmaster also became serious. Other than being cautious, there was also a very unlucky expression. I'm just an honest station chief here. Why do I always encounter these things? He looked like he was about to retire soon, but at the critical moment this good show happened. Bad luck. No Flower took a step forward, ready to attack and deal with these impulsive corpses in front of him. Next, before he could make a move, something even more ridiculous happened. Thick tree roots grew out of the soil beneath the trembling corpses and pierced straight into the corpses. When the tree root was inserted into the corpse, the position of the tree bark began to move and large bumps appeared one after another. It was like a blocked straw. Someone was trying hard to suck on the other end, causing the space inside to be broken. As the tree roots continued to move, the corpse shriveled up. The tree roots grew stronger and stronger. In an instant they shot into the sky. The roots that shot out continuously stirred. On the other side, the forest that was constantly spreading was already in front of them. Together with the roots they formed a barrier that connected the sky and the earth, enveloping the entire post house. What is his real purpose? Lu Su raised her head, her lively eyes narrowing slightly as she gripped the green cloud brush even harder. Anyone could see that they were in a desperate situation. They were surrounded by tree roots and could not get out, nor could anyone get in. Abandoned. Wu Fa smiled bitterly and said 2 words. This group of so-called men in black did not come for the post-station order at all. In other words, they had been tricked into coming here. Otherwise, how could their strength be so low? Lu Su was a disciple of the academy, so she was quite knowledgeable. After hearing what Wu Hua said, she connected the dots and understood the truth. The movement of the tree roots just now was obviously absorbing the nutrients from the corpses. After absorbing the nutrients, it gradually grew stronger and formed a barrier that enveloped the post house. Although these black-robed men's strength was low, they were all ranked. Compared to ordinary people, they were many times stronger, absorbing so many people's nutrients. The roots grew healthily and they were already trapped to death. The so-called token was just to deceive these black-robed people. If they could take down the post house, that would naturally be even better. If they couldn't, then they could only become nutrients for the tree roots. No one wanted to die in vain. Only by deceiving them would the black-robed men be dead set on dying. I remember now, I see. The old postmaster seemed to have thought of something and revealed an expression of realization. A long time ago a man came here with a serious burn on his face. He wanted to buy and sell things here. What did you say? No Flower was shocked. A severe burn injury. Didn't that mean that their previous guess was true? It was really Yang Chang's doing. When I see a tree I think of a seed. That's all I can think of. Other than that I can't find anything else. The old postmaster revealed a helpless expression. We have to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. We have to rush to Shangxian County as soon as possible to help Subai. Lu Su looked at No Flower and said word by word, since he was 100% sure Yang Chang was most likely waiting for him in Shang County. Perhaps, we have to deal with the current situation first. The old postmaster looked up at the sky and said in a daze. In the sky the black tree roots gradually retracted and their speed was not slow. From the looks of it they were about to drown them all. Attack! No Flower shouted angrily. Chapter 91, Chapter 80. The boundless Tao scripture is perfect. The green Buddhist light surrounded his entire body, then his legs shot out like a cannonball charging towards the black tree root. The Buddhist light and the tree roots intertwined, then No Flower bounced back at an even faster speed and fell to the ground. Even though he wasn't injured, he looked at the black tree root in the sky with shock. It couldn't be broken at all. The roots were as hard as iron plates and the attacks he had condensed with the green Buddhist light were ineffective. I'll do it. Lu Su's almond-shaped eyes widened. She flipped her right hand and waved the green cloud brush, writing in the sky. A moment later an essay was completed and landed on the book in his left hand. As the pages fluttered, a murderous aura swept across the entire sky. Lu Su spun the green cloud brush and the pages of the book followed the rotation of the green cloud brush, echoing in the sky. Then one after another the words on them appeared and fell on the black tree root one by one. However, after the words landed they were scattered and returned to the book. The yellowed pages returned to his hands and automatically combined into a book. Lu Su looked at the tree roots that were slowly pressing down in front of her and a solemn expression appeared on her face. Join forces. No Flower nodded, sat cross-legged, put his palms together and recited Buddhist scriptures. As he chanted the Buddhist scriptures the green Buddhist light soared into the sky and bombarded the black tree root. Lu Su didn't stop either. The charred book appeared once again and the lively characters bombarded the roots one by one. The old postmaster also began to lend a hand. He shook the pipe in his hand and the layers of smoke turned into a big hand that pressed against the black tree root. This was the difference between them and martial artists. Long-range attacks made some low-quality martial artists drool. As the three of them worked together the black tree root was finally stopped from pressing down. But this was the only way. No Flower and the others couldn't hold on either. They couldn't counterattack and could only fall into a stalemate. Work harder. Beads of sweat appeared on Lu Su's fair forehead. Her right hand did not relax in the slightest as she continuously waved the green cloud brush. No Flower didn't even reply. He just chanted the Buddhist scriptures, not allowing his Buddhist light to pause. The stalemate had turned into despair. Lu Su and No Flower started to worry. At this moment Subai was heading to Shang County alone. They didn't know what kind of threat he had encountered. It's all my fault. No Flower muttered to himself as he read the Buddhist scriptures. He felt guilty.
if he hadn't insisted he wouldn't have dragged Almsgiver Su into this. Sigh, Lu Su sighed silently, her emotions complicated. I have a feeling that we can turn the tide. Hearing this, No Flower was slightly stunned. It's just a kind of feeling, Lu Su said. She recalled the first time she met Subai. She felt that this mysterious man had many tricks up his sleeve. If I die today, I'll have a place to go, Lu Su said with a smile. No Flower nodded silently. The few of them continued to focus on dealing with the black tree root. Lu Su and No Flower hoped to increase their strength and break out of the encirclement as soon as possible so that they could rush to the county to help Subai. Something big had happened at the Yin Post House, and far away from the Yin Post House, Subai had already arrived at Shin County. When he arrived, the sun had already set. There were still 1 or 2 people walking on the street. Other than that, there was no more noise and liveliness like in the morning. It was a little cold at night in this year. A few passers-by in thin clothes quickened their pace, wanting to go home early to get warm. When they passed by Subai, they subconsciously glanced at him. However, when they saw the ghost head blade hanging from Subai's waist, they quickly retracted their gazes. Not daring to cause any more trouble, they buried their heads and continued on their way. Subai didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. He walked straight toward Spring Rain Pavilion. The sky was slightly dark and the streets were quiet. Even the usually lively Spring Rain Pavilion no longer had its doors closed at night like before. It had become lifeless. Other than a faint light in the house, there was no sound. There were no people seeking pleasure outside the Spring Rain Pavilion. The strange thing was that even though the Spring Rain Pavilion had fallen into silence, the door was still open. The lights inside the door were dim and it made people feel a chill in their hearts. Subai came to the door and looked inside. He saw Yang Chang standing on the ground floor with his back facing him. You're here. Before Subai could say anything, Yang Chang let out a low voice that was filled with sorrow and despair. Subai walked in and was about to reply when he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The beams on the 2nd and 3rd floors of Spring Rain Pavilion were filled with the corpses of prostitutes. These corpses had ribbons tied around their necks and they were hung neatly like old bacon. The 2nd and 3rd floors were all filled with them. It made one's hair stand on end, coupled with the special shape of the Spring Rain Pavilion. It looked like a coffin. Subai took a deep breath and pulled out the ghost head blade from his waist. He said in a deep voice, "Did you do it? Who else is there besides me?" Yang Chang didn't deny it at all. He slowly stood up and turned his body to face Subai. At this moment, Subai saw that Yang Chang was carrying someone in his arms. She was wearing a red shirt and her face was covered in burns. It was a woman. Is this the evil which you were talking about? Subai said in a playful manner. Shut up. Yang Chang seemed to have been angered. He reached out his hand and slowly stroked the woman's cheek. His tone was extremely strong. She's the woman I love the most in this life. She's not some evil witch but a righteous one. So, you killed her? Subai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 92, Chapter 80. Boundless Tao scripture is perfect. As soon as he said this, the scene fell into silence, so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Yang Chang didn't say a word. He lowered his head again and looked at the burned face. Suddenly he released his hand and slowly put the woman on the ground. I have no way to do it. Yang Chang grabbed his hair with both hands, his facial features contorted as he said maniacally, do you know that after we were saved by the 9th princess, His Majesty ordered us to destroy our foundation? All our strength will forever stop at rank 7. He said that merits couldn't offset faults. If this road was open, countless people would follow suit, but the punishment for this was too much. As he spoke, Yang Chang kept pulling his hair, causing his black hair to become messy. So, are you doing this for strength? You're not as noble as I thought, Subai teased. No wonder you covet the spring flower brush. He couldn't wait to chat more. After Lu Su and No Flower finished their business and rushed over, he would have a greater chance of success. Do you know that the boundless Tao scripture can imitate anyone's ability as long as they are of the same level? The Extreme Life cult has the boundless Tao scripture. My foundation as a scholar is gone, but I see a new path. Yang Chang stopped his movements, his face filled with fanaticism. I can recultivate. I am a genius of the academy. I shouldn't remain silent. Bullshasterisk T. What did you do? Subai pointed at Yang Chang. Didn't he have any idea? There are many geniuses in this world. You're not lacking in one. Are you playing with me? Your AF asterisk king man, play your sister. Hearing this tone and looking at his expression, Subai wanted to give him a tight slap. Yes, there are many geniuses. After being scolded, Yang Chang did not get angry. Instead he laughed and said, so you are also a genius. Subai frowned. He seemed to have understood the meaning behind his words. It meant that Yang Chang wanted to use the boundless Tao scripture to imitate his ability. Yang Chang raised his head and said, I've done so much for the Extreme Life sect before I finally got the boundless scripture. Previously that slut the 9th princess didn't want us to give it to the Extreme Life sect. She was afraid that we would cultivate it. At this point Yang Chang turned his head and looked at the woman's Corpse behind him, and her she shouldn't have stopped me. After I succeed she can succeed too. At that time we can live together again. That would be a beautiful thing. Ha, even in death he still wants to side with Great Chew. What else can he say? Everything he does is because he loves me. He only loves Great Chew. Hearing this, Subai shook his head. He felt that the person in front of him was hopeless. If one was so sick that they were blinded by ointment, even if a miracle doctor who could bring life to life came, he would still shake his head and sigh. You don't love her either. You will always love yourself. Subai said, cut the crap. I know what you're thinking. The two of them can't come. They can't even protect themselves now. Yang Chang regained his maniacal smile as soon as he finished speaking. He lifted a brush and pointed it at Subai. The pages of the book appeared around Yang Chang's body like a whirlwind slashing at him. Boom! A rumbling sound rang out. A moment later the page was flipped back. Yang Chang stared at Subai and frowned. At this moment a faint layer of black light appeared around Subai's body. The attack just now had no effect on him. Tier 4 skill Diamond Heart Devil body. It had to be said that Yang Chang, as a scholar who was about to enter rank 6, was really quite strong. The attack just now made Subai feel that the true core strength in his body was decreasing very quickly. Good ability. Yang Chang was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses and revealed an ecstatic expression. Similarly, a faint layer of black light appeared on the surface of Yang Chang's body, Vajra Heart Devil body. No one knew this skill better than Subai. He looked at the black light on Yang Chang's body and understood that his ability had been simulated by Yang Chang, but only 80%. Give me a little more. Let me see what else you have. Yang Chang was ecstatic. Don't you know the side effects of the limitless Tao scripture? Subai frowned. Of course I know, but you might not know how to solve this side effect. Yang Chang came to the side of the female corpse and read and pressed his hand on her body. Beams of destructive power were injected into the female corpse, and in the blink of an eye she was reduced to dust. I know. I'm a scholar. I read the deeper meaning behind it. Yang Chang looked at his hands and said, as long as it is transferred to a person or a corpse it will be alleviated. You really disgust me. Subai said in disgust. Just a moment ago he was still so in love with her that he wanted to die. Now he did not hesitate to destroy the corpse of the person he loved. It was really disgusting. What do you know? The female sect master created the boundless Tao scripture and knew that there was such a method, but she did not use it for the so-called benevolence and righteousness. In the end she disappeared without a trace. His Majesty erased this part, worried that someone would go crazy over it, but he forgot that The most amazing thing was finding traces in books. This was also why I was called a genius back then. In this world, as long as you can stand at the peak, it's just a fleeting cloud. Yang Chang said slowly, I won't kill you right away. I want to slowly exhaust your ability. Really? Subai said. After saying that, he did not wait for Yang Chang to reply. He put his hand into the money bag and sprinkled it like a rain of maple leaves. A black light rose from Yang Chang's body and blocked all the copper coins. Chapter 93, Chapter 80. Boundless Tao scripture is perfect. Then he picked up the copper coin on the ground and threw it at Subai in the same way. Subai's feet slightly swayed as he used the 4-sun movement technique, dodging like a ghost, but in the next moment the 4-sun movement technique was simulated by Yang Chang. Yang Chang didn't wait for Subai to speak. He knocked down the two corpses on the second floor with his copper coins and injected the backlash into them. All right. Yang Chang waved his hands and said more. Subai's frown deepened. The current situation was very troublesome, more troublesome than he had expected. This guy actually made her his wool-plucking machine. It was simply infuriating. What's wrong? Why aren't you moving? Do you feel desperate? I understand how you feel. Back then when my foundation was destroyed I was even more desperate than you are now. That feeling has enveloped me for so many years, but I still couldn't get through it. Yang Chang's tone was filled with ridicule. He pointed at Subai with one hand and covered his stomach with the other. He raised his head and laughed loudly. He was laughing at Subai's ignorance. He was laughing at the so-called genius. What was a true genius? Only someone like him could be called a genius. He could simulate human abilities and could be ruthless, allowing others to become the carrier of his backlash. As long as he was given time to slowly absorb and grow stronger, he would one day stand at the peak of this world. As for how he reached the peak, it was not important. The important thing was that no one would know and no one would dare to say it. Hand over the item. Use all your strength. I know you've put in a lot of effort to deal with the extreme life cult, but you don't have to do anything now because I've already killed all of them. Yang Chang pointed in the direction of the Yin post house. I lured them over. They're already dead. It's just that your two companions aren't doing too well. Do you think that you have done a good deed? Subai rubbed his chin. No. I just want your ability alone. Yang Chang shook his head. As he spoke, Yang Chang attacked again. he grabbed the copper coins on the ground and threw them at Subai one by one. Subai dodged and did not attack. What are you waiting for?
You're still only at rank 8, do you really think you can defeat me?
I can tell you clearly that as long as you hand over all your abilities I'll give you a quick death.
Yang Chang said. Subai stopped and stared at Yang Chang. What? You finally figured it out? Yang Chang asked. He was very carefree. What kind of bullsh*t genius was he playing with?
He was the real genius. He was the genius in the past, he was the genius now, and he would be the genius in the future. Subai tilted his head.
In fact, in this situation he could totally turn around and leave. After all, Yang Chang could only imitate 80% of his ability. With the force and movement technique Yang Chang couldn't catch up. However, he was very unhappy now. When had he been bullied like this?
No, I'm not convinced.
Try this. Subai stomped his feet. The force and formation was activated and flames rose. Yang Chang imitated Subai and chopped off his feet as well. Flames appeared around him. Good.
Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a great deal. If you have anything else, hurry up and use it. Looking at Subai's current state, he thought that he had already given up, so he took the time to comfort him. In the end he added, if I was really happy I might have let you live.
Subai smiled.
I don't want you to let me live, it's good enough that you can give me a quick death. Take a look at this. He drew the ghost head blade from his waist and waved it to the side. At this moment Yang Chang had already found another corpse to transfer the power of the backlash. When he saw Subai use his strength again, he found the third corpse. After learning it, he injected the power of the backlash again. Is there more? Yang Chang said impatiently. Tonight Subai had given him too many surprises. He was looking forward to seeing if there were any bigger surprises waiting for him. Mental cultivation method, can you do it? Subai circulated the reversal of yin and yang. Yang Chang was stunned. He tried to operate it and frowned. Although its level is relatively low, its effects are excellent. As soon as he finished speaking, he found another corpse and injected it with the power of backlash. After a long time, Subai looked at the door and shook his head slightly. Looks like those two guys are really trapped in the yin post house. Up until now, Lu Su and No Flower had yet to come over. It seemed that they had really encountered something. However, it did not matter. Everything depended on him. In this day and age, no one could be relied on. It was best to rely on oneself. Subai looked at Yang Chang and thought to himself, don't you like to take advantage of others? I'll let you know now that I'm the only one who takes advantage of others. Looking at Yang Chang's expectant eyes, Subai took out the spring flower pen. Yang Chang was taken aback. He did not understand why he was doing this, however he did not say it out loud and waited excitedly. Subai slightly rotated the spring flower pen in his hand, pretending to be in a relaxed state. I still have one of my most powerful abilities and I'll give it all to you now. After saying this, he added another sentence in his heart, but Yang Chang couldn't hear it. It depends on you. Can you eat? Chapter 94. Someone has gone crazy. After hearing Subai's words, Yang Chang didn't suspect anything. Hurry up. Let me see. Tonight Subai had given him too many surprises. Putting everything else aside, just this many abilities were already beyond imagination, especially the mental cultivation method that Subai had given him previously. He felt that it was a little strange when he circulated it. It was strange but magical. It was as if several kinds of content were mixed together, but there was no conflict between them. They could be perfectly integrated. Unfortunately, the mental cultivation method was somewhat inferior. Hurry up and hand it over. I've decided not to kill you. I want to bring you with me and let you perfect these abilities. The madness in Yang Chang's eyes grew stronger and stronger. His gaze was as if he wanted to eat Subai up. Even in that era, if Subai was there, he would be considered a top-notch type. Yang Chang's foundation as a scholar had been destroyed, but he still had foresight. He could tell the good from the bad. In troubled times, heroes come forth in large numbers. In that turbulent era, with Subai's current potential, he could also surpass the rest. Yang Chang had taken a fancy to Subai's potential. If he could grasp Subai's potential and allow him to continuously improve all his abilities, Yang Chang knew very well what it meant. It was a chicken that kept laying eggs. However, Yang Chang was still confused. Why would Subai take out the green cloud brush? Wasn't this something from the academy? Was Subai supposed to be a scholar? No, he could tell that Subai was not a scholar. Of course, Yang Chang, who was getting crazier and crazier, thought that he had everything under control. Subai stopped talking. He lowered his head and stared at the green cloud brush in his hand. As he did this, a golden progress bar appeared and it was slowly increasing. Yang Chang was still waiting, but soon he realized that Subai was not normal. You're now. Did you use it? Yang Chang wasn't sure if Subai had used his ability to do that. What, you don't dare to? Subai too said without raising his head. Hearing this, Yang Chang circulated the boundless Tao scripture and stared at Subai. Since there is, then come. The boundless Tao scripture circulated at an extremely fast speed, then his body began to imitate Su Bail's state. At this moment Yang Chang suddenly felt something strange. There was only one word. Yang Chang had only said one word and did not have the chance to say another. His body began to expand and in the blink of an eye he swelled up like a balloon. Cracks appeared on his skin and a large amount of blood flowed out. Yang Chang was speechless, his gaze shifted to where Su Bai was. At this moment Su Bai put down the spring flower pen in his hand and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. How do you feel? Can you eat? His tone was filled with mockery. How could the power of the system be simulated by the boundless Tao scripture? If he wanted to eat it he should see if he could eat it. If he really wanted to die Su Bai didn't mind letting him. Su Bai had already made this plan after learning about the boundless Tao scripture. Since you want to simulate, I'll let you simulate the progress bar. It was obvious that the boundless Tao scripture did not have this ability. In other words, it was a dimensional attack. Yang Chang felt despair in his heart. It was as if he had fallen off a cliff. The surrounding scenery was rapidly retreating. Just now he tried to simulate it and in an instant the backlash was like a monstrous wave that arrived in an instant. He reacted quickly and quickly cut off the boundless Tao scripture, but even if he cut it off in an instant it was already too late. What kind of ability is this? Yang Chang was shocked. Even if he had met the college chief he would not have such a feeling. Who was he? At this moment Yang Chang felt that the person standing in front of him was no longer the young man with the saber but a terrifying beast. Su Bai took 2 steps forward and raised his head to look at Yang Chang. He said slowly, "Go in peace." As Su Bai finished his sentence cracks began to appear on Yang Chang's head. With a loud bang it suddenly exploded. Blood danced in the sky. The ground walls and railings of Spring Rain Pavilion were all covered in Yang Chang's flesh and blood. A black light rose from Su Bail's body as the Diamond Heart Devil body blocked the flesh. When everything disappeared Su Bai looked up at the female corpse hanging on the beam and sighed. Without saying a word he turned around and left. The street outside was as dark as ink and there were few people. Lu Su and No Flower were still in the Inn post house. Su Bai wanted to rush over to take a look so he didn't stay there for long and rushed straight to the Inn post house. Lu Su and the other 2 were resisting with all their might. The Buddhist light, the characters and the smoke resisted the crushing pressure of the huge tree root. The 2 sides were evenly matched and no one could take down the other. However, the situation was beginning to change. Lu Su and the others were gradually losing more and more energy and time was becoming more and more urgent. They didn't have time to help Su Bai because they couldn't even protect themselves now. They couldn't get out or break through. This little monk is about to run out of oil. No Flower finally stopped reciting the Buddhist scriptures. After saying this he started reciting again. He chanted the Buddhist gold again and his green Buddhist light became much weaker. It looked like it was on the verge of collapse, like a building that was about to collapse. After such a long time No Flower had already reached his limit and could no longer hold on. Lu Su let out a long breath. The sweat on her forehead could not stop flowing. The hand holding the green cloud brush trembled slightly. Chapter 95. Someone has gone crazy and treading in the air. 2. He couldn't hold on anymore. Human strength would eventually run out. At this moment they had already reached their limits. That sense of powerlessness came like a tide drowning them. Monk, will our deaths be recorded in history? Lu Su asked. No Flower turned his head and didn't speak. He just shook his head slowly. Since the establishment of the Heaven Inspectorate the number of people who had died was as many as the hair on an ox, so how could there be records? He remembered that when he first entered the Heaven Inspectorate an old man had said this. Even if the person in charge of the Heaven's Gate was dead most of them would not have records of it. It was already very good to have a cenotaph. No Flower didn't know Lu Su's situation because he didn't know much about the Blue Cloud Academy. However, he thought that it wasn't much different. I say the 2 of you don't give up so easily until the last moment. I still have a month before I retire and return to the fields. The wound on the old postmaster's chest was still bleeding and his face had turned from white to green. He didn't want to die here. He was about to retire after completing his mission. It wasn't worth it to die here. In the sky the black tree root finally began to move. Layers of black tree roots continuously spiraled and began to interweave in the air. In just an instant they were like a curtain that covered the sky as they pressed down on Lu Su and the others. Lu Su and the others were already powerless to resist. They no longer had the slightest strength and could only watch helplessly as the roots fell. When faced with death everyone felt different. Some were afraid, some were in despair and some were as calm as water. Lu Su did not know what the others were thinking. She was very calm at the moment. After entering this industry he had this kind of awareness. She had simulated many things in the past and was already used to it. In the sky the black tree root was getting closer and closer. The 3 of them had different expressions. At this moment the black tree roots that were pressing down stopped. What's going on? No Flower was already exhausted and spoke without any strength. I don't know. Lu Su shook her head indicating that she wasn't sure.
this situation happened too suddenly and they did not react in time. Boom! A trembling sound rang out accompanied by a voice. The source of the sound was in front of them. There was a wall formed by tree roots that looked extremely hard. Following the sound of the collision they heard a sound coming from outside. Are you two still alive? Bye! This familiar voice cheered them up. Subai, can you open up an exit here? Lu Su used all her strength to walk to the place where she had been hit. Just now she seemed especially calm in the face of death, but that did not mean that she liked death. Patron, do you need us to cooperate inside? No Flower also walked over and asked. After he finished speaking he sighed to himself. Almsgiver Lu's intuition was really accurate. Subai had really brought a miracle. No need to cooperate, stand further away. Be careful not to get blood all over your body. Subai's voice sounded again. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Su and No Flower heard the sound of a collision again, their ears buzzing from the shock. The tree roots began to tremble. In the blink of an eye they had been hit 5 or 6 times. Lu Su and the others hurriedly retreated and made way for him. They were about to be rescued. If they were killed, wouldn't the gains outweigh the losses? Cracks appeared on the tree roots. With a final crash, Subai rushed in from the outside wrapped in black light. Just now he had tried many methods outside. Ghost Headblade could not break through and Maple Leaves like Rain could not break through either. Only the Tier 1 plus skill Diamond Heart Devil Body could be used for both offense and defense. It was like a heavy hammer that forcefully hammered open the tree roots. Because he used too much strength he didn't stop, he took a few steps forward. Before slowly stopping, Lu Su and the others were pleasantly surprised. Finally, he was saved. In the midst of despair there was hope. This huge difference brought even more joy. Lu Su wanted to speak, but before they could say anything they heard Subai's voice. There's something going on outside. These 4 short words instantly made Lu Su and No Flower's hearts sink. Subai turned around and walked out of the hole. With the words just now, Lu Su and the others did not say a word. They followed behind Subai and walked out of the big hole. It was pitch black outside and the cold wind blew, giving people goosebumps. There was not a single strange creature. It was as quiet as a barren land. A soft sound broke the silence of the night. It was like a bright firework in the silent night, extremely eye-catching. Lu Su and No Flower raised their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. Their eyes widened at the same time. It was only then that they saw that the appearance of the black tree root had already undergone an earth-shattering change. It was no longer a tree root. Under the intertwining it looked more like a 100-meter-tall giant tree. It soared into the sky. And it was difficult to see its full appearance even if one raised their neck. At the top of the giant tree there was a blurry shadow. The shadow twisted and changed and its appearance could not be seen clearly. There was a chaotic aura circulating in the shadow. It was as if countless emotions were stitched together, contradicting each other yet forcefully connected. Strange. This black shadow was strange and it came from the tree. No wonder we didn't encounter any strange things. The old postmaster suddenly said, "They're together." Although the old postmaster wasn't strong, he was an experienced person and had seen many things, especially in the inn posthouse. He had seen all kinds of people and things, so his horizons were much higher. Chapter 96, Someone Has Gone Crazy, 3, Together? At this moment Wu Hua and Lu Su also understood why there should have been groups of strange creatures in the forest earlier. However, when the tree roots wrapped around them they disappeared. It turned out that they had merged together. No wonder it looked so strange. It gave off an extremely chaotic feeling like a stitched monster. Has it become strange? Subai stroked his chin and muttered to himself. When he came here he saw a huge ball in the sky. The ball kept letting out miserable wails. The sounds were so many that it made people's ears go dizzy. At that time he had thought that he would first rescue Lu Su and the others. He did not expect that in less than a moment something strange would happen. We're already at the end of our rope. This situation is really making things worse. No Flower smiled bitterly. The joy of being saved disappeared in an instant. This strange creature was formed by the fusion of many strange creatures. Just by standing on the giant tree a huge pressure swept over. It was filled with coldness and cruelty, causing people to have goosebumps. Very strong. If they were at their peak they would not be worried. Now the only one who could fight was Subai. They had no way to fight back. Sigh. Lu Su sighed, her heart filled with complicated emotions. He had just escaped from danger and was in danger again. She had to admit that life was really full of excitement. At this moment the strange fusion finally had some movement. It floated slowly from the tree root and landed on the ground not far from Subai and the others. A cold aura circulated around its body. Other than the coldness there was also disgust for living people. This was a strange universal trait. Not only did they hate living people, but as long as they were alive they would kill. Then without hesitation, Lu Su and No Flower pulled themselves together and looked warily at Strange. Even if he had no strength he would fight until the last moment. If Subai hadn't rushed over just now they would have died already. Now they were just going to die again. What is there to fear in death? Almsgiver Su, if you really have no other way you should save some strength to run. No Flower turned around.
It's in the county town not far from Shang County. You just need to enter the county town and head south. You'll be able to find the Ean post house, inform the Heaven Inspectorate there and ask them to send someone over. Lu Su took out a letter from her clothes and handed it to Su Bai. Help me give this to the academy and tell them that I have died here. Su Bai was expressionless as he turned to look at the old postmaster. What about you? Do you have anything for me? The old postmaster was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. This old man is all alone. I only have some regrets. I was about to retire, but today I encountered this calamity. These three people seemed to be giving their last words. In their eyes, Su Bai could escape. After he escaped, he would inform the others. This was the safest way, otherwise no one would know about the situation here and this strange creature would not be eliminated in time. At that time it would cause an even greater disaster. Since you've finished explaining, let's fight. Su Bai reached out his hands and patted their shoulders. They hadn't even fought yet and now they were saying that they couldn't beat him. Wasn't that too disheartening? Lu Su and No Flower were stunned. Did this mean that he wanted to fight to the death with them? They couldn't see through Su Bai and didn't have the chance to think because Su Bai had moved. The night was as dark as ink. Su Bai reached out his hand and took out a handful of copper coins from his belt, then he swept them across the air like a rain of maple leaves. The black light wrapped around the copper coins, the maple leaves rained and the rain of flowers scattered the coins. The fusion was instantly pierced through. His entire body was covered in small holes which were shattered by Su Bai. But then the fused strange body shook and the small hole on its body was instantly repaired. At this moment the fusion of strangeness finally took place. Streams of black gas rose from the strange body and entangled in the sky. This black gas contained countless abilities. They continuously interweaved and fused, appearing abnormally terrifying. Each of them was a cultivator of the boundless Tao scripture when they were alive. After the fusion, these abilities would also correspond to each other and produced this special and strange ability. The black gas swept over and kept shrinking along the way. In the end it turned into a thumb-sized black ball. It was extremely fast and shot towards Su Bai. This wasn't an ordinary black ball. The small black ball contained countless abilities. They collided, fused and were inseparable. Once hit, the abilities inside would explode and cause huge damage. Could he dodge? No, the speed was simply too fast. A layer of black light rose from Su Bai's body and covered his entire body. His face could not be seen clearly. Diamond Heart Devil body, come at me. Now everything was useless. He directly used his strongest skill. If he went all out, he would have the strength to fight. At the same time, Su Bai stretched out his hands and hammered both his kidneys at the same time. Kidney hammer technique. The kidney hammering technique that he had not seen for a long time had once again appeared in the martial world. A burning sensation flowed from Su Bai's waist. Immediately after, the black light on his body thickened by a layer and the true core strength in his body also increased in heat. The black ball hit the black light. The abilities inside began to erupt one by one. With Su Bai's legs as a guide, cracks appeared on the ground and the layer of black light gradually shattered. The black ball continued to release its abilities and was gradually becoming smaller. When the last ability was released, it disappeared completely. Su Bai let out a long breath. He looked at the black light in front of him that was still standing firm despite the cracks. He turned around and made a safe gesture to Lu Su and the others. Chapter 97. Someone has gone crazy and treading in the air. 4. Lu Su and No Flower were stunned. Almsgiver Lu, if I'm not mistaken, Almsgiver Su's ability seems to have surpassed level 3. No Flower's expression was dull and his voice was trembling. You can't play like this. Isn't this nonsense? They had even prepared their last words, but in the end you were able to turn the tables. This was a little uncomfortable. No Flower felt that the atmosphere that they had worked so hard to create was gone. Lu Su had yet to recover from her shock. After hearing Wu Hua's words, she said in a, "So strange about it happening to him?" This was just a casual remark, but it made everyone silent. That's right, everything that happened to Almsgiver Su was normal again. After all, this was Su Bai. Fortunately, there was no conflict on the street at that time. Otherwise, No Flower thought of the situation on the street that day and thought to himself, otherwise you will die very quickly. 2 against 1? This didn't exist at all right? According to Su Bai's current performance, if they really fought that day, Su Bai would completely surround the two of them alone. I finally know what it means to be better than others. No Flower sighed. At this moment Su Bai also began to move. He controlled the black light on his body like a terrifying cutting machine and crashed straight into the strange creature. There was no method or technique, he just went head on. Su Bai had never felt so comfortable when he combined the hammer kidney technique and the Vajra Heart Devil body. My kidneys are very good. His entire body felt carefree and wonderful. The black light flew down like a meteor and arrived in an instant. When Su Bai slammed into the strange body was instantly scattered. but in the next moment the black fog that had been scattered fused again, turning into a strange thing again. However, after this fusion the color of the strange body became much lighter and some parts of it became transparent.
Aren't you going to be reborn indefinitely?
Subai saw through it at a glance. He didn't give the strange creature a chance to counterattack. He turned back and crashed into it again. There was a good saying that giving others a chance was a chance to destroy oneself. This was a battle of life and death, not a so-called turn-based game. If one could beat the other party to the point where they could not retaliate, one had to go all out. Boom. 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 The loud noise broke through the darkness, adding to the liveliness. The liveliness combined with the darkness, and the entire night seemed to come alive. Subai's body was filled with the unique wildness of a man. He abandoned all his techniques and used the wildest and most brutal attacks. With each collision the strangeness became a little weaker. In this dark night the sound of the collision was like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts, too directly. This was what everyone thought. The simpler it was, the more shocking it was. Subai was one such example. Time passed. When the last collision was completed, it strangely turned into black gas that filled the sky and could no longer be condensed. Everything disappeared, and peace returned. The night was silent again. Subai stopped, his back facing Lu Su and the others, his hands behind his back. Just by looking at his back he felt a sense of grandeur, thinking of the figure that was like a war beast. Everyone shuddered. It's finally over. Subai's voice trembled slightly. The people present were not ordinary people, so of course they could hear it. Lu Su and the others looked at Subai's back strangely. They did not understand why this situation had occurred. Subai turned around. There were dark circles under his eyes and his face was pale as if he hadn't slept for several nights. The side effects of the kidney hammering technique had arrived. Even if he was already at rank 8, he would not be able to withstand it. Listen to me first. Subai wanted to explain. At this moment No Flower walked over and quickly pulled Subai's wrist. His fingers pressed on Subai's pulse. A moment later, No Flower's eyes were filled with doubt.
What's wrong?
Lu Su asked with concern. No Flower was just about to speak when he felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around and saw Subai staring at him with a murderous look. I'm fine. I just overused myself. No Flower shivered and swallowed his words. Master had said before that all men needed face. He planned to keep this secret forever. Otherwise, with almsgiver Su's gaze just now, he would have been silenced. Lu Su also felt that it was strange. She grabbed Subai's arm with her fair and slender hand and prepared to put her other hand on Subai's wrist. Don't move.
Subai's body trembled and he quickly retracted his hand.
I'll understand my own situation. Now is not the time to do this. You guys take care of the follow-up matters first.
What kind of joke was this? He was not really weak, it was only temporary, alright?
If it was true, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the river. Everyone knew the current situation. Let's talk about it after going back to the county. Lu Su said. The strangeness in the extreme life cult had been dealt with. He should go back and recuperate. No Flower nodded in agreement with Lu Su. I'll stay here and report the situation to the imperial court. The old postmaster smiled bitterly. He was the station chief, of course he couldn't go to the county. Everyone nodded. Now that there was nothing else to do, they were ready to leave. Subai had a lot of things to do. When he returned and recovered, he still had to get the spring flower brush out. Thinking of this, they checked the surroundings again. After making sure that they didn't miss anything, they prepared to leave. Chapter 98. Someone has gone crazy. As for the giant tree in front of him, it would be more suitable for the postmaster to deal with it. Let's go. Subai placed his hand on No Flower's shoulder. No Flower nodded. Everyone immediately prepared to leave. A mutation appeared at this time. It was already late at night and the sky was so dark that one could not even see one's fingers. In the distant sky a small dot of light seemed to have appeared. This light spot was initially only the size of a thumb, but in the blink of an eye it had already revealed its full appearance. It was a woman wearing a light yellow Taoist robe. His long black hair was scattered, looking very messy. She had a gentle and beautiful appearance and a temperament like water. She was about 27 or 28 years old, but she had an indescribable charm. No matter how you look. If that was the case, it would be fine. However, there was something that destroyed a woman's temperament: eyes. Those eyes that were as beautiful as the stars did not have the temperament that should exist. Instead, it was extremely crazy, the madness that devoured everything, ignoring all madness. After his eyes passed through, the smell of madness spread all over his body and there was nothing normal about him. In the sky, the woman in the Taoist robe with disheveled hair did not move at all, as if she had never seen them. He stepped on the air.
This woman had actually stepped on the air as if she was walking on flat ground. Lu Su wanted to speak, but before she could, Subai raised his hand and interrupted her. Subai shook his head. At the same time he put his index finger to his mouth, indicating that he should not speak now. Lu Su and the others naturally understood what he meant. They all shut their mouths and quietly looked at the sky. At the same time they also became vigilant in case anything unexpected happened. Subai narrowed his eyes. Things had become unpredictable and things had gone beyond their original plans. This woman who suddenly appeared could actually fly? It was as if there was an extra path in the air, steady and fast. He had been in this world for so long, but this was the first time he saw someone who could fly. Big tree. The woman in the Taoist robe finally spoke. It was as if she could not see anyone else. There was only this tree in front of her. Moreover, her tone was filled with madness. Tree? Subai was stunned. Was this woman here for the giant tree? Of course, the current situation did not allow him to think too much. After the woman in the Taoist robe finished her sentence, she made another strange move. Boundless Tao scripture. The Tao scripture is boundless. The woman in the Taoist robe uttered some incomprehensible words. Then she finally raised her right hand. A faint white light appeared on her fair right hand. Then the woman in the Taoist robe slowly lowered her hand. It was as if a huge mountain range had appeared out of nowhere. The giant tree in front of him fell with his palm as crisp as a piece of paper. In the blink of an eye, half of the tree was destroyed. The other half was well preserved, as if someone had cut it from the middle. The cut was smooth and neat. The scene became very strange and the half-tree was out of place. The pressure from this attack was overwhelming. Subai narrowed his eyes. This woman in Taoist robes was very strong. At this moment, after the woman in the Taoist robe finished what she had just done, she turned her gaze downward. His crazed gaze swept across Subai and the others. Lu Su and No Flower's faces turned pale. After being swept by that gaze, they felt a buzzing sound in their heads. It was as if it could stir up their emotions, causing their consciousness to become chaotic and crazy. Just a glance was enough to put them in such a situation. Subai didn't say anything. He could feel that although the woman in Taoist robes seemed crazy, she did not seem to be hostile. With the method he used just now, it would be easy for him to deal with them. However, he did not make a move now. Under everyone's gaze, the woman in the Taoist robe retracted her gaze. Although he looked extremely crazy, he did not attack. The Taoist robed woman started walking again. As she walked, strange lotus flowers grew under her feet and supported her feet. Finally she arrived in front of half a tree. The woman in the Taoist robe stretched out her hand and pressed it on the stump of the giant tree. The tree stump seemed to be made of paper. As the woman in the Taoist robe pressed down lightly, a palm print was left on it. The woman in the Taoist robe suddenly held her head with both hands and cried out in pain. Boundless Tao scripture. Harming Taoist scripture. The sea is boundless and everything is myriad. A series of sounds rang out, causing everyone to be puzzled. The roar gradually disappeared. The madness on the woman's body still existed, but she was no longer in pain. She took another step and gradually rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared into the horizon. The entire process was flawless. The scene was silent. Who is she? Subai frowned. The sea is boundless and everything is myriad. This sentence is so familiar. Lu Su fell into deep thought. She had a feeling that she had heard this sentence somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where it was at the moment. At this moment, No Flower didn't say a word, as if he was thinking about something. Subai noticed that No Flower was acting strangely. He looked over and said, "You know about it?" No Flower came back to his senses and put his palms together. "I'm also very familiar with that sentence, and I know where I've heard it before. I have a guess about that person just now." At this point, No Flower took a deep breath. Chapter 99, The Mystery of the Spring Flower Brush. 1. Everyone looked at No Flower, waiting for his next words. No Flower organized his words. After a while he slowly opened his mouth. "My master had met her once. The sea was boundless and there was nothing but an outline of her life. She was one of the most talented people of that generation. She was the female head of the Jade Face Temple." After saying this, the scene fell silent. This sentence was like a stone thrown into the sea, causing a ripple. Subai frowned. He recalled what Yang Chang had said before and connected the dots. According to Yang Chang, the female Abby Dean was on the verge of losing control at that time, but she didn't want to hurt anyone, so she disappeared. Now that it had appeared out of nowhere and become so crazy, could it be because of the boundless Tao scripture? After thinking about it, Subai could only come to this conclusion. As for the reason for its appearance, it might have something to do with this tree. After all, the giant tree that had fused together had a large number of strangeness. These strangeness had cultivated the boundless Tao scripture when they were alive. After fusing together, it might have attracted the female Abby Dean Master. Are we leaving? Lu Su's eyes revealed fear as she asked. The female Abby Dean Master was a genius of that era. To put it bluntly, Lu Su was worried that if the crazy Abby Dean Master suddenly returned, none of them would be able to stop her.
After all, if the heavens favorites of that era had lived safely until now and did not leave behind what they had learned, unless those older generations such as the elders of the Qingyun Academy took action, they would not be able to control them. I think it's feasible.
Subai rubbed his chin.
This female Abby Dean didn't have any hostility now, but that didn't mean that she wouldn't in the future. Moreover, the world was unpredictable. In the next second something unpredictable might happen. Why would he stay here?
Trust your instincts and nothing unexpected will happen?
Intuition was sometimes a lie. Of course Subai wanted to leave, he even wanted to go far away. What a pity, he said quietly. When everyone heard this they were shocked. What else do you want to happen? The old postmaster was shocked. He now understood that the backbone of the other two was actually the man in front of him with the ghost head blade. One was a disciple of the Titanium Temple and the other was a scholar of the academy. They were both proud people, but they actually listened to the Jianghu people's decisions. This was simply too inconceivable. The old postmaster felt as though he was violently shaken once again. Sigh.
What a pity.
Subai sighed. It was indeed a pity that he didn't get any clues and there was no progress bar. He thought that after this matter was over he would seize the time to finish the spring flower pen before collecting a new progress bar. Sloth was a thing that couldn't be started. If he wanted to survive in this world he had to work harder. Thinking of this, Subai was ready to look away and return to Shang County. But the next moment he stopped and was slightly stunned when he retracted his gaze. Earlier he had only subconsciously glanced at the tree that had broken in the middle. He did not expect that he would discover something unusual with just one glance. On the broken tree root there was a golden progress bar floating on the handprint that the female Abby Dean had pressed just now. It was extremely eye-catching. He hadn't noticed anything just now, but now it had appeared out of nowhere. Subai guessed that it might have something to do with the female Abby Dean's palm strike. Thinking about it this way, it seemed more and more possible. This was a pleasant surprise, and the biggest surprise. Nothing was more important than the progress bar. This is a big one. I want my liver. Subai thought. He was still worried just now, but now wasn't it delivered to his doorstep? I've worn out my iron shoes and searched everywhere. It's easy to find it. Moreover, just by looking at the reason for the appearance of this progress bar, he felt that things were not that simple. There was a high probability that the things inside were very good. After all, this was left behind by the female Abby Dean. What kind of person is the female abbot? Self-created boundless Tao scripture fusing thousands of skills into one word, fierce and powerful. Although he still failed in the end and even became crazy, his talent and boldness were top-notch no matter where they were placed. This progress bar was definitely very good. Thinking of this, Subai began to crave for it again. Sigh, it's an occupational disease. There's really nothing I can do. Subai rubbed his hands and said excitedly in his heart, Subai, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and leave.